pop your pussy like this. Shake your body, don't stop, don't miss. All you ladies pop your pussy like this. Shake your body, don't stop, don't miss. Just do it, 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 do it now. Lick it good, suck this just like you should. Right now, lick it good, suck this just like you should. My neck, my back, lick my pussy and my crack. My neck.
Dude, you just touched Christy Boner's hoo-hoo.
Shippy!
Low five. Yeah.
Let's get out of here.
And away we go. Just going to jump into this right now. I'm going to play I had to finish up day 2 of that doctor. He was on longer than I thought, and I had to shut it down early because of YouTube. I got to like the 11 hour and 45 minute mark, and YouTube only puts up 11 hours and 55 minutes. They cut you off. So I had to shut it down last stream. And what's up Monday? It's you and I, bro. Just going to make it easy here. Just going to watch video, okay? This will be, here, I'll put on the screen what we're going to watch. It's this. The MEGGAN Sundwall, the insulin murder mystery trial. I'm not even sure who's up, defense or prosecution. I'll update that on the screen. It's going to be her primary physician, the victim's primary physician, Dr. Malcolm Masteler. All right. And away we, I'll be in chat talking. Okay. I'm going to mute myself and I'll get us through any, I don't know if they take a break here. I think they've come back after lunch. And yeah, they did this guy for like, he did like, oh my gosh, this doctor started at, in this day 2 video, he started after lunch, I believe. It was like around 2 hours and 30 minutes in. So the doctor was up for about, gosh, an hour and a half. Then they took a break. Yeah, 1.5 hours. They took a break and then they came back and then he's got another hour. So from 4 to the end, he's got 1 more hour at least, even a bit more. Definitely at least 1 more hour. So I'll just play it and yep. Yeah, after 12 hours. I did a 14-hour stream Monday one time, 14 hours and 5 minutes. And they cut me off after 2 hours of it. The end of it, I don't get to see it. It was kind of probably better because I think I rambled on. But here we go. It's on the screen. We're playing this. And if I feel up to it, I'll continue on. But if Ted goes live, I'd rather just go watch him. I wasn't going to do this, but I definitely have to get this hour done. So we're definitely finishing this hour. and we'll see what's up in an hour. If Ted contacts me or anybody wants to, even if he just says he's going live, I'll probably go watch him and just chill out because I've talked a lot. Talked a lot last few days. The defense guy, I'm actually starting to like this guy more. People say he's one of those guys. Hi, Joy Gigi. What's up? The defense lawyer, he seems like a dick, like that kind of friend you would hate to have. But if he was on your team in a sport, you'd probably like him because he looks like a dick in real life, this defense attorney guy. But, I mean, he's really getting it done. Like, he's charming when he needs to be, gets these people talking. He's got that uncle incriminating himself, listening to his own voice and admitting it's him.
Thank you. Please be seated.
Drawing pictures on the stand. And, oh, my God, here it is. Part 2 of day 2.
We're going to go back on the record on case 251-401-132, State of Utah versus Sunwall. Dr. Masteller, I will remind you, you are still under oath. Mr. Williams.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Dr. Masteller.
Good afternoon.
How you doing?
I'm good.
That was exhausting. I'm not going to go over all of that again. Let me hit some themes about Casey. Let's talk about Casey in general. You were just going to put through all of this, obviously, I mean, on its face, baloney vitals that apparently were sent by her, right? Yes?
Yeah.
Sorry, I have to remind you. I'll be the bad guy reminding you to say yes if you just nod.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
And I mean, you had already said that it's fair to say that Casey was a patient who gave false information, or at least supposed subjective information that wasn't verifiable, even in your experience with her, right?
Yes.
And sought to come in and have visits and go to the ER and things. I think you once referred her to the officers as a frequent flyer. Does that sound right?
Yes.
When she reported false information or subjectively described ailments that just were not verifiable, fairly, you gave your opinion that she did it for attention seeking, right?
Yes.
You saw that as attention seeking, even in the medical circumstance, the medical environment, right?
Yes.
Now, a lot of times as a doctor, that's really all you have is subjective information to go on, right?
Right. Yes.
Some of the things, it's like especially for instance, mental health. That's a tough one, right? Someone says they're depressed, you can't measure it.
I mean, we use our skills,
You're not a psychologist.
but they're answering the questions. So it's all subjective.
Okay, that's my point, is that you use some scales that you marked down. She scored high enough that you referred her to a mental health provider at one point, right?
Several occasions. Yeah.
She went once for 3 visits. You know, you recall that from your records?
No, she didn't go very often.
But I told you, according to the records, it was 3 times. Do you have any reason to disagree with that?
No, I looked at it. I thought it was 4, but 3 or 4 were all the visits. And then there were several telephone encounters where the social worker couldn't reach her.
Right. So while she would express suicidal ideology, depression, anxiety, and these things, and was referred out to resources, it doesn't appear that she went to those referrals, other than the 3 mental health visits, correct?
Nope, she did not.
And that applied to other things, like you sent her to an endocrinologist, right?
Right.
She never went to the endocrinologist.
No.
And when she would talk about some things that are measurable, and you got her in there to measure, didn't pan out. Your measurements didn't verify what she was claiming, right?
Not usually.
Let's talk especially about something that's relevant to this trial, glucose levels, all right?
Right.
So, I'm sorry, I meant to put these up there for you in case they help you on paper, but I'll publish them as well if we can. I'm going to show you, those look like just a couple different sections of her medical records from back in 2020.
2023, 9/14/2023.
I'm sorry, there are two different ones.
Oh yeah, 9/26/2020.
I screwed that up. In as far back as 9/26/2020, let's talk about that one. She's in addressing supposed hypoglycemia, right? Look at it. I know there's a long paragraph, and the second page might help. Take your time if you'd like to.
Oh yeah. So she addresses some hypoglycemic concerns. Yeah.
I'd like to put this up to publish to the jury as illustrative so they can follow along while I address some of it with the witness, though I'm not seeking to send it back as an exhibit.
Ms. Hunt?
No objection.
Thank you.
Mike? My computer, it fell out, so when it loads up again, you can publish it. In the meantime, let's lay a little foundation. So here we are, all the way back in 2020, and she's your patient by then, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes, she is.
And we've got the subject of hypoglycemia, correct?
It is. Yep.
You're addressing, and you had already said that in general, you recall that when she would have these claims of hypoglycemic problems, you just could never verify them. Right? When you were in the lab, she'd be, I think you just said between 70 and 90 when you actually used medical equipment to test her blood sugar levels, right?
They were always normal. I don't remember seeing a single hypoglycemic.
And I think just for numbers purposes, you had said 70, 90, that's what you recall, right?
That's what I recall.
In the lab.
Yeah, ranging between 70 and 90.
And let's talk about when one of these occasions where you have me doing this, as usual, poor. So what happened is, even back then, you went ahead and said, go use a glucometer and let us know, report your levels, right?
Right.
And then this is a log, as I scroll through this, of levels that she reported. This is to you or the doctor in 2020. That's what this is a patient log calling in and telling her what her glucose levels were, right?
Yeah, that was part of the note. So it was, copied and pasted into the note, probably.
Yeah. So she's reporting these levels, 62, 51, 68 over that period of time on the 4th. I mean, if we're going to go over stuff that Casey reported, let's still go over what she reported to her doctor. That's the first day on the 4th, right?
It is.
Not one of those is within the level you ever measured. Let's go to the 5th. As low as 54, 60, 71, right? That's what that says on the 5th.
It is.
54. There's no indication that your team took any action when Casey Terry told her doctor that her blood sugar is at 54, right?
I don't remember.
That's a significant blood sugar level that would be alarming, agreed?
It would, yeah.
Well, let's go because it goes lower. The next day, she says she's 52. Then she goes to 47. That's close to unconscious, perhaps, right?
For some people, yeah.
The doctor does that. Would that alarm you as a doctor?
Yeah.
Then on the 9th, she's down to 53 again, 71. Looks like the 9th is, at 8 p.m. on the 5th, we hit the 71. The first one it's 1 point within the measurements that you ever took, right?
Right.
Got 52 again the next day. She is repeatedly reporting 52, 53, 52, 54. This person is waking up in the morning and saying that's her blood sugar level, right?
Yes.
No indication in the charts or anything that the doctor's office called an ambulance, right?
No.
No, doctor's office didn't. Otherwise, it doesn't appear from this even respond to her, communicate with her about these.
They were already done. Right. So these are passed.
Well, how do
So,
you know? I mean, you said they were copy and pasted in.
right, but it's past blood sugars. Those are previous blood sugars from previous days.
That's true. If you're
So if we check her blood sugar on the day that she's here and it's normal,
Yeah, well, do you know? I mean, you're her doctor. Do you know whether these were reported each day?
I don't think so.
Why not? Why don't you think so? She's trying to report her medical condition. Wouldn't you tell her to do it every day?
It depends on what the blood sugars are.
It would, wouldn't it? I mean, she's coming in saying she's got low blood sugar. She's waking up dizzy, reporting blood sugars. Let's go through them again, and at the end, we'll talk about the same question then. At some point, they end up in a chart, right?
Yeah, when she comes in for the visit or we did a televisit.
Can you tell from him in this when it was?
26th of September.
Okay. So this can't, she's relating through up until the 26th of September, right?
Right.
So at least on the 26th of September, you agree that these items, these readings are known to your office?
Right.
All right. On the 11th, she said, I was 46. 46. That's pretty dang alarming, right?
Yeah, it is 43, 46.
40,
Very, very alarming.
Extraordinary alarming. Can we agree? I mean, we've had earlier testimony, you've given it at other hearings. That could even render somebody unconscious, agreed?
Yes, it could.
Especially in combination with a whole bunch of other medications on board. Opiates, benzodiazepines. I know that you were prescribing benzos, but you know now that she was taking them, right?
Yeah, I heard she was.
54. Then she comes in. Patient will need to get a ride at the clinic. You say she should come in, she should fast, things like that. Certainly she was never sent to any emergency room or anything like that, right?
Not at this time.
And as you saw this, in fairness, you see all these reported levels. You don't believe for a second that she was telling the truth about those, do you?
I'd question them.
I don't know why you resisted. We just went through them. Those are not levels that somebody you believed. Especially since when you tested them, they weren't even close to that. In a laboratory, they were normal every time you tested them.
And I would expect her to be symptomatic and immediately rush into the emergency room or the clinic.
Those are more indicative to you probably of her inability to tell the truth and maybe has some mental health problems trying to make a doctor believe this sort of data, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
At this point, I'm sure I was already questioning things.
And that's in 2020. I mean, it continued. You pointed out that I had started you off on the wrong. Let's go to another report here. Because in fairness, here's a report all the way into September of 2023 on the subject of hypoglycemia, correct? Look it over if it helps. I'm sorry. I meant to show these to you at the break.
Yep, another complaint, dropping to 39.
39. She claimed that she had a 39. That is deadly, agreed?
Yep.
When she claimed that, you didn't believe it, right?
Well, I knew she wasn't at the time when she was here in the clinic.
You didn't believe she was when she claimed she was 39. You didn't believe when she said, Doc, I woke up at a 39. You don't believe that, right?
I've had people wake up at 40. They usually go by ambulance to the ER.
Yeah, I thought we had a prior hearing about this. This is emergent
Yeah,
numbers.
they usually go to the emergency room by ambulance.
So I don't know what the resistance is, but isn't it true that since they would normally be sent to the emergency by ambulance, you don't believe the information your patient is giving you. You don't believe it, doctor.
Yeah, I ordered stuff to check it. Again,
What's this insulin? What's this reference to an insulin plan?
that's checking fasting insulin levels.
Okay.
Yeah, that's checking fasting insulins, that fasting C-peptide that I talked about.
Trying to do some tests because once you did them, you knew that there was no reason to believe that she was even abnormal, let alone at a 39, right?
Yeah, her sugars were normal on her C-peptide. And this is the one specifically, I believe, on the 14th when we did the C-peptide level, and she came in and the sugar was 86 and the C-peptide level was 2.9, which is a representative of her insulin production.
Very normal.
Very normal.
You were asked a lot of questions about these opiates, and along the same lines, I want to go to something that you mentioned. Got a screen on the screen here. You indicated that as a doctor, you're able to look at what you called a Doppel record, right?
Uh-huh.
The Doppel record is division of professional licensing, right?
It is.
So what it is doctors can look up at what's going on in professional licensing activity in the form of prescription medications, right?
They can, yes.
And you can do that right from your office.
Yeah.
And do you think that's a good thing to do when you're prescribing opiates?
It is. And they've made it much easier.
And part of the problem they made it much easier to do is because opiate addiction and opiate overdose and opiate abuse and trafficking for that matter has become a problem in recent years, right?
It has.
The government asked you questions a lot about the opiates and what you prescribed her and the amounts and the times. You had the ability to see this screen that I'm scrolling up and down on. Now it has highlights. You didn't make that, right?
No.
They're highlighted for ease of reference. You see here that yellow is highlighted for oxycodone. And it says Mastel oxycodone, correct?
Uh-huh.
Now, this is such a small document, I've had to blow it up. So let me screen back up and say, what it depicts. Patient's address, dates that things were sold. I think I have this published. I'm going to admit this as defendant's D.
I need more, I don't know who,
And we should unpublish it.
I don't know any foundation about this document.
Place more.
So you recognize what a Doppel printout looks like or a Doppel screen?
Yeah, this looks like the old printouts from Doppel.
And so this is what you could see if you looked up on, with your ability as a licensed physician, if you looked up on the Doppel controlled substances screen.
Yeah, we access it from the medical record now.
You indicated that you would do that as a doctor in your course of your care, right?
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt you.
Oh, yes, I would. It was hard sometimes to access it because of password issues
But
with
this
it. But yeah, this is the
is
Doppel.
what it looks like.
This is what it looks like. And I see lots of,
We're gonna get to what
ER
you see,
visits.
but we're laying some foundation. That was my fault. I didn't lay it. I showed it to the prosecutor, but I hadn't done it with you. So I now move to admit this as defendant's D.
Ms. Hunt?
No objection.
Thank you. Court will receive defendant's exhibit D. Wish to publish?
Vote yes, and I'm sorry that I didn't. That it got published a little prematurely. All right, where we were talking about along the top, we can, patient, these are all Casey Terry, right? As far as you can see as I've scrolled.
Yes, they are.
Then we get the date of birth. That's not important. Neither is the address. And then you can determine when you look at this when prescriptions are written, right? Here at the top.
When the pharmacy fills them. Yep.
It says RX written, RX filled, right?
Yep.
Okay. So we get to know what the drug was, drug name, right? Quantity here.
And days. Yep.
Days is for what if it's taken as prescribed, how many days?
Right. How many days it should last.
Should last. Phones, we get to know what pharmacy it was. And some other numbers that have to do with DEA numbers and prescription numbers, right? That's what the kind of information I just showed to you and the jury you get to know from this document. Now I'm going to go to Masteller oxycodone. As we tab up, this starts in terms of the date on May 30th. I'm sorry. When we get to these dates written and dates filled. Bottom of the dates written column is December 30th, 2022, right? Billed is August 2nd, 2023. Do you agree?
Mm-hmm.
So we can run this all the way up to 8/5. This is roughly a week before she passed. What was written? It was filled on 8/7, less than a week before she passed away. That's the time range we have for what prescriptions were written to her, when they were filled, what they were for, what pharmacy she filled them at, etc. Go down here and give you the benefit of confirming that these yellow lines have to do with oxycodone, 160 counts.
Yep.
All right. As we go up here, we have another 160, 425, 718. These are still the dates that are in 2023. Looks like pretty much every yellow line representing your oxycodone. Now, oxycodone, do you think that's different than Percocet?
No, it's the,
That's how it would look on the document.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just want to clear it up because you'd said Percocet. Right up to a couple weeks before her death, another 180 here, right? Looks pretty clear that she had other oxycodone that she filled of a 40 count on 2 days later. The screen line that I'm on.
Yeah.
Agree?
I would agree.
Looks like that's Jason Scott Erickson.
Don't know who that is.
Don't know that. You're her primary care physician, and you don't even know how she got a prescription from a Dr. Erickson that she filled
I
for
have no idea.
oxycodone.
A lot in those last couple weeks. Probably ER doctor, ERPA.
Okay? You don't know from your chart. From your chart, this is not something that in connection with your primary care, she is filling, and you can even see that she's filling, right?
No,
She's certainly not telling you, I've got other doctors I'm getting more and more pills from, right?
nope.
You wouldn't have given them to her if you did, right?
She would have broken the contract and she would have been disconnected immediately.
This is a sign of an opiate abuser, agreed?
Agreed.
She's doctor shopping, right?
Yeah, she is. So Epic is the nephrologist. That's the
Right.
kidney doc.
We've got Epic in there. Let's see, here's 7/23/24. This is right in that same week.
Is
40
this-
oxys.
This is pain management, maybe, or this is the orthopedic surgeon, because this is right about the time of her surgery.
Shelley Duncan.
This
Was
is,
that she got the 40 count and filled?
these are both between her two surgeries on her knee.
Yeah.
So this is the extra pain management that ortho had provided for the knee surgery and knee replacement, possibly?
723. Well, let's see. Again, if you knew that these sorts of numbers of opiates were being thrown at her, you wouldn't have given her the 180 that you prescribed to her on 729. Agreed?
After the knee replacement, she would have required more, right? And let me correct,
Well, let's go to this. Let me ask the question. 7/1, July 1st, okay? Let's just start with that one with the 108. Then she gets 40 on the 23rd, and that could have been in connection with some knee surgery. By the way, you knew your understanding was she had 2 knee surgeries, right? You testified to that.
yeah, my understanding was she had two.
She told you that.
I knew she had the replacement.
She told you she had 2.
Yeah,
You aware now that she
I'm
only had
suspecting she only had one.
get pain medications when you get knee surgery, right? Right?
Yeah,
This has been admitted. We'll have to get it in a form that can be reviewed by the jury in terms of these numbers that you have seen and can agree that the green lines for oxycodone other are not you and are replete, especially in the last month of her life. Agreed?
agreed.
We can take down the pump sheet. Now, she had this knee surgery, totally. Let's just talk about the one that was real. Towards the end of her life.
Right.
In July.
725.
And again, as you stated, clearly could it result in additional pain medication, right? In terms of her attention to you, you talked about the fact that she would text you on your actual phone number, right?
Yep.
Do you remember when she got that?
I have no idea.
You said she started sending you texts. Let me ask you this way. The attention seeking that she was trying to get from you really started ramping up in the couple months towards the end of her life. Agreed?
It's been a long time. I don't remember on the text messages. I don't have them. If you have them, I'm sure you do.
Well, I got 70 of them. Do you think that sounds like the sort of attention she was seeking from you?
She was a high attention seeker.
They were long, weren't they?
Some of them.
Did you respond to them?
We've had the nurse call her and tell her to follow up.
You didn't. I mean, it's not your job to respond to constant texting from a patient who somehow got your number, right?
I may have said, I don't remember. I may have responded to some of them. Go to the ER. I don't know. I'm sure I did if you're bringing them up.
And just briefly talk about DNRs. There's a lot of legal aspects to do not resuscitate, right?
Right.
And a doctor wants to know if their patient has, for that matter, directives and things like that, right?
Right.
And you enter into them with your physician, your treating physician.
Right.
And you might enter into them with, Epic may have discussed an advance directive with her. Right?
Could have. Epic, the orthopedic surgeon, ER doc,
Nephrologist.
anybody.
These are anybody who's treating her, right?
Right.
Okay. These aren't just things that otherwise are, as you understand them, as you use them, they're patient doctor. They're patient provider documents, agreed?
Right.
All right.
Yes.
I mean, if I
For DNR.
told you that I have a DNR, you could choose to believe me or not. If I said I had a DNR with somebody, right?
Believe it if you showed me.
Well, or you thought I was someone that you could believe. If I was your best friend, you're still gonna demand that I go find it, go find the doctor, find the signature, go show you a copy if I'm your best friend.
No,
Very
but
nice.
I
Okay, so these are
Or CPR.
documents that certainly you have in the legal practice. And as you mentioned, sometimes you can manage these things without a doctor. You know that you can go online and get an advance directive put together.
yes.
That doesn't have to be a doctor, and doesn't even actually have to be a lawyer, does it?
No.
But there's one thing that's certain that you understand and that you can agree with me as common understanding, that DNR means do not resuscitate, right?
Right.
If someone told you they had a DNR, you would take that to mean they were telling you they did not want to be resuscitated.
Right.
Talk about insulin for a sec. It is hard to predict the pharmacokinetics of anything, really.
Of anything.
I mean, pharmacokinetics, tell the jury what that means. I use the word, but you're the doctor.
Pharmacokinetics are how fast a body metabolizes a drug. How
So-
fast the drug acts, when the first action starts its peak effect, and when the drug is out of your system.
So the features of what the drug's doing in you.
Right.
And the pharmacokinetics of insulin are hard to predict too, right?
There's a range.
And there's all sorts of kinds of insulin.
There's a predictable range, and we can go through all those types of insulin.
But I mean, there are lots of kinds. I'm just asking.
There are. There's short-acting, intermediate-acting, and long-acting insulins. Typically, we break them in, and within those, there are slight different pharmacokinetics of the different brand names of those insulins. They're designed a little bit differently, yes.
Right. So in this particular case, you actually were shown. Can I have just 1 minute here? You met with the police a couple times in relation to this case, right?
Uh-huh.
Gave a couple interviews to Detective Barney and Special Agent Richard Hales was there, right?
They came into the office, yes.
Did you know those were recorded?
No.
Then would that have been okay with you for them to come in and
Fine.
talk to you about your patient with
Yeah.
recording without your knowledge? At any rate, then you have offered, you've talked to the prosecutors about your role in this case, right?
Right.
You've been given information about the case, right?
Some.
Don't you remember the detectives talking to you about some of the things that had happened with the case and the things they had learned? Like that Doppler chart showed?
Yeah, they had uncovered quite a bit with opioids, Casey and opioids.
And frankly, also learned how she was getting benzodiazepines even though no doctor was prescribing her to her, right?
Right. Yeah,
Connected to this, trading drugs for drugs, right?
basically.
In connection with the case as well, the prosecution, and I don't know if the police did this, to be honest, because I don't know before the one hearing that you did previously testified, this had been done with the police and the prosecution, but you had been shown evidence related to the case that was purportedly taken off a glucometer that read Casey's blood through the day on August 12th, 2024,
Right.
right?
And I reviewed that data again today.
You did, and
I did.
we didn't hear any testimony about it. The actual chart that relates that data, I don't think we have had addressed. And I'm sorry,
Scott, you're still publishing.
I don't mean to be publishing, I'm not
No,
publishing.
not to
Oh,
the jury.
okay.
Can you see freestyle blood glucose monitor Casey Terry
I can.
on your screen? Does that look like the chart that we're discussing,
Yes.
that you reviewed?
Uh-huh.
So your understanding, and you've reviewed it before, right?
Right.
So your understanding that it was created off of glucometer that purports to be readings from Casey Terry, right?
Right.
In relation to the role that you have played in this case and the things that you've been asked to do, were you shown medical records from her hospitalization on the 12th?
I reviewed all the medical records through the hospitalization.
And you've given consultation to the state with regard to insulin overdose event that these numbers are related to that happened on the 12th, is that right?
Say that again.
You knew that these numbers relate to an insulin overdose event that the
Right.
state reports to have occurred, right?
Right.
And that the police were investigating.
Right.
That are material to this case charged against Megan.
Right.
Sunwall.
Yes.
When you look at that chart and consulted with them, having known all of the medical records and knowing her, you agreed that as far as what you know in medicine and your personal care of Casey Terry, that the information was such that you could not opine that Casey Terry had exogenous insulin introduced to her after a point where she would have been unconscious. Agreed?
Say that again.
Let's put it up. May I publish? I can mark it. It hasn't been offered by the state yet, and I expected it would have had been. Or we can use it as illustrative at this point. Does they have a preference?
We're going to 10. It's number 10.
We plan to introduce it as State's Exhibit 10. I guess at this point you can use it as demonstrative if I don't have an objection to that.
Thank you.
Okay
And
to
if we
publish,
could
okay to publish, Ms. Hunt?
Yes.
All right, here's these numbers, here's this chart. Sorry, we've been sort of talking ethereally about this, and you've worked with the prosecution in interpreting these numbers from your perspective with your experience and as Casey's doctor, right?
Right.
So this were blood glucose readings. Let me get right to it. As you go down these times that are on the far right, they're the actual time in Utah at the time that the readings were taken. You've been shown these and asked what these blood glucose levels might mean to you as a doctor, correct?
I have.
Let's look at the one from 1343 and go left to where it says 43 is a glucose level, right?
Yes.
Now, I think you've opined, let me ask again today, Casey could have been conscious, right?
She could have been.
30. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, I think you have opined before that you don't think she would have been conscious.
I don't think so.
And thereafter, with these numbers, you
Definitely.
don't think she would have been conscious, right?
No.
So let's talk about 2 o'clock in the afternoon on the 12th. With all the information you have in terms of the timing question with the medical records, your expertise, you couldn't determine with the degree of medical certainty that anything was introduced exogenously into her after 2 o'clock. Agreed?
No.
And no, you do agree, right? Sorry. You said no, nothing was introduced, right?
Nothing was introduced.
And going forward up to 918,
I mean, we don't, I mean,
you don't know.
we don't know.
So with all of the medicine you saw, the records from the hospital, the history you had for 4 years with her, you can't say that anything was given to her after she would have been unconscious, right? That's what you mean. Just don't know.
No, there's no way to know.
And as a matter of fact, you can't know whether she actually took something before she took this reading at 9:18 in the morning, right? She should have taken something before then that caused these readings. The way insulin works?
Possibly.
Okay.
So your short-acting insulin is going to be about 20 to 30
I know
minutes.
the answer. You want me to explain it? She could have. I don't have any.
Long-acting would have been consistent with this, a basal insulin.
I should let you explain it, I guess. You've explained why we don't know, and it's possible that prior to 918 on the 12th, it is when exogenous insulin was ingested that could have caused the numbers on this chart to do what they did, right?
Right.
I cut you off, and I apologize for that.
That's okay.
I'm looking at the clock and getting nervous.
Nope.
I know the times that apply, and I'm finished. Thank you for answering my questions.
Redirect.
I'll try to be brief. You were shown, sorry, Scott, did you end up admitting the Doppel as an exhibit?
Yes.
D, I believe.
You were shown, I don't have it, so I'm not able to pull it up, but the Doppel records
Right.
defense exhibit D. It had a bunch of highlighted, it went from, I think, 2022 all the way up to shortly before her death in 2024. Does that sound fair?
Yes.
You talked about the increase toward the end that were not, that were oxycodone that you had not prescribed were around her knee surgery. Is that right?
Right.
You may have believed that she had 2 knee surgeries, but the knee replacement, is that one that you have verified happened?
Yeah, I hadn't seen her after, and so yes, I thought there was I read the note in the chart yesterday, and I thought there was a knee surgery that happened. I didn't see documentation from the orthopedic surgeon on the first one.
The second one, though.
Second one was done at Mountain Point Hospital.
And you have verified that independently?
Yes,
And that's the one that happened in late
the knee
July,
replacement, July 25th.
July 25th of 2024. So you would expect maybe additional, I think you said extra pain management for knee replacement might be something that you would expect to see.
That's what the orthopedic, yes, typically they're going to have extra pain management on top of what they're already getting.
You mentioned that Doppel, your ability to check patients' Doppel records and what meds they're receiving has changed over time. Used to be more difficult.
Yeah, they used to, password requirements were very difficult. It was very time consuming. We had to frequently call Doppel, couldn't get a hold of anybody. It was very difficult with Doppel to work with. Now they've actually added a link into the electronic medical record that at every visit, we can just click on the link and review all their medications very rapidly, and who's refilled them and the dates that they've refilled them.
When did that change happen?
A year and a half ago.
Let me ask this and let me see if you remember what you were going to say. Mr. Williams asked you a question, I believe about the Doppel records, and you said something about, let me correct, and I believe you were making reference to some of your own charting that he had given you. Do you remember what you intended to correct?
Yeah, so I had, and again, dosing and this came from the note. She was initially on 15 milligrams of oxycodone at the same frequency. So her initial doses were quite a bit higher when she came to me. At least that's what I had written. Would have to go back into Doppel and look at that.
Okay, so on direct testimony, I believe you said 10 milligrams. They're actually.
That's what I was prescribing.
Okay, and she came to you on 15?
That's what my note says.
Okay.
So it says she was on 15 Q4 to 6 hours, which means 1 tablet every 4 to 6 hours.
Okay, and is your testimony from direct still true that you did not give her a prescription that was higher than that. You lowered her at some point, and then when she complained of more pain, you may have gone back up to that level, but you never raised the level that she initially presented with.
I never went up to the level she initially presented with.
And she didn't even seek to ask you for a higher level.
She never asked.
Mr. Williams asked you about whether you might, if he was your best friend, believe if he told you he had a DNR. You remember that question?
Uh-huh.
Sorry, let me try to fashion this question in a way that makes sense. As a doctor, if somebody's your best friend and they tell you they have a DNR, would you believe it if you were being required to medically act upon it, or being asked or able to medically act upon some kind of medical emergency? Would you just say, he's my best friend, he told me I had a DNR, there's nothing I can do here?
Probably not.
And why not?
I don't know, because there's no verification of the DNR.
Why is it important to
Yeah, I don't know on that one. I don't know what the situation. I would probably believe him.
Okay.
On a friend, a close friend.
On a close friend, you would believe them.
Yeah.
Why, you said before that verification is important. Why is that important?
We have to know what their wishes are. I mean, it's a signed order. A DNR is a signed order. It's like a medication administration in a hospital. It is a signed order by a physician.
If somebody is your best friend, but they've been telling you obvious lies for years about many other medical information, would you believe them about the DNR then?
No.
You've been shown the chart that the state intends to admit as Exhibit 12. That's the glucometer readings that we just were looking at of Casey on August 12th.
Uh-huh.
You're not, what's an endocrinologist?
Diabetic doc, specifically a hypoglycemia diabetic in this case.
You're not an endocrinologist?
Sugar. I'm not an endocrinologist, no.
Sorry, I'll be really quick. In the charts from 2020 and 2023 that Mr. Williams gave you, where Casey is giving you readings of from her glucometer.
No.
You said that those are in the past, and that she may have given you a collection of them all at one time.
She may have.
When you look at the 2021, and sorry, I don't have it available, so I can't put it up. Before the readings begin, there, I believe there's a paragraph, and she says, here are the blood sugars you asked me to send you. Do you see that?
Uh-huh.
And then at the end of the list of sugars, I think the last one, she says something like, this morning, this was my reading. Do you see that?
Yeah, I was 74. Uh-huh. On the 26th.
Does that help indicate to you whether they were sent daily and whether you were following up daily, or whether you had asked her to, check it for a week or however many are there and send me the collection of them when you're done?
Usually I'll have a monitor for a couple of weeks.
If she was in the clinic and you were actually getting some of these numbers on a monitor that you were observing and you were doing the testing, would you have taken different action?
Yeah, I mean, if we test her sugar right then, and there may have been a point of care glucose that we did at this time, but I don't know, I don't remember. But anyway, yeah, we would either give her a glucagon injection or we'd give her a glucose tablet.
And you said even after getting this
And monitor closely.
Okay. You said even after getting this list of numbers that seemingly are fake or made up, that you still tried to verify, you still did testing, you still tried to follow up with, what might be the cause of numbers like this, and are these consistent with the
Yeah, we did pretty extensive blood testing and referrals to endocrinology.
Ms. Hunt, we're past time.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Can this witness step down?
No objection to releasing the witness, Your Honor.
Yes.
Thanks for being here,
Thank you, Your
Doctor.
Honor.
Counsel, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, that concludes today's work. Thanks for your efforts and your attention. I'm going to ask for your potential indulgence. This trial is scheduled for tomorrow, and then next Tuesday, the 17th through the 20th, and then to finish up on Tuesday, the 24th. As I indicated before, there's a lot of ebb and flow to trials and a lot of pivots and things of that nature. It's come to my attention that we're going to need an extra day. That extra day hopefully can occur on Monday, March 23rd. I don't need you to commit right now. We're going to talk about this more tomorrow, but if you could go home, look at your schedules and potentially try and make arrangements to be here on the 23rd, and we will finish up on the 24th. We will finish on the 24th. We can't go past that anyway because your summons doesn't allow for you to do that. So please consider Monday, March 23rd as a trial date. I would make arrangements to rearrange my calendar too. We're all busy, and I understand that. And we'll talk, if any of you have issues, we'll talk more about it tomorrow. So see what you can do. I know these attorneys who would put so much effort into this would very much appreciate it. Also, I'll leave you with that, and we'll talk more tomorrow. We've got one day left this week. You are admonished by the court that it is your duty not to converse among yourselves or to converse with any other person on any subject of the trial, and it is your duty not to form or express an opinion thereon until the case is finally submitted to you. This includes no individual research on the parties, attorneys, or claims. Once again, get home safe, and we'll see you bright and early tomorrow at 8:30.
All rise for the jury.
Please be seated. Counsel, before you leave, my clerk is going to email both of you a proposed curative instruction that I've come up with. I don't know if the two of you have had a chance to talk, but you're going to get one this evening from Brooke. What I am proposing to read to the jury, and we can include that also. I will be happy to entertain any objections or further discussion on it tomorrow. I don't want to make it more difficult than it is, and you'll see that when you get my instruction. And we can talk more about it tomorrow. Okay. Anything else we need to cover?
Not right now.
No, thank you.
All right, thanks again.
Thank you,
I
Judge.
understand the effort that goes into this type of case, so thank you all. Okay, we'll see you bright and early. Thank you.
All rise.
It's 8:30 again, right, Brooke?
8:30, yes.
And we're back. I'm just going to jump into day 3. Might as well. For the people, I believe this is day 3, if anyone's here. If not, I'm sure there'll be hordes of people on the replay. Let's do this. Oh, day 3 started here. Right? Yep. Somewhere here, the seal. We're going to start day 3. I'll put it on the screen. There it is. And I'll update. It's going to be Megan's father, then Megan's mother, then Casey's sister, Kylie. I'll put their names up and everything. Here she comes, Megan. So obviously this is day 3, and she was found guilty like a couple days ago or whatever, but I'm just trying to catch up to it and watch trials. So, Anybody enjoys it? Let me know. Give me a thumbs up or stick around. It's going to get really exciting. A lot more shenanigans. And from the victim, I understand she's a victim, but her, I'm not sure. Just, she obviously, but this defense lawyer is good. You may not like him in real life, I'm sure, but he's somebody you'd want as a defense lawyer on your team playing football, but probably not as a friend. He seems like a bit of a dick, but I think that's what makes him probably a good defense lawyer, because he's I think he's called out that doctor and the uncle. The uncle and the doctor, this guy's owned them, I believe, in all honesty. So we're about to start day 3 here. Just having a look at all these fine people here. And it's neat with this, well, she's wearing something today for a cop suit, but the other day, the cop and her and another cop that were walking around, or it was a prison guard or something, we're walking Megan around, and they were like plain clothes. So it might have been this one, but she's in a uniform now, with a gun and all. But the other day, they look like just plain clothes. So I thought that was interesting. And there's been a few things that happened on this case. The uncle had to recognize his own voice on a stand, as he's not and he drew pictures on the stand, and he did something else. The uncle, better not see. I'll remember after.
Please be seated. Good morning, everybody, and welcome back. For the record, it is March 13th, 2026. This is case number 251-401-132. State of Utah versus Sundwall.
I'm sorry to have my back to you, all right?
Oh.
A few things from my.
You're fine. Counsel, the jury is here and ready to go. Yesterday evening, you were sent court's proposed curative instruction. Have there been discussions on that? I think the ball's kind of in the state's court at this point in time.
Yes, Judge, we reviewed that. I saw that Mr. Williams emailed and said that he agrees to it. It does not resolve the state's concerns. It does not correct to the jury what the correct burden is. But I understand that it may be the best that the judge is comfortable with. I understand that it makes reference to Your Honor instructing them on what the law actually is, and it might just be something that I have to address in closing. But I just wanted to make a record that it doesn't resolve the state's concerns, but if that's what Your Honor is willing to give, then we'll adjust.
And let me tell you a little bit about why I'm suggesting this. I'm worried about overcorrection, if you will. Making it bigger than it needs to be. They've got their instructions. They already know. So I'm really worried about that. I have already indicated I think that you're entitled to a curative instruction. The question then is, when do we want to do that? Do we want to read that to them this morning and put it in their binders? Ms. Hunt, when would you like that to happen?
The state would prefer sooner rather than later, because if we're going, another however many days, 7 days, and they're expecting the state to have to meet a burden that is not on us, then that could color how they're receiving facts in real time and thinking about the evidence as it's being developed.
Mr. Williams.
Just for the record, we want to make, I think it's clear, I hope Your Honor agrees that my position was that it wasn't a need for them. You decided otherwise, so of course we respect that. Timing wise, as you said, I mean, they have their preliminary instructions. It includes this concept. They'll have them in closing. If this curative were to be part of something, it seems it would only be in closing instructions. But I'll just defer to the court about what you think, as you've obviously given a great thought about this issue, whether the timing, how it relates to what Your Honor believes
Thank you. I intend on reading this to him this morning, and then we'll have it included in their binders, just to alleviate any concerns that the state may have and to clear things up. Again, I wanted to keep it simple. All right. Anything else we need to cover before we bring them in? Yes.
I'm more queuing this up. I'm not sure if you want to address it now or perhaps at time. We are anticipating calling the detective hopefully this afternoon. She has a couple of pieces of evidence that the defense objects to particular parts of, if that makes sense. There is a text that refers to Ms. Sundwall's being fired, and there's a jail call where the defendant refers to calling Scott. We had proposed editing those to exclude the offending parts, but we don't have an agreement on those at this stage. So I don't know if you want to address that now or closer in time to Detective Farnham's testimony.
So haven't I already ruled as it relates to any statements as to Ms. Sundwall being fired?
Yes, Judge, and that's why we were taking out that word.
Okay.
Because she says in her text, I was fired, and our proposal was to substitute lost my job, which I believe was consistent with your order. But the defense has not, it requires obviously editing a piece of evidence, but in context, that's the only way it makes sense.
Mr. Williams?
Judge, on that particular feature, I had proposed, and this is obviously just a suggestion, perhaps we could get the proposed exhibit around to you and me in its edited form. Maybe that happened. I didn't see it. What I wanted from the state was just to see exactly what they were going to give, and then I could tailor my concerns to it.
Okay.
So maybe, and then if you're going to have to rule on something, you're going to need it.
Yeah.
You're going to need to see it and then be part of a separate record if it ultimately is, or depending on the ruling. So that's my response to that.
Ms.
I don't
Thompson,
think we need to
do you
do it
think
now.
you can get that to Mr. Williams?
We have sent it. The evidence is voluminous, so I can't fault him for overlooking it, but he has it. I'll bring his attention to it and see if he has an agreement on it. The other piece is defendant in a phone call said, maybe I'll just tell Scott, blah, blah, blah. Obviously, he doesn't want his name in there as the attorney. Our proposal was just to say, maybe I'll just tell blank and then continue with the phone call. We have that edited. Again, I believe it's been sent to Mr. Williams. I'm not sure he's had the opportunity to listen to it.
I think we need to follow the same course on that too, so he'd get a chance to hear it.
Yeah, and that one is extraordinarily fraught. It is not, we're not going to do it now. It sounds like that's a good idea, in my opinion. Take the time. A call referring to a communication with a lawyer. Mine will be a 403 argument. And I'll be asking the state to really nail it down for you why it is so probative. We need to open an extraordinarily sensitive subject about, and the inferences that could flow from it. Flow from it to the jury that would be improper inferences. So that's the part of 403. Confuse, mislead, cause the jury to think about something that is fraud.
And we'll deal with that at the appropriate time. If you can get those exhibits to Mr. Williams, that would be helpful. It sounds like you already have, or at least show them where they are.
We will highlight or send them again.
And I think, and if it's important for me to hear them also, get them to the clerk and we'll figure it out. Anything else we need to cover, or let's talk about the plan for this morning. What do we got?
No, thank you, Judge. Oh,
We are still a little bit behind schedule. I believe we're making up time. We have our witnesses ready to go for today. I don't know if Your Honor has any other questions about.
I would, since we're going to have that extra day, I would really, really, really hope that we can have that Tuesday for deliberations.
That is our absolute goal. We've even talked about witnesses that we can cut or streamline. We are doing our best to obviously make sure that the jury has enough time to have the case and deliberate and be released as their subpoena indicates.
Thank you. All right, well, what the plan is then is we'll bring the jury in. I'll indicate to them that we have a new instruction that will be included in their binders. I will read that to them this morning, and then we'll just jump right in, and I'll ask you to call your next witness. We all on the same page?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, let's bring them in.
So when they do this, I will 2x speed to get it quicker. I will 2x speed it. So just know they're not tripping out. I'll let you know. I think they got to bring the next to her father in. Megan's father is coming up. It's 2x speed. They're not tripping out, just so you know. I got it 2x. If they stand up, when they start to swear him in or sits down and talks, I'll go back to regular speed, but there's no sense. So 2x speed, not super people. Just don't want you to think they're wigging out and acting weird. 2x, here we go, and 1x, we're back. Here comes.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, welcome back. Appreciate you showing up again. We all appreciate your attentiveness to this trial. This morning, before we get started, I'm going to read an additional instruction to you. You're all going to receive a copy of that instruction that will go in your binder, so you don't have to worry too much about it. It will be in your binders for you to review as needed. The instruction is as follows. Members of the jury, you have been instructed that when the lawyers give their opening statements, their statements are not evidence. The court will instruct you on the law that applies to this case. If what the attorneys say about the law conflicts with the court's instructions, you must rely on the instructions. You ready for your next witness?
yes, Judge. State calls Levoy Randall.
Please come forward, sir, up here near the clerk, and we'll get you sworn in.
Again, I'll go until they get him sworn in. I'll 2x speed. Ignore. Everyone's not
Please
tripping.
raise your right hand. You just solemnly swear your testimony you shall give in the case now before the court will be the
2x
truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
We all know what goes on here. Young man, sit your butt down. I'm just kidding. This is Megan's father. Megan Sundwall's father. Here goes. And please state your
We
name.
appreciate you being here this morning.
Thank
Just a
you, sir.
couple of rules. One, keep that mic in front of you at all times so we can make a good record and we can all hear you. And if you start to wander, I may remind you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Good morning, sir. Would you tell us your name?
Levoy Randall,
And how do you spell both names, please?
Levoy Randall.
And do you go by something else?
Lee.
Lee. And what would you like me to call you today?
Lee's fine.
Okay, thank you. Sir, what city do you live in? You don't have to give us your address.
Payson, Utah.
Have you lived there a long time?
11 years.
Have you been from Utah originally
Yes,
and lived here most of your life?
most of it.
Are you acquainted with Megan Sunwall?
That's my daughter.
All right. And could you identify her for the record? Just tell us where she's seated.
She's sitting right there by her attorneys
Okay. And I guess what position at the table is she seated?
on the right-hand side.
Thank you. Could you describe for us your relationship with Ms. Sunwall?
I adopted Megan when she was 4. We're close.
And sir, I am,
Sorry, she's I consider her a very close friend, confident. We do a lot of things together. We go on vacations together. We go to dinner together. I have babysat her son while she was working a second job. Did that answer your question?
yes, sir. And I am deeply sorry for the position that you find yourself in today. Were you also, excuse me, acquainted with Casey Terry?
Yes,
How did you come to know Casey Terry?
through Megan. They worked together, so she introduced us. We've known Casey for 10 years, 11 years. She came to our house for Christmas, Easter, Thanksgiving, birthday parties. So we knew her well.
Okay. 10 or 11 years since now or since the date of her death?
Oh, I'm sorry. Probably from her, since when she passed.
Okay, so maybe 2015-ish? Does that sound about right?
Yeah, that's probably true.
Okay. Do you recall what the occupation was where she and your daughter met?
They worked for Chrysalis. It helps people with disabilities.
What was your daughter's role there?
She was a nurse there.
And do you know what Casey's role was?
She was a house, I'm not quite sure what the title was, but she would be with them at night and make sure that everything was okay in the house.
Okay, the resident patients.
Correct.
You mentioned doing a number of things, excuse me, with Casey over the years, dinners, vacation. No, did you say vacations? You said holidays.
We spent, yeah, she would come to our home for holidays
All right. Why was that?
because she told us she didn't have any place else to hang out.
Okay. Did Megan and Casey also live together at some point?
They shared an apartment together for a while.
Do you recall when that was? I know asking years is difficult.
It was until she got married, so her son is
Casey or Megan got married?
Megan. And he's 6, so 6 years ago, 7 years ago
Okay.
is when they stopped living together.
Did they live together after Megan got married?
Casey needed someplace to live, so she moved in with Megan and her family. That was in Lehigh.
All right. And did they live together somewhere else before that, as far as you're aware?
Not that I can remember.
Okay. So they lived in Lehigh, Megan and her husband and Casey.
Correct.
And during that time, did your relationship continue in that vein that you have described with Casey Terry?
Yes.
All right. How would you describe your relationship with Casey?
She said I'm the closest thing she had to a dad, so she called me dad.
Were
Closest thing
you
she
aware
had to a
of what
dad.
had happened with her own parents?
She didn't tell me. Megan told me, and so I knew through her.
All right. You were aware that Casey did not have parents?
Correct.
Were there times that that Casey and you, I guess, shared any religious beliefs?
Yes.
Can you tell us what that was?
Casey asked me to give her blessings a few times, several times.
Tell us what a blessing is.
When Jesus was on the earth, he gave his disciples the power that he had to bless and heal. That power has been restored to the earth. I have that. Casey asked me to come and give her blessings.
You said to bless and heal.
Yes.
How many times do you think you gave blessings to Casey over the course of time that you knew her?
Several, maybe a dozen.
Several to a dozen? And how many of those did she ask you for as opposed to Megan asking you for?
A lot of times,
I object to the question in terms of asking about
I can rephrase,
comparison.
I can rephrase that. My apologies.
Thank you.
Lee, how many times did Casey directly communicate to you a request for a blessing?
I believe that you have my phone, her phone records. You can see that because generally it was a text because I was working. There were a couple other additional times that she would call me on the phone and ask.
Okay, so it doesn't sound like you have a solid number in mind?
Not in the 10 years.
Sure. When is the last time you recall giving her a blessing, other than August 12th, 2024?
I'm not sure how soon it was before that, but it was a couple of months before that.
Would it have been in the summer, spring, winter?
It was probably summer, I would guess.
And was that one as the result of a request directly from Casey?
Don't remember. I don't know.
Okay. When you, where would you go to offer these blessings?
Sometimes she was at our house. Sometimes it was in her grandparents' house. Sometimes it was in houses or apartments that she lived in and rented.
Okay, so would it be fair to say that sometimes she came to you, sometimes you went to her?
Correct. Generally, it was I went to her, but
Okay. During any of those times, did it appear to you that she was near death?
no.
And the blessings that you offered, you said they were to bless and heal. Were any of the blessings to help her die faster?
She requested that.
How did she request that?
She asked for a blessing of release, which is not church doctrine.
Could a blessing of release be from pain and suffering?
The priesthood is used for comfort, for healing, for pain. I think what she wanted, well, I know what she wanted. She said she wanted to go back to Heavenly Father.
And what words did you use in conjunction with that blessing?
Don't remember the whole blessing, but I know she was told that when she was ready, Heavenly Father would let her come home.
Was that the essential gist of it?
I think that's the point that she probably didn't want to hear. There was other things that were said about that we needed to prepare to meet God by how we lived. And
How was that blessing, or was it any different than your standard blessings to bless and heal?
every blessing is different because you have to kind of go what the Spirit's telling you to say. I know Casey told me Mark, her uncle, gave her a blessing, said the same thing I did. And so she said that she kind of felt like that was Heavenly Father's answer, but every blessing is different.
Okay. All right, let me turn to August 12th, 2024. Did you see Casey on that date?
I did.
What were the circumstances that brought you there? Sorry, that made an assumption. What were the circumstances in which you saw her that day?
So we were supposed to be meeting with Megan that night for dinner. It was our anniversary / Porter going to school, her son. She called and said Casey wasn't doing well, asked if we could come over. She says, I think this could be it. She's just not doing well.
Okay, and when you
So
say she, who are you talking about?
Megan.
And did she call you or text you, or how was this?
She called us.
Do you recall what time she called you and told you this?
I'm going to guess probably we just finished there, so 7:30ish, I'm guessing.
Do you recall what time you were supposed to meet for dinner?
Well, she had called earlier and said that we weren't going to make it because Casey was really sick.
Okay. Do you recall what time that was?
I don't know. That was my wife that got that call because I was at work.
So that was passed along to you?
Yes.
All right. And then so you knew your dinner plans were not going to happen as expected?
Yes.
And then about 7:30, you think you got a call from Casey that Megan wasn't doing? Strike that, reverse.
Casey.
You got a call from Megan that Casey wasn't doing well.
That is correct.
And was that call to you directly or to your wife?
It came over the phone on the car.
Okay, why were you in the car at that point?
We finished dinner, was driving home,
All right.
so we had to turn around.
And was that down in Payson?
It was in Spanish Fork.
Was anybody else with you at that time?
No.
Had you known there to be any plans set up for that day between Megan and Casey?
They would have girls' dates every once in a while where they'd get together and watch a movie or talk or visit or whatever girls do when they're together. It was just something they always did. And now that she had it got a little harder for her to do and she was working, so.
And by she, who are you
Megan.
referring to?
But they were planning on having a girls' day, girls' event, getting together for that.
How was that conveyed to you?
Because I was watching Porter for a while, and then I took him to his dad so we could go to dinner. We were all going to go together, but when she canceled that, then I took him home.
Okay, so earlier in the day, Megan had asked you to take care of her son so that she could go have this girls' day with Casey. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Do you recall what time of day that was set up?
I don't know. I babysat him a lot right through there. I don't know.
Was it set up the day before or a week? Was it set up that same day or when?
No, it was set up before that. I don't know when, but I was retired, so it was easy for me to do.
Okay, so the plan, as you understood it before August 12th, 2024, was that Megan was going to be spending the day with Casey so that you would be taken care of.
That is correct.
But you don't recall how many days in advance that was
I
set?
do not.
All right. Okay, you said you got this call and turned around. Where did you go from Spanish Fork? When you got the call?
We went to Casey's house
Where's Casey's house?
I think it's Lehigh.
Do you recall how long it took you to get there?
Half an hour, 45 minutes maybe by the time we got to the next exit.
Were you driving or was your
Was.
wife driving?
I was driving.
When you got to the location, what did you do?
We parked in the front of the house
Did you park on the street or on the driveway or in that
No.
circle drive?
on the park strip,
Okay,
so on the street.
directly in front of the house?
Correct.
Okay, and then what did you do?
We walked around to the back of the house.
Why did you do that?
We were asked by Casey to come to the back so we didn't disturb her grandpa.
So you talked to Casey that day?
No, we've been there before.
Okay,
And she just says, hey, when you come, don't bother my grandpa. It's hard for him to get to the door. Just come to the back.
okay. What was the back?
You walk up the driveway around the house, down some steps to a little like patio. And so normally Casey would meet us at the door.
Okay. Did Casey meet you at the door this time?
She did not. Megan did.
So Megan met you at the door?
Correct.
Did you have to knock or was she just there waiting?
No, she was there waiting.
All right. And when you went into that location, what did you see? Right when you first went in?
Casey was lying on the bed.
Sorry, before you got to her room. Tell us about
It's dark. The lights weren't on. Casey's room was at the end of a hallway. The light was on, and so we just walked back there.
How do you proceed from that door to where Casey's room was? Can you just describe that for us a little bit?
There's some kind of a big room when you first walk in. And then you just walk straight, you go right across the room to the hall. There's a couple of doors off that hall. One of them's the bathroom, and then you walk into Casey's room.
So you walked through the room that was dark into the hall. Was the hallway light on?
No, it was just the bedroom light that was.
And so when you entered, you said Megan was with you?
Yes, she led the way.
She led the way. And what did you see when you first entered?
Casey was lying on the bed on her side. Her breathing was rattling.
What do you mean rattling?
It wasn't, I don't know how to describe it. I call it a death rattle. It was very labored and very kind of jagged. It wasn't smooth and even.
What did you think when you saw that?
That she might be going home. The only time I've heard that breathing is from somebody that was going to die soon.
Had Megan told you what was going on as you walked from the door to Casey's bedroom?
She said she's been like this for a little while. She says she was fine earlier. This conversation went clear to the room. She said she said she was sick. Megan suggested she take some anti-vomit medicine. She said she went in the bathroom didn't come out for a long time. She went and knocked on the door and said, Casey, are you okay? And she said, yeah, I'll be out in a minute. She went back in the bedroom. This is what Megan said. And she said, I waited. She didn't come out. So I went and knocked on the door again, and she wasn't really answering. So I went in and had to help her get back into bed. A little while later, she just kind of went to sleep and then started breathing really like this.
Was she more specific with you about how long? You said a little while.
No, she was not specific.
Okay. Was that the words she used, a little while?
Again, it's been a while.
Yeah.
But yes, I believe that was pretty close to the word she used.
Okay. Did you suggest calling 911?
She told us she had called the hospice doctor.
She being who?
Megan, sorry. Had called the doctor, left a message, and told him what was going on and that she had not heard back.
Did you suggest calling 911?
No, because Megan had told us that there was a DNR, so she did not want to be resuscitated.
Did she show you a DNR?
No, we didn't ask her to.
Okay. Had you ever seen a DNR for Casey?
No,
And what is a DNR?
do not resuscitate.
All right, so Megan told you that she had called the doctor and left a message, but not to call 911 because she had a DNR.
We didn't talk about calling 911.
You didn't talk about it, okay. Did you indicate any concern about Casey's status?
Well, we were worried, we were wondering if there was a way we could turn her on her back or if she could maybe breathe easier. But that was all.
Okay. If Megan had not told you there was a DNR, how would you have responded in that situation?
If Megan had not said there was a DNR, she would have already called. But she had told us long ago that there was a DNR,
Okay.
a long time.
You said you wanted to move her to make it easier for her to breathe. Did you do that?
No, she was too hard to move.
And so what did you do?
We talked about when the doctor might call back. We talked about how she was suffering. And it wasn't too long after that Mark came down and asked what was going on.
All right, I'll come back to that.
Okay.
Did you actually do the blessing? Do you recall?
I don't recall, we talked about this in your office. I don't recall if I did, but I would guess with my own family, I would have.
And would the words you expect you would have used be the same that you talked about just a few minutes ago?
It probably would have been more along the lines of, Casey, if you're going home, don't worry, we're okay.
All right. What did you see other than Megan when you other than Casey when you entered the room?
Casey's room was always very spotless. She was very good at keeping her, I mean, whenever I was there. I did notice over by there was a little box with pills in it, a pill bottle, excuse me.
Noticed a box with a pill bottle. Where was that?
There was other things in it, but it was over by the window.
Could we pull up exhibit number 4? This has already been admitted. Let me know when you see that on your monitor, sir.
Okay. Well, it was there, but, okay.
Okay, I think it's gonna stay now. All right. Do you recognize that, what that depicts? You have that on your screen?
Yeah, I do have it.
Do you recognize that?
Yes. It just looks different than it did that night.
Okay, how is it different?
It's a lot, like there's more stuff on the bed that I don't remember seeing.
Okay,
Um,
that's where Casey was, correct?
Yeah, and then on the right-hand side, you'll see there's a little, it looks like a box from here.
Where is it in conjunction with the monitor?
And on the right of the monitor, there's a plant and then a black thing, and then there's
I'm not sure what it is.
anyway, I think that's the box, and the only reason I recognize the pill bottle, there was a logo of like Walgreens or something on the top.
Okay,
I don't know what was, but it looked like a pill bottle from that, and then there was a bunch of other stuff, which I don't know what was in it, but it was a pretty full box.
all right. Is the box still there, or are you describing the location?
No, it still looks like it's still there,
Okay, next to that gray lamp?
right above the mouse.
Gotcha, okay. All right, so you noticed there was a pill bottle in that particular container,
Right,
and that there's more stuff on the bed now. And Casey was on the bed, how was Casey?
so Casey was laying kind of on her side. I could see the scar from her leg.
Okay.
In fact, I went and looked at that specifically because I had heard she had broke her leg. I didn't know the scar was gonna be like that or that big or.
Okay.
And then the blanket, there was this white blanket, and there was it was like what's it called? Like a care box. Whenever they got together, they had treats. They kind of partied.
Okay,
As
was
a-
it literally a box?
I don't know if it was a box, but it was bigger than the shoebox. And the blanket, when Megan showed us the box and said, "This is what Casey got me for our visit today,"
Where was the box when you saw it?
Megan picked it up off of the table, and I think the table is on the left of the recliner there.
Okay, it's to the far left side of Exhibit 4.
Yes, it's kind of out of the picture. You don't see it.
What was in the box to the best of your recollection?
Like there was some candy or goodies, and then it seems like there was a drink, but I don't remember that for sure. But there was the blanket was there, and then the candy.
Candy, a blanket, and possibly a drink, is that what you said?
Yeah, the drink might have actually been on the. I don't remember if it was on the table, on the lamp table that it was on, or anyway.
Okay, but you think there was a drink associated with the treat box? To the best of
That's a
your
long time ago,
I know.
but they generally had treats and drinks. They knew each other's favorites. So my guess would be that Casey would make sure Megan's favorite drink was there.
What was Megan's favorite drink?
I don't know.
Okay.
Casey knows her likes and dislikes a lot better than me.
Did you have an understanding about who had provided that treat box?
I believe Megan told me Casey had got it for her.
All right. And to the best of your recollection, when you saw it, it was on the table to the left of the recliner
I believe so.
in the photo. I guess in real life, that would be to the right of the recliner.
In the screen, it's the left of the, Megan had been sitting in the recliner, did sit in the recliner, and it was off to her right, so it would be left of the screen.
Right, gotcha, okay. Did you notice anything on the floor in front of the recliner?
I did not.
And you said Megan, once you entered the room, did she go and sit in the recliner?
We did, eventually, I mean, we were talking for a while, kind of going through everything, and then she did sit there. There's well, you can kind of see behind the door, there's like a desk chair, and my wife sat in that.
And we're talking about the far right side of Exhibit 4
It was, yes,
that just ran away.
yes, but yes,
And so your wife was in that kind of desk chair, Megan was in the recliner, where were you?
standing.
Where were you standing?
I was moving around. I had back surgery not too long before that. Sitting or standing in one place very long, so I paced.
Okay, all right. And you said you were there until Mark came in.
Until after Mark, because we talked. I had never met Mark before, but he came in, told us who he was. I shook his hand, told him who I was, and he asked what was going on.
What brought Mark into the room? Are you aware?
I don't know.
Okay, he just came in, and what was his immediate statement?
I think he was wondering, well, he said, what's going on? Because she's on the bed breathing hard and I'm standing there. He didn't know who I was. Megan said that Casey was not doing well and that she thought she was, because we all thought she had cancer. We thought this was going to be when she was going home.
And so what did Mark do, to the best of your recollection?
He said, we need to call an ambulance. Megan said, there is a DNR, just so you're aware, at America Fork Hospital. And he said, well, I don't want her dying in this house. And so he went upstairs. I think he went upstairs to call.
Did he make any phone calls before he went upstairs?
I don't think he had his phone.
Okay, so he went upstairs, what happened then?
Megan then called Casey's sister.
Do you know Casey's sister's name?
Kylie? I think it's Kylie.
I'm testing you today.
I've never met her, so I don't know, but I think it's Kylie.
Did Megan say did she tell you she was going to call Kylie?
I think she said, we need to let Kylie know what's going on.
All right, and so then she called Kylie, what happened?
So she told Kylie, and I couldn't hear the other end, but I heard her tell Kylie, Casey's not doing too well. And I just wanted you to know. And I don't know what was said, but then Megan said, excuse me. Like she was surprised. My wife could tell you what was said because she was staying close enough. She said she heard the whole thing, and then Megan hung up and said, we need to go.
Did she tell you why?
She said, Kylie said, we need to leave. We're not welcome here. And that if we didn't leave right away, she was going to call the police.
And what did you do?
Well, we said, okay, we left.
How did you leave?
Through the back door.
So out Megan, or out Casey's door, back down the hall, and out the patio door again.
Correct.
Did you see anybody as you left?
No,
Did you talk to anybody as you left?
No.
Because if you didn't see him, you didn't talk to him. As you went out the door, did you see anybody arriving?
so we got in our cars and drove down the street to get out of the way, and then waited for the ambulance to come,
Why did you do that?
because Megan wanted to know if everything was okay, what was happening, and if she was okay. But
Did Megan approach the ambulance to let them know what was happening with Megan?
No.
I did it again. Did Megan approach
Casey.
the ambulance to let them know what was happening with Casey?
No. We were half a block down the street.
Did you stay there? How long did you stay there?
I stayed until we saw the ambulance, and then I said, okay, I'm gonna go home. Renee and her mom stayed,
And Renee is who?
my wife, sorry.
Okay, so Renee and Megan stayed behind.
Correct.
How long did they stay behind? Are you aware of that?
I don't know. I was more in shook up by the whole event, so I don't, time didn't quite make sense then.
Where did you go from there?
I went home.
Do you recall or have any memory of how long after you got home, your wife got home?
No, and I probably wouldn't know because it's not uncommon for them to stay out and talk just before she went home, so sometimes they're out there for 40 minutes visiting.
Okay. Mm. I did not make clear, do you recall what time you arrived at Casey's house?
And we kind of did talk about, we were eating dinner, probably left about 7:30, halfway home. It was 30 to 45 minutes after that, so 8:30 maybe.
Okay. Do you have a memory of how long you were in the room before Mark came in?
It's hard to remember. I would probably say it's probably 40 minutes. I couldn't stand that long pacing, so
All right, so that's your best estimate.
I would guess somewhere around that.
And during that entire time, what was Casey's status?
Still breathing the same way. She didn't move. She didn't move a muscle.
Was she conscious?
No,
Was she ever conscious during any of the time you were there?
no,
Were you ever able to get a response from her?
nothing.
One more minute. As you left, what did you take with you?
Nothing.
What did your wife take with her? Did she have a purse or other belongings that she carried along with her?
I'm sorry, you're asking a guy to know what his wife has with. I don't know.
All right. What did Casey take with her? What did Megan take with her? I can't.
Until you showed me that, I thought she took the blanket stuff with her, but the blanket's right there, so.
And what are you pointing at? The white blanket on the
White
plane?
blanket, that's the one she said that Casey bought for her.
All right. Did she take the treat box with her? You don't know?
I don't know.
Okay.
I mean, I thought my memory was better than that, but it's not, obviously.
What direction was, there's two pillows on this bed. What direction was Casey's head?
It was, I believe it was up towards Megan,
Meaning towards the
towards the
recliner.
recliner.
Right. Maybe that's it.
I believe.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Williams.
Certainly. As Megan's father, we've certainly had plenty of times to talk, right?
Yes,
You've also talked to the police within, I think, a day of Casey's passing, right?
correct. They came and asked me several questions, about an hour's worth.
Also, just recently, maybe a couple weeks ago, you agreed to go and be interviewed by the prosecutors in this case, right?
That's correct.
And you, notwithstanding the circumstances, you went there and submitted to another interview right before this trial, right?
That is correct.
I'm actually gonna start sort of on the same subject that Ms. Thomas did, but ask you to expand on it a bit. You told us about adopting Megan and raising Megan, right?
Yes,
As she grew up and became an adult, sounds like she went to school and did the things necessary to become a nurse.
correct.
Why do you think she wanted to be a nurse?
She was one of those kids that if she saw a stray cat, thought it was hurt or scared, she'd bring it home and hide it. So I think a big part of that, her grandfather, who she lived with before we got married, was kind of her best friend. She didn't have a dad. He would check her out of school and take her to the zoo, or they just were buddies and they hung out. He got cancer.
So she, as growing up, so her dad and her best friend, her grandfather who ultimately got cancer.
It was very hard for her. And I think that kind of got her into that. I want to be able to help people. I want to be able to.
If I'm gonna object, character evidence.
You asked on direct about how he knew her. I think the question was his relationship, and tell me about your daughter.
We'll overrule it. You can respond.
I think then she decided that she wanted to help people. And in high school, she took classes to be a CNA. She worked geriatrics at night during high school and loved it. She loved the people there. She would go over and visit with them even when she wasn't working.
Judge, again, this is beyond the scope of Rule 405, particular circumstances to prove character.
Same response.
I asked what the relationship was, not what her character was.
Stubbins talked about how he knew her, talked about his relationship with Megan, and explored that. I get it that she wanted to be limited, but I should be entitled to expand on it.
I'll allow it, and the state can redirect. follow up.
Let me just interrupt, and I'll try to do it more on a question and answer basis for sure, but on the subject of cancer, have you had cancer?
3 times.
Describe that a little bit and maybe how that also might have affected.
I've had oral cancer 3 times. I have most of my tongue has been removed and been replaced by a part from my wrist. That was after the 3rd surgery. I had to relearn how to talk. At one point, I said I wasn't going to go through this again.
When you say that, you said that to make that known to Megan?
I did. Her response was that it was a hard decision to make.
By the way, when you said you didn't want to go through it again, do you mean
I didn't want to go through the surgery again. I have them.
if you didn't do the surgery, would you pass away?
I would. And the doctor had told me it would be very bad for the family. I talked to my family, and they all said they would support my decision.
The decision to choose your own path
Correct.
from life into the Heavenly Father. Is that the decision you're talking about?
Yes.
That would be respected.
Megan told me she would respect that decision, but that she would miss me.
We're glad you're here. Let's turn to Casey. You were asking questions about Casey and how you knew her. You answered that it was because she became friends with Megan, right?
Very good friends, yes.
And when you say very good, of course, obviously you must have seen a bit of a development in that relationship. You said you saw it over about, I think, 10 years or so, maybe 8 or 9 from Casey's passing, but did it develop into a pretty remarkable friendship?
Yeah. They talked almost every day. Megan talked to us about Casey quite a bit. She came to birthday parties with my grandkids and bought them gifts. So we were like her adopted family.
I wanted to flesh that out a little bit, but when the way Megan acted with her best friend, her grandfather, who ultimately died from the cancer, you describe that as essentially unconditional love.
Yes, definitely.
As Megan, in her relationship that grew, would you agree that she became best friends with Casey?
Yes. I believe they shared things with each other that they wouldn't tell anybody else.
Would you say it got close enough that you would characterize it as one of unconditional love?
I do believe it was.
Now, when she was having, through the course of this relationship, Casey certainly expressed to you, and it was your understanding that she was sick, right?
Yes. That started really at the first.
That she was going to die from cancer. That's what you understood, right?
Yes.
For years, that was regularly and constantly given by Casey to you as her condition, right?
That is correct.
not only that, Casey would regularly and constantly press upon you and the family that she wanted release from great suffering. Is that right?
Yes.
Now, this is, you described it as the adopted family. Did you know that on her phone contact for you is Dad?
I didn't know that, but whenever she texted me, it started with Dad.
And her representation to you was that she needed an adopted family. She needed a family because she didn't have one, right?
She told me there was only one person in her family that she trusted, and that was her Uncle Mark.
And I'm sorry in advance a little bit for this, I guess, because I mean, it sounds like you got very close to Casey, right?
Not as close as Megan, but yeah, I helped her move a couple of times. I mean, it's just kind of what you do for your kids. So we tried to make sure she had a good Christmas, had gifts, made sure she came to Thanksgiving dinner, those kind of things.
Did you also want to provide her comfort and care and connection with what you know now was all a complete lie, but in connection with what she was convincing you was cancer? Do you want to care for her?
We just didn't know what to do.
And look, this happened over a long period of time.
Right.
I imagine you sometimes
But-
had your doubts.
I mean, she would tell us that she went to this doctor and what he said. And we were kind of like, what do we do? How do we help?
And again, she was talking about not only all of this suffering and the fact that she said she was going to die. She was terminally ill, right?
Yes, she told us that early on. Took my wife to Disneyland because she says, I'm dying soon. This is my last big trip.
So as this continued to be the case, imagine you would have your doubts at times or be a little bit confused about the fact that she was continuing to live on, even though she continued to say she
Yeah.
was dying.
If it's the last trip, 10 years after that, you start saying,
Did that change how you treated and loved her?
no.
So even though you would begin to have your doubts about whether this person was telling the truth about such things, you continued to pour out your love and affection and help to her?
Yes.
And as you indicated, among those things were trying to provide spiritual comfort to her, is that right?
When she asked, we tried.
The subject of blessings came up, and that's an example. But not even outside of that, was it your belief and understanding, or at least your belief based on your relationship with Casey, that she thought you could help her spiritually and give her spiritual comfort?
I think she was hoping that I would be able to give her away,
A way to go from this
get
world.
what she wanted.
So in general, did you feel like she would sometimes not only, I won't say use you, but communicate with you and have a relationship with you in the fatherly way, but also in a spiritual way?
Yes, there were times when she would ask me why she still was here, why she couldn't go home, why there were times when she asked for another blessing, and I'd just say, Casey, you had one. Heavenly Father's already gave you the answer. what you're asking for,
And
Heavenly Father has already answered, so I can't go past that.
so she was, as you said, regularly, and this is happening over the course of years, right? That she is constantly talking about wishing that you could somehow even induce or help or be a connection that would free her from the misery that she was suffering in her life, right?
Yes,
The misery of her claims of having no family other than your family, right?
and her Uncle Mark,
Except
because she
Mark
always
is there.
mentioned him.
Mark was there for her.
So, but yes,
Yeah.
I think she was using me for that.
And then, as you said, this constant claim of cancer, terminal cancer, and the miserable health condition she was in relation to that, right?
And then hospice.
Well, she said even she had to have hospice indicating an end of life, right?
Correct. Yes.
Now, she convinced you that that was real, right?
Correct.
These cancer, family matters, hospice, pain. You now know it's all false. Right?
Yes.
But you believed it then?
Yes.
And just on the, again, a little bit on those blessings, you mentioned that wherever she might live at the time when she was asking for blessings in relation to passing from this earth to the next, that they included places she lived, right? Where Casey lived, you'd go there
Yes.
because she'd ask.
Yes.
And then that included where she ultimately was on August 12th.
Correct.
I've been calling it Mark's house, but the house she went over to. You had been there before
Yes.
and been summoned there by her to give her because she's asking you to confer these blessings on the same subject. Is that right?
That is correct.
Now, Casey never spoke to you directly about suicide, right?
No.
And for that matter, Megan never spoke to you directly about suicide, right? Of Casey's suicide.
What she would say is Casey wants to go home so bad.
Megan would communicate to you the same things that you're describing Casey did in terms of the constant and communication from her best friend that her best friend wanted to pass
Correct.
because she was in misery, right?
Yes.
Because of her cancer and health problems.
Yes, including showing the emails from Becky, who was supposed to be the hospice nurse.
Sometimes there was even some events that Megan shared with you related to Casey's constant outreach on the subject of passing, of dying, of being miserable, of wishing Megan could help her somehow, and asking Megan as a confidant. You saw those communications that came from Casey. Some of them.
Some, not everything. I think there were some confidences that she
But-
shared.
Let me talk about that. Never the word suicide or the discussion that either Casey would commit suicide or Megan would be agreeable that that was okay, right?
No.
And In your church doctrine, suicide is wrong, right?
That is correct.
And that is a teaching
Of the church,
of the church.
yes.
With that backdrop, you learned on August 12th that there was a circumstance where Casey was at her home sick. That's what your understanding was, right?
That she was not doing well, yes,
And frankly, might pass, might die.
yes.
And that, consistent with other times, was her desire to have you be there to give a blessing. Remember, in that call, in the communications you got to be summoned over to that house included for the ability to provide a blessing.
No, that's not what Megan called and said she's not doing well. I think she might go.
Okay.
Can you come over?
It was at the house after you
It
got
wasn't
the
any,
blessing.
there was no mention of a blessing.
Okay. You went, though, I mean, didn't you go in case that it was true that she was, that Casey might pass?
We went to support Megan with her friend.
With her friend who might pass, though.
Yes.
I mean, it was the idea that this might actually be a circumstance where the person you treated as a daughter
Yeah.
and your actual adopted daughter, who were best friends, might be in a place where she would die.
They would need him.
And given the history and everything else that had gone on, I mean, it's not like you called the police.
No, they were, I mean,
You didn't
didn't even
call
think about it.
doctors. You didn't think about any of those things because this was what was expected, right?
Correct.
This is what Casey had said she wanted, right?
She said she was dying and
And what
hospice said she was dying and
Casey would work very hard to make clear to you that if she died, she did not want to be resuscitated. Right?
she had made that clear to Megan and Megan had told us that.
Well, she had talked to you directly.
Well, she had
about it.
said that she wanted to go and
For years,
she asked several times, can you please give me a blessing of release?
though, I think you said for years she had talked to you about it, but notwithstanding that was her desire that she had a DNR.
It was assumed that, yes.
And that belief that she had a DNR, I mean, you never asked to see it, right?
No,
But to you, didn't that mean that even if I was at a doctor's, I wouldn't want any help, I would want to pass?
correct.
I take it that was probably not very surprising given how much she had told you that already, right?
Yeah.
And asked for blessings and stuff, right?
My parents had DNRs, so I knew what they were. I knew what that meant.
So when you arrived there, the point is that if it appears that Casey's in a condition that she might die, it was never your intent with all of the history and knowledge that you were going to call the police, right?
There was no reason to.
And or call doctors or call people who might come and stop her from dying. You knew that you wouldn't be doing that.
No, the hospice doctor had already been called.
You learned later there's no hospice doctor. That was
We did
all.
not know that at the time, but
Casey had convinced you of that.
yes.
Excuse me one moment. When you got there and went in the house and you have described some of the things you saw, and in fairness, it was a long time ago, right? You brought that up. You're
Yeah.
doing your best with your memory. Until today, notwithstanding your availability that you made to the prosecutors and the police, did anyone show you that picture of the room?
No,
Did anybody show you any photos or anything to help refresh your recollection in about what you saw in the room that night?
no,
So the prosecution today, that picture they showed you cold, right?
correct.
Could be wrong about a few things based on memory compared to a photograph.
Obviously,
Possible that what you took to be a pill bottle might not have been a pill bottle. Could have been that candle that was sitting there and looks like it has a label on it.
if it has a label, well, this had a lid on it. So I don't know, maybe. I mean, it was cramp packed.
One of the
Out
things-
box, I don't know.
I'm sorry, correct. One of the things that also that, I mean, you just learned today, for instance, from the photograph, that the white blanket that Casey had bought for Megan was draped over that
Correct.
recliner chair, right?
Right.
So you thought there was this goodie box and some things, but as you just sit here today with no one having helped you with pictures or anything, is it fair to say some things you remember may not actually be correct?
Definitely different than,
But to the best of your abilities today, you talked about going in with your wife, right?
yes,
Renee.
yes.
As you got there, it sounds like the condition of Casey was pretty much how you may have expected. She was not conscious. She wasn't conscious.
Correct.
And the whole time you were there, I think you've already said she wasn't conscious and didn't move.
Correct.
I think were your words.
Correct.
That's true when Mark came down, right? She wasn't thrashing around or moving or anything.
No, no.
And while you were there, you gave what you thought you could in way of an appropriate spiritual blessing.
I don't know. If
Oh,
if based on memory, I don't know.
okay.
But if she's like family, and so I would normally for family give a blessing.
By the way, I kind of missed this, but Casey made you believe that she told you that Mark gave her blessings, right?
Yes,
And she made you believe that Mark gave her the same sorts of blessings, the blessings to pass upon death, to give her spiritual comfort in passing. In the
sorry, no. What she told me was that Mark gave her a blessing that said exactly the same thing I said,
That's
which was that when it was time to go, she could go home, but not that she could be released.
That's my point, is just that she made you believe that she told you that Mark's blessings were for the same purpose and related to passing.
That she'd ask him for blessings, and that his words were pretty much the same as mine.
And yours were about passing into the next life.
Well, what she asked for about.
All right, so when you go in, you think she was in a condition that if it was your loved one, you would have given one of those blessings, even though, again, memory, to the best of your recollection, you don't exactly remember it. Is that what?
Correct.
While you're in there, you had some discussions, it sounded like, with Megan, who said some things, including that through the day, at some point, Casey had left her presence, gone into the bathroom, had been where she couldn't see her and know what she was doing, right?
Yes.
And described that thereafter, Casey seemed to deteriorate. She seemed to get ultimately to the condition that she got when she called you and Renee and said, I don't think she's gonna make it, you know.
Yeah, she needed help back to the bed.
Now, one thing that Megan didn't tell you was that Megan knew that Casey had asked Megan to come over to be part of Casey committing suicide, right? Megan didn't tell you that.
No.
Megan didn't ever tell you or show you all the messages that had to do with Casey committing suicide, right?
No.
Suicide, according to your religion, is wrong.
That's correct.
Ultimately, you spoke about coming in, that the light was on in the room where Casey was. The light was on, right?
Yes, it was dim, but it was on, yes.
And when you went in, when you're going down the hall, that light is on, right?
Yes,
Was the door open at the time?
yes,
So you have an open door, you're going down the hall in Mark's house with the light of the room on.
correct.
Okay, and then you get in there, and did you stay in that position? Where the door was open, with the light was on while you were there?
Yeah, I don't. Yeah,
Okay.
as far as I know, there's no reason to close it.
As far as you remember, that was the condition and the circumstances. You certainly weren't trying to hide or anything, or
No,
keep anyone from knowing you were there, were you?
no,
You parked where you parked because that's where Casey had always told you to park,
correct.
and you'd been there a number of times to see Casey.
Yes,
Then Mark comes in, as you described, and I think you said, well, she's not dying in this house, is what he said.
yes,
And you expressed that she did not want assistance, and she did want to pass without being resuscitated, right?
that's what Megan told Mark, yes.
And that was also your belief, that we already covered that. I mean, you were there too. You believed that that's what Casey wanted as well, right?
Correct.
All right.
There was one part that Mark and I talked about too, was he says, has she taken anything? And he says, she's always taken things, but as a family, we never know what she's taken.
Did you know did she share with you about her addiction?
No, but I suspected it.
And her, I'm talking about, if it wasn't clear, sorry, Casey's addiction. That's what we're talking about, right?
Yes,
Okay, so you described, we'll walk you through again, but this phone call happens in Megan. Do you remember that Megan initiated the call to
yeah,
Casey?
she's the one that called.
So she calls Kylie from that room at that time with all of you there.
Yes,
And then you're not privy to the full call, but you see the reaction that Megan has, right?
yes,
And I think you said it was stunned or shocked.
correct,
She got emotional,
yes,
she being Megan.
yes.
Did you understand that at that time it was because of what was being told to her on the phone by Kylie?
The tone of voice told me, when she said, excuse me, told me that it wasn't what she expected.
So your interpretation was that she was calm, she called Kylie, and then everything changed after that phone call?
Correct, yes,
And your understanding was made clear that from that phone call, it was an accusation that Megan had done something to cause the death and had done something wrong, right?
it was that we've got to leave. She says we have to leave or she's calling the police.
Did Megan talk to you about the fact that she had accused her right then and there of killing Casey?
I'm not sure of that. My wife said she heard the whole phone call, so she mentioned it.
Now, when you left, you didn't pick up anything off the floor or take anything away from that room, right?
No,
you saw your wife Renee, she didn't pick up anything off the floor or take anything out of that room, right? As far as you know.
I don't really pay attention to those things.
Okay.
I assume she had her purse, but
You did say that, and you're not sure exactly what Megan came or left with in terms of that.
I was
Certainly didn't.
too focused on other things.
As you left, you certainly didn't see her holding a big orange Phantom box.
No.
Think you would have seen if that was the case?
Yes.
All right. So as you guys walk out together, you're still together when you walk out onto the patio, back to the cars and leave, right? Is that right?
Correct.
And certainly didn't see anybody discard anything in a garbage can or anything like that.
No, I didn't.
Then when you left, you said parked down the street a bit, right?
Correct.
And Megan and Renee ultimately stayed there for a while, and you left and went home. I think you said, you were suffering, is that right?
So my wife didn't want Megan to be driving anywhere because of how upset she was alone.
Same for you, it sounds like. You're pretty rattled.
It was not how I expected the night to go.
Your anniversary night?
Yeah.
Had anybody wanted to speak to you or interview you, you would have, right?
I'm sorry about,
If had anybody wanted to speak to you or interview you, you would have answered the questions that you knew, right?
about Casey and
About anything, what
yes,
happened?
yeah, yes. I
You
think
and
the
Alan,
officers were there for quite a while.
your understanding is that their EMT were there for a while and left? Were you still there when the ambulance left?
No, I left as soon as it turned the street because there was nothing I could help.
Well, but I mean, you stayed there in the area sufficient to see that ambulance leave and turn the street or come?
Come.
Okay.
As soon as the ambulance turned the corner
Right.
to come to the house,
All right.
I left.
I'm sorry about that. So you're out there, see an ambulance arrive, and you left, right?
Correct.
Your understanding is that Megan and your wife were there a little longer
Yes.
and then saw that the ambulance then left.
I don't know how long they stayed.
At this moment there. Thank you, Lee. You agree?
Yeah, I'm sorry to have some more questions for you, and they're not going to make much sense because they're all over the place. So forgive me for jumping around.
We go through it. That's good.
Let me ask you first, you had mentioned a trip to Disneyland that Casey went on with
Really?
Renee and with
Megan.
Megan.
Yes.
When was that?
Let's see, it was for my wife's 60th birthday, so that would have been a while ago. So it was for her 60th birthday, so October, November-ish timeframe.
Not to give away any secrets.
Let's see, yeah, that would have been 2014.
Okay. And you said it was for your wife's 60th birthday, but you had also said it was because Casey said it was going to be her last big trip.
That's what my wife said she told her.
All right, who paid for that trip?
Casey did.
All right, so this dying woman was paying for 3 people to go to Disneyland.
Says that she might as well spend it while she had her time.
Mr. Williams asked you about a lot of questions regarding your relationship with Casey, and after you found out the truth of some things that you felt she was using you. Is that a fair statement?
I'm sorry. Can you
Yeah.
kind of clarify that? Because that kind of takes me by surprise. Say that
Okay.
again.
Your relationship with Casey, she was treating you eventually as a father, and you treated her sort of as a daughter, correct?
Yes, yes.
All right. And that seemed to you to be important to her, that relationship?
I believe all of us are that way. Yes.
Right. And did it appear to you to be filling a gap in her life that you were filling for her?
Again, I believe all of us want people that love us in our lives, and
Okay, but Casey specifically, so I'm.
yeah, but I think it filled a spot that she needed.
All right. You felt that you and your wife filled a need in Casey for attention and love?
Love, yes.
Okay. You talked about Mr. Williams talked a lot about the blessings, but let me just clarify that for just a little bit more. You had told us that Casey had asked you for blessings before, correct?
Correct, yes.
Did Megan also ask you for blessings for Casey?
There were times when Megan would say, hey, Casey was wondering if you could come and give her a blessing. She's available on this night.
Okay, so Megan would convey that.
There were
to you.
times, yes.
Any idea how often that happens?
I don't even know how many blessings I gave her.
Would you
So-
say that what percentage of the time were the requests from Casey directly versus from Megan?
I don't know, probably 50% of the time.
Okay.
I would have been hard to get a hold of at times, so they talked every day, it would have been easier.
And your understanding that they talked every day came from Megan, correct? Is that yes?
Yes, sorry.
You talked about with Mr. Williams that it is a teaching of your church that suicide is wrong.
Correct.
And Megan grew up in your faith as well.
That is correct.
So Megan would have also known that.
That is correct. She served a mission for the church, so she's aware of its doctrine well.
All right. And so in that vein, she had told you that day, August 12th, Megan told you that she was going for a girls' day
Correct.
with Casey.
Yes.
She didn't tell you that she was going there to watch or help Casey die by suicide.
She did not.
Did you learn that later at some point in time?
Much later.
Or how did that come to your attention?
I believe it was Scott that told me that after she was arrested.
So Megan has never told you that she went to watch or help Casey
No.
commit suicide?
Megan has not told me that.
Mr. Williams tried to characterize the blessings.
Objection to characterizing what I tried to characterize, Judge. That's commentary. It has to be question and answer.
I'll rephrase, thank you. Mr. Williams asked you whether or asked you about blessings to pass.
Yes.
Do you recall those questions?
Blessings of release.
Right,
That's what-
it was a blessing of release, not
Yes.
a blessing to pass, correct?
That's what Casey wanted, and that's the term she used, was blessing of release.
Okay, but there's no such thing, is
There
there?
is no such thing in our contract.
So you did what you could do within what you believed your parameters were,
That is correct.
which is a blessing of comfort and I can't remember how you
Peace.
used it. Comfort and peace.
So when we talked in your office, you asked me if I would have, if anything would have changed if she said she wanted suicide. Remember us talking about that?
Well, let's talk about my next question, if you don't mind.
Okay.
You said that when Mark came into that room, I really am all over the place. I apologize.
No, that's fine.
Mark asked when he came into the room whether Casey had taken anything. Do you
Yes.
recall that question?
Yes.
Did Megan tell him what Casey had taken?
Afterwards, he said that she was supposed to take something because of her nausea,
Okay,
but that's all that she said.
she didn't tell Mark what Casey had taken?
No.
You were talking about the hospice care that you believed Casey was under. How long did you understand that she was in hospice care?
It goes to memory again, 5 months, 6 months?
Okay, so just toward the end of
Yes.
her life, you
Yes.
believe she was in hospice?
Correct.
Was that information conveyed to you from Casey or from Megan?
Megan would show me phones, messages from Becky, which now isn't really Becky, and it said Becky, from Becky, and it gave vital signs. And when we're on hospice, sometimes it doesn't go like we think. Those type of things were said.
All right, so I think we have to clarify that a little bit. You said Becky that wasn't Becky. What does that mean?
So when I saw the messages from this Becky, that was the hospice nurse, is what I was led to believe.
Led to believe by whom?
Well, it said Becky on the text message.
And the text message was
And it
to
was,
whom?
and it was to Megan, and it was on her phone.
Okay.
And she said, this is the hospice nurse that is working with and is checking in on Casey every day.
Were those messages coming from Casey's phone?
I didn't even look. I
You
don't,
looked just at the
I
message.
just looked at the message.
Okay, and Megan showed you those.
Yes.
In that room, Mr. Williams was asking you about about the white blanket specifically.
Yes.
Is it possible that there was a white blanket in addition to the blanket that Casey gave Megan that night?
I don't believe so,
Okay, why not?
because it was Megan was sitting in the chair, and there was no other blanket on it at that point when she sat down.
Okay,
But in that picture, there was a white blanket on the chair.
all right. But you don't know when that picture was taken, correct?
No.
And there were other things in that room that had moved locations you indicated to us when you looked at that
Yeah,
photo?
stuff on the floor, those type of things.
And stuff on the bed,
Yes.
all right. And the box, that the treat
Yeah.
box was no longer there, correct?
Okay.
All right. After Megan talked to Kylie and hung up and said she told us to leave or she was gonna call the police, is that a fair summary? Did you ask why she would be calling the police?
No, we left.
Okay,
The last thing that I wanted to do was cause, it's hard enough when you have somebody sick to cause more rift in the family.
all right, but why would police need to be called?
I didn't ask.
Did that concern you?
Needed to leave first and ask questions later.
All right. When you came in and you saw Casey in this condition and understood it to be near the end of her life, is that a fair statement?
I was a little surprised, but yes,
Why were you surprised?
because I have not seen, I mean, for all the time I've known her, she's been sick, and now all of a sudden, she's looking really, sick.
Okay.
She doesn't look that way ever, and I think both of you asked me that question.
All right. This is the first time you saw her so close to death.
And breathing like that.
Did you suggest to bring Uncle Mark, her uncle that she said she cared about, into the room?
I didn't even know
Did
I didn't even know he was there.
Okay, but you didn't
We
suggest that
didn't,
to
we didn't go to
Megan?
the front because of Grandpa. I've been there several times and I've never met Mark, so I
Did
didn't
you,
even know if he was there.
sorry, did you suggest that any family might want to be with Casey if she was near the end of her life?
No,
This DNR that you talked about, did Casey, well, I think you told Mr. Williams, Casey never told you directly that she had a DNR, correct?
No.
And you never saw one? So your understanding of the DNR all came from Megan? Is that accurate?
that is correct.
Okay. And when you came in and you saw Casey in this, breathing in a death rattle, as you described it, did you feel that she might be entitled to comfort care?
Explain comfort care.
Help to relieve pain and suffering?
I mean, did I think that she needed a blessing to do that right then? Is that the question you're asking me?
Did you think that medical help would provide her some ease in passing into the next stage of existence?
I didn't even think of that. I was more concerned about her breathing, and the doctor's been called. We're waiting for him to call back, so I assumed that the hospice doctor would know what to do.
All right. And as long as you were there, you never heard from any hospice doctor, correct?
No.
You talked a little bit about having been through cancer yourself. I'm sorry to hear that, and I'm glad you have come
Thank you.
through it.
Thank you.
And you said that, tell us again how you described that to your family about not wanting to go through that again.
So the first time they cut a chunk of my tongue out the middle, and it just has to heal. So they give you stuff to spray on it for the pain. The second time they cut a third of my tongue out. And so I just had a big hole. I couldn't talk. I had to learn how to talk again. And very, very painful.
Sounds like it would hurt like the dickens.
The third time they cut a piece out of my wrist, made a new tongue out, cut my throat, and a vein, and put a vein in over into the part they put in to make my new tongue, and then stitched it onto the existing part that's still remaining. I didn't want to go through the pain again.
And so what did you express to Megan specifically about that?
So I just told my family that I didn't think I could handle going through that pain anymore. That took months for that, and I didn't want to have to learn how to talk again, especially if it was going to come back in 2 years and go through the same thing again.
In expressing that to your family, specifically to Megan, were you expressing an intent to die by suicide?
No.
What was your intent?
No. not to have the surgery done.
And you said that Megan supported your decision?
She said she understood it, that she would support it, that she would miss me.
She understood you were in tremendous pain?
Well, yeah, she knew.
Did she encourage you to die by suicide?
No, that's against our beliefs.
Did she suggest methods of suicide?
No,
Did she offer to help you commit suicide?
no. That is totally contrary to her personality.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Mr. Williams, any follow-up?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
This witness step down,
Yes,
be released.
as far as the state's concerned.
Yes. No objection.
You're free to go, sir. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
I think this is a good time for our mid-morning break. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we're going to take a short break. You were admonished by the court that it is your duty not to converse among yourselves or to converse with any other person on any subject of trial. And it is your duty not to form or express your opinion thereon until the case is finally submitted to you. This includes no individual research on the parties, attorneys, or claims.
All rise for the jury.
Going 2x speed, 2x speed. Oh, here we go. I'll go back. Just had to let you know. Don't want you to think they're tripping out.
Let's come back at a quarter till. Start. Is the state going to be ready with your next witness?
Yes, we will be. And I just had a question. Last night you asked the jury about the possibility of adding Monday, the 23rd. I was wondering if any of them, if they had been, if any of them had issues scheduling wise with that.
I'm not aware right now, but we will find out.
Okay, thank you, Judge.
Your Honor, I have no objection to you finding out without putting them on the spot in open court. And I hope that's legal, but I don't object to you doing it without doing it in open court.
We'll find out one way or the other.
Okay.
So, anything else, counsel?
Not gonna see.
All right, great.
All right.
And I will scan ahead now. I will scan ahead. All rise. The mother, Megan's mother is next. And I'll put it up on the screen in 1 second. Actually, I'll scan ahead instead of finding 2x speed. Sorry. When you see the seal, oh, here they come. They come back in. They take about not even 20 minutes. Looks like about 20 minutes later, this happens. They come back. So it's just a break. They've got it muted. So now Megan's there. The plainclothes cops or prison guard. That's the first I've seen. Megan's sitting there. I'll go fast. I'll go double speed so we can get to this will be double speed, everyone. So don't think she's tripping there. Double speed, 2x. Should put a disclaimer on when I hit 2x so you don't think people are like high on meth or something. Oh, what's that? We go on 2x. She's gonna look fidgety for sure. Everyone will, and whoever's somebody really fidgety in normal speed would probably look super fidgety. Or maybe I should just scan ahead here. Looks like they're taking a long time. Oh, I'm glad I did that. I skipped 5 minutes ahead. Oh my God. Something must have happened where they went back to the seal. Oh my God, I'm so glad I did that. Oh God, like they waited. I would have been doing that for 10 minutes. I would have waited for 5 minutes in 2x. Here we go. It comes up here. Now I'll go 2x to get to the judge. Because it's such a long live stream, if I try to fart around and get it on the, I usually just keep going back and screwing it up. So I'm 2x speed. Up next, I'll put it on the screen. It's Megan's mom coming up. Actually, I won't put that up just yet because they usually talk about stuff first. So just know this is day 3, and I'll put this up on stage on a screen to let you know. We're in 2x because it's about to start again. For some reason they came back and then went. So maybe they had a change of plan. Here they come.
Thank you. Please be seated.
Plane. Let's do it.
We're going to go back on the record on case number 251-401-132, State of Utah versus Sunwall. Council, we had a discussion back in chambers as it relates to juror number 1, Mr. Alexander Davis.
Juror problem.
For the record, the court is in receipt of a note from Mr. Davis as it relates to a question he had about some actions he had taken.
Uh-oh.
I had a chance, counsel, for your understanding, I had a chance to talk with Mr. Davis, and he indicated there was no other issues with any other jurors as it relates to the note that he has provided to us. So juror number 1 has been excused.
Oh, that's what it was.
If we need to make any, does either attorney wish to make an additional record?
No,
Did they
I
get to
think
choose
what we've
which
said in
alternate?
chambers would be sufficient.
Agreed.
All right.
Or they probably have
We're
a
ready to
first,
bring the
second
jury
alternate.
back in
First alternate.
and
Yes.
go until lunch.
Yes.
Oh, let's do it. So juror wrote a note and might have had an emergency or something up. So they excused a juror, and we're sure they usually have, 3 or 4 alternates sitting there. I'm guessing they're ready for this type of stuff. They have a number 1 alternate, probably just steps right in. So I'm guessing that's what happened. And maybe we should know this was a couple weeks ago. So this was on the 13th. So March 13th was day 3. So I'll look into that. I'll remember that and find out about the juror if there's any updates. There probably is. So I'll check on that right now. Up next is Megan's mom, Renee Randall. Is coming up. Renee Randall, Megan's mom. So it's Megan's dad, Megan's mom, the Sunwall, the defendant, and then the victim's sister will be next. Her name was Kylie something. Might be. I don't know. I have it all written up. Got some whispering. I'll go fast forward here.
Thank you. Please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, thank you for your patience. We are going to start with our next witness and go until lunch. Ms. Thomas?
Thank you, Judge. State calls Renee Randall.
Please come forward, ma'am. Come up here near the clerk and we'll get you sworn in.
I'll go 2x speed again
Please raise your right
until she
hand.
gets seated.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you shall give in the case before the court
2x
will be the truth, the whole truth, and
speed.
nothing but the truth, so help you God.
We don't have chipmunks.
Come on over here, have a seat
We
on the
don't
stand.
have super fast mummies. As soon as she sits down, here we go. And
We
let's
appreciate you
do
being
it.
here. The only thing I ask is you keep that mic in front of
Keep
you
close
if you
to
want
it.
to pull that down so we can make a good record and we're all able to hear.
She's shorter. Yeah,
If you
put the
wander
camera
at
down.
all,
Thank
I
you.
will remind you.
She
So if
seems
you can
tiny.
Just keep that in front of you.
Like
That
a
will
little
help.
kid sitting there.
Thanks for being here,
Her
counsel.
head's popped up.
Thank you,
above the-
Judge. Good morning. Would you tell us your name, please?
Renee Randall,
Would you spell both names for the record?
RANAERANDALL.
And thank you for being here this morning. I apologize for the delays in getting you in. Would you tell us, please, what city you live in? We don't need the address.
He's in Utah.
Are you a lifelong Utah resident?
I am.
Always in Utah County,
No, Salt Lake.
originally?
Yes.
Okay. And then at some point moved down to Utah County?
Yes.
How long have you been here? It's not a test if you don't remember.
I'm just trying to think. So probably about 36 years.
Okay. And you are married to Lee Randall, who we just talked to, correct?
That is correct.
All right. And do you know Meggan Sunwall?
I do.
How do you know her?
She's my daughter.
Is she one of your only child, or do you have more than one?
She's the oldest of three.
Do you recognize her in the courtroom today?
I do.
Would you describe what she's wearing for the record again, please?
I see a black sweater.
Why the fuck would they do this?
Um,
Have her mom identify
The
the
state would
daughter?
request identification of the defendant, Your Honor.
What?
Thank you.
Is anyone doting? Oh, I'll stop.
Mother-daughter, describe your relationship with Meggan.
I would say that we are very close. We've gotten closer. She's gotten older. A few years in teenage years, we're teenagers, but we've been close.
Survived those teenage years and got closer as she got older. All right. Were you also acquainted with Casey Terry?
I was.
How did you get to know her?
She was my daughter's roommate.
Do you recall about the year that you met Casey?
It was probably about 2014.
And when you initially met her, was it as Megan's roommate, or did you know her in some capacity before that?
It's her roommate.
How did you understand them to have met each other?
I believe through work.
When you got to know Casey as Megan's roommate, where were they living?
In Lehigh, in an apartment.
Was it just the two of them?
Yes.
How long did that last?
It was probably a couple of years until Megan got married.
And what happened when Megan got married?
She moved in with her husband.
All right. Did Casey and Megan live together at any point after that?
Yes, Mitch and Megan let Casey come live with her when she was too sick to work, or her family wouldn't let her come and live with them.
Okay, you referred to Mitch. Who is that?
Megan's husband.
And you said that Casey came and lived with Mitch and Megan when she got too sick. Do you recall about when that was?
It was probably about 2018.
How long did
From there.
Casey live with Megan and Mitch?
I'm not sure if it was a year and a half, 2 years. I'm not sure.
All right, so nobody's going to pin you down to these dates, but approximately you think they lived together from about 2014 to 2016, and then again from 2018 to about 2020?
Possibly. I'm not sure it was that long, but
Okay, roughly
maybe 2019. I'm not sure.
2019 or 2020? Okay. What brought about the end of, you said the first time they lived together, Megan moved out because she got married. What brought about the end of their living situation the last time they lived together?
Casey's grandparents finally allowed her to come live with them, this, from my understanding.
Your understanding was obtained from whom?
Casey.
Okay, so she told you that her grandparents were letting her come to live at their house?
Yes.
And that was in roughly 2019 or 2020?
Yes.
Did your family help her move to her grandparents' house?
No, we were out of town.
Where were you? Do you recall?
We're in Jackson, Wyoming.
Who was with you?
Megan and Mitch and their son Porter.
Where did Casey's grandparents live? Where did she move to?
Highland, Utah.
What kind of relationship did you have with Casey?
She called me her mom. Very close. She confided in me a lot.
Did you see Casey at times even without Megan being there? You said she confided in you. Was that in Megan's presence or just you and Casey?
There were a few times it was just me and Casey, but mostly it was when she was invited to dinner or when she came and spent time with our family, or it was probably more of a trip. And there wasn't a lot of just the two of us time.
Okay. You just mentioned our trip. What was that? What was the trip you're talking about?
Casey and Megan took me to Disney World for my 60th birthday.
How long were you there?
A week.
Did Megan pay for that?
They both did.
How did you get that information?
They gave it to me for my birthday.
Nice birthday gift. And so how did you arrive at the understanding that they both paid for the trip?
They wrote it in a card.
Okay. Were you aware of any plans for Megan to see Casey on August 12th, 2024?
Yes, I was.
When did you learn that they had plans?
I know that, I don't know if it was 1 or 2 days before, Megan asked if my husband would be able to watch.
Did Megan contact you or contact your husband to arrange that? Okay, so you heard it through him. All right. Was that a yes? Sorry.
Yes.
Thank you. So 1 or 2 days before, did she give you an explanation of what their plans were?
She just hadn't seen Casey for a while, so they were going to spend some time together.
Did you also have plans with Megan that day?
Yes.
What were your plans?
We were going to meet for dinner because her son was going to be starting kindergarten. So we were going to have a celebration of his starting school.
Was that day also coincidentally your anniversary?
No.
Okay. It wasn't an anniversary dinner?
No.
Just for Porter going to school?
Right.
Okay. What time were you supposed to meet?
We didn't have a time set. It was just going to be after work.
After work for who?
Me.
What time did you usually finish work at that time?
3.
At 3?
4:30 or 5.
I really misheard you. I'm sorry. 4:30 or 5. Okay. And where were you going to meet?
We hadn't decided yet.
Would it have been, sorry, where was Megan living at that time?
In Santa Quinn.
Okay, so you were in Payson, she was in Santa Quinn, presumably it'd be in the south part of the county somewhere.
Actually, I work in American Fork.
Were you anticipating that they would come up and meet you in American Fork area for dinner, or did you think you would be down south?
We weren't sure. We hadn't made definite plans, just that we were going to meet.
Okay. At some point, did those plans change?
Yes.
What happened to cause the change in plans?
Megan didn't feel like she should stay with Casey, and my husband and I just met for dinner.
How was it conveyed to you that Megan felt she should stay with Casey?
Through text.
When was the first time you heard from Megan about wanting to stay with Casey?
It's about 4:00.
4:00. Do you recall a text earlier in the day that, well, let me just show it to you. If we could just show Mrs. Randall Exhibit 27, please. Okay, do you now see something on the screen in front of you?
Yes.
Do you recognize that document?
Yes.
What is that?
We were just discussing where we were going to dinner.
Is it the content of a text message?
Yes.
Does it reflect your memory of what your communication was that day from Megan?
We were talking about going to Spaghetti Factory.
Okay, but before we get there,
Oh.
I have to jump through certain hoops.
Sorry.
Does this reflect your memory of what your communication was with Megan that day? Is it accurate?
Yes.
All right, state moves to admit Exhibit 27.
No objection.
Cobra received states 27, wish to publish.
Yes, please. All right, and this was a communication from Megan to you?
Yes, because I had asked her if she would be interested in going to Spaghetti Factory
Okay,
because her son likes spaghetti. So
and how did she respond? Could you just read that to us?
I think who would definitely be interested. I still have a gift card for there. I'm still here with Case. She's not doing too great. I can't even get her to wake up.
All right, and do you see the time stamp on that communication?
God, that's so
1:59.
bright. Can't-
Does that
it's so
sound
bright.
accurate to you?
I don't remember.
All right. Do you have any reason to doubt that that's the time that text was communicated to you?
No.
It's hard to read on the green background. too. The
Do you
blue
recall how
anise
you
is-
responded to that text?
No, other than just waiting to see how it's going to
Damn.
work out.
Did you hear from Megan again later on that day?
They got to turn the brightness down on that monitor.
I don't remember. I think it might have been around 4:30 to see if we were going or not.
Showing everyone else's
All right.
phone numbers too.
I don't remember.
Let me have you take a look at Exhibit 28.
Uh-oh, blue screen of death.
Let me
Or
just
that in
ask
the
you if you
90s?
recognize that communication.
Mhm. Yes.
All right. And what is that?
Are they delayed
You
or
want me to
something?
read it?
Well, first,
What are
just
you
tell
looking
me, is that a communication from Megan to you?
Yes.
And you
It's not on the
recognize it
screen.
from that day?
Yes.
They
All
must
right.
be delayed or something.
State
The
moves
audio.
to admit Exhibit 28.
Or this monitor is not picking up the other monitor. This was in power
Is it
save
still
mode or
not up for
something.
you?
Yeah, that's what it is. The other monitors are probably the settings on this are probably because it said power saver mode. You don't want power saver mode in this situation because it kind of when it detects no signal, it'll kind of shut itself down, sort of like sleep. And they had power saver mode on. All I could do is go in settings and turn power saver on.
28. Cobra
Don't
received
like
states
me.
28, wish to publish.
Yes, thank you, Judge.
And turn your power saver mode off, please. Thank you. We could save power later. You don't like going to sleep at this time. As soon as it senses there's no HDMI or whatever input, it'll just kind of shut down probably.
All right, could you, and this again was from Megan to you.
Yes.
Would you tell us what Megan said in that text?
Oh, so she went
I
with you,
don't
right?
think I'm going to be leaving here for a bit. I think she's going to pass.
And what she, did you understand her to be referring to?
Casey,
And the timestamp from that communication?
4 o'clock.
That's pretty accurate with your memory of that communication.
Yes.
All right, how did you interpret that?
Well, I knew that Casey hadn't been doing well.
All right, did you take this as canceling your plans for the evening?
Yes.
All right. Do you recall how you responded? Any specifics about that?
I asked her if she wanted Mitch to come be with her.
How'd she answer?
I don't think she didn't want him to come.
And after that message, did you receive another communication either to you or to your husband from Megan that night?
I don't recall.
Later in the evening, did Megan contact you or Lee?
Yes,
Who did she contact? Do you recall?
me.
How did she do that? Was it by call or text? Or something else?
I don't remember if it was a call or a text.
Okay. Just that at some point later in the evening, she communicated with you?
Yes.
What was the nature of that communication?
She just asked if her father could come and give Casey a blessing.
Was that the specific language she used to come and give Casey a blessing? How did you respond?
We turned around and went to Casey's grandparents.
Turned around from what?
Lee and I went to dinner at Chick-fil-A,
And what city was that in?
Spanish Fork.
Had you finished dinner?
Yes.
Okay, so you were headed home and then turned around?
Yes.
Do you have any recollection of the timing of that?
It was probably, I'm assuming 7-ish, 6:30, 7-ish.
And so you went, as soon as you got that message, you turned around and headed up towards Highland?
Yes.
Any idea how long it took you to get there?
25 minutes.
All right. And where did you go?
Casey's grandparents' home.
You knew where that was?
Yes.
How'd you know that?
We visited Casey there several times.
How many times did you visit that home to the best of your memory?
Probably 5 or 6 times.
And that would have been between her moving there in 2019 or 2020 up through 2024?
Yes.
5 or 6 times? Okay. What were the reasons for you having been there previously?
Going to see Casey.
Once you arrived at the home, what did you do?
We just went to the back entrance where we go down to Casey's room
Where did you park? Do you recall?
on the street.
And directly in front of the house?
Yes.
There's a circle drive that you could park in. Is that consistent with your memory?
Yes.
Did you park in that?
No.
Why not?
Megan's truck was pulled in there.
Okay.
It's pulled in the front.
And then in addition to that, there's a driveway along one side of the house.
Yes.
Did you park in the driveway?
No.
Why not?
We just parked on the street.
Okay. And you said you went around to the back of the house. Why did you not go to the front door?
Because we always went to the back entrance. Casey asked us to go.
And on this particular day, did Casey ask you to go to the back?
No,
All right. How did you, or why did you go to the back then?
because we just always knew that's where they wanted us to go, so we didn't disturb the grandparents.
Okay. So you went around the back and down towards the basement entrance.
Yes.
And once you were at that door, tell us what happened.
I think Megan met us there, or we just walked in.
You don't recall which one?
No,
Would you have knocked if she didn't meet you there?
no, because they knew we were coming.
Okay, so you just, either Megan met you there or you went in. What was the room? Can you describe that room that you first enter from that doorway?
It's their kitchen area,
All right.
and then Casey's room is down the hall.
So there's a kitchen area. Were lights on or no lights?
It was pretty dark. There might have been a light on in the hall, but not in the kitchen.
And so what time of day did you think this was?
Probably about 7:30.
7 to 7:30. And that's in August, so would still have been light possibly?
A little bit.
When you went in, did you notice anything or pay any attention to the kitchen area? Whether anybody was in there, or did you see anything that caught your attention?
We didn't see anybody. They have a taxidermy duck scene in glass. They kind of have to walk around, so.
Is that situated right in front of the door, or how is that?
Kind of off.
Off to you're gesturing to your right.
Would be as you're walking through on your right, yes.
Okay. And the hallway to Casey's room, is that also on the right?
Yes,
Past that display case?
yes.
All right. So you went down the hallway. What did you see?
We just walked to her room,
Was her door open?
yes.
Was her light on? Was the hallway light on?
I don't remember if the hall light was on or not.
And when you first went into her room, what did you observe?
Casey was on the bed.
Let me have you look at Exhibit 4 if we could. This has already been admitted. Okay, do you recognize that?
Yes, that's Casey's room.
All right, does that look about like it did that night?
I really don't know.
Okay,
I mean, yeah, that's the position of her bed, and
the furniture is
but it
situated.
wasn't, it didn't seem to be, it wasn't that light.
Okay,
Yeah, that's her room.
okay. All right, the furniture is where you remembered it and those kinds of things?
Yes,
All right. The bed is situated in a way that the head could be either direction. Is that fair to say?
yes.
Which direction was Casey laying on that bed?
Towards the pillow.
Which pillow?
The head, oh, there is two pillows. She was towards the chair. Her head was towards the
Okay.
chair.
All right. What was Casey doing on the bed?
She was asleep.
All right. Would you say asleep or unconscious?
I would say asleep.
Did you try to wake her up?
No,
Did she ever wake up while you were there?
no.
What did you notice about her breathing?
When we went on the trip, I learned that she has horrible breathing in her sleep, that she definitely needs a CPAP or some kind of breathing help, because it is a very deep rattle and almost very eerie. I didn't get to sleep much on the trip because of her breathing.
All right. So you're describing an eerie, deep rattle, breath,
Yes,
breathing. Okay. And that's what she was doing that night.
yes,
Was that the entire time you were there?
yes.
Were you alarmed by her condition?
I was not.
Why not?
Pardon?
Why not?
Because I had experienced being on a trip with her and it was the same.
Okay.
It wasn't anything that was alarming or different than when we had been on the trip in
When
this
you-
room.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, I just said it was the same as when we were on the trip, when we were trying to sleep, and breathing was exactly the same.
When you were on the trip and she was breathing like that, were you able to wake her up?
I never tried.
All right, but she did wake up, correct?
Yes,
And this time she didn't wake up.
we didn't try to wake her.
But while you were there and coming and going and noises going on, she didn't wake up.
No,
What did you do once you came into the room?
I took a chair.
Which chair?
I think it was a folding chair that she had in her closet.
Do you see the chair in this photo at all?
I don't.
All right, you think it was a different chair than the one closest to the door on the far right of the photograph?
The rolling chair?
Yeah,
No, it wasn't a rolling chair.
it was a folding chair.
Mhm.
Do you recall anybody sitting in that rolling chair once
No.
you came in? It stayed empty?
Yes,
All right, where was Megan?
in the recliner.
Did you notice anything by the recliner?
There was a small table.
Is the table in the photograph?
I believe that's the table right there.
On the far left side of the photo?
Yes,
It looks like it has a cloth on it and a green thing. Is
yes,
that the one you're talking
Yeah.
about?
yes.
All right. Was anything on that table?
I think there was a little lamp.
Did you ever notice a treat box there?
Megan had mentioned that Casey had gotten her a little, like a little plastic basket and filled it with some of their favorite treats.
Did you see that plastic basket?
I believe so.
Where do you think it was what's your memory of where it was when you were in that
I
room?
just remember there was a Pepsi and some M&Ms.
Was it on the floor, on the table, somewhere else?
I don't remember if it was on the table or floor.
You just remember seeing it?
Mhm.
All right.
Because Megan was very touched that she had gotten her that.
How do you know Megan was touched about that?
She showed us specifically to tell us that Casey had gotten her the goodie bag.
Okay. And so when you came in, that was part of your conversation. What was the first, how did she first begin communicating with you that evening when you first got there?
And she was just happy to see us.
Did she tell you anything about Casey's condition?
No, she just said that Casey started not feeling good during the day, that they had watched movies and had had a nice day.
All right. But you were aware from the text messages that you got that Megan couldn't wake her up after about 1:59 p.m., correct?
Yes,
And that you knew after 4 p.m. that Megan thought she was going to pass.
yes. But Casey had been on the verge of passing, as far as we knew, several times.
As far as you knew from whom?
From just the situations and Casey describing how she was feeling and her doctors supposedly and her nurses supposedly,
Did Casey describe that to you?
through some texts and talking, and yes.
Okay. Had you ever seen her close to death like that evening or in a condition that she couldn't be woken up?
No,
And so Megan told you that she hadn't been doing well, and that was the extent of her explanation about what was wrong with Casey that night?
but we had always known Casey not to be doing well.
Okay, and that was consistent with what you had learned about Casey through the time you knew her?
Yes,
Did you notice any medications that caught your attention?
No,
Did you notice any syringes in the room?
I did not.
Did you consider calling 911 for Casey?
I didn't have any reason to be alarmed.
Once you were all in the room, what did you all do?
We just visited. Lee gave Casey the blessing, and we just visited with Megan.
Do you recall the language of the blessing?
I don't. I know it was of comfort and peace, but I don't remember the specifics.
All right. Where was he situated when he gave her that blessing?
He was by the black chair.
Near the head of the bed,
Yes,
standing or sitting?
standing.
And where were you at that point?
I was on that gray rug chair, folding chair.
All right. And what about Megan? Where was she?
She was over by the black chair as well.
Did either you or Megan participate in the blessing?
No. We listened.
Was that the first thing that happened when you came into the room, or was that later on after some time had passed?
It was about 5 minutes after we had come.
And after the blessing, what happened?
We just stayed and visited with Megan.
Visited about what?
What her and Casey, the shows they had watched, and the series that Casey liked. They watched a couple of episodes from that.
Megan said that they had watched that evening or that day.
That day, yes.
What was the series? Do you recall?
I don't remember.
When you arrived, or when you responded to the request to come give a blessing, how long were you planning on staying?
We weren't sure.
Did you have any idea in your mind what you would do after you got there and did the blessing?
Played it by ear.
Okay. How long were you there?
Probably an hour and a half.
What brought you to leaving the room?
We were asked to leave.
By whom?
Kylie.
All right. Did something happen before that?
Mark came down and asked who we were because we'd never met him before.
And so by Mark, who are you referring to?
Casey's uncle.
So you had never met Mark before?
No.
Just some person you didn't know came in the room and said,
Well, I knew her uncle lived there, so I assumed it was him.
all right. And was the door open when he came in, or had it been closed?
It was open.
And were you surprised by his entrance?
No.
What did he say when he came in the room?
He just asked who we were and what was going on.
Who responded?
Megan.
What did she say?
She introduced us as her parents and said that she was Megan, her friend.
What happened after that?
He asked about Casey's breathing and what had happened, and
What did Megan tell him?
that Casey wasn't feeling well and was very nauseated, and so she took a pill for nausea and then went into the bathroom, and she was in the bathroom for a long time, and she was trying to get her to come out or to see if she needed help. She finally got her to open the door, and Megan got her out and helped her lay down.
Did Megan tell Mark about what time that had happened?
I don't recall.
But you knew from your conversation with her that it had to have been before 1:59 p.m. when Megan told you that Casey couldn't or wouldn't wake up. Is that accurate?
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay. Did Megan tell Mark that it had been 6 or more hours since Casey had laid
I don't
down?
remember.
And after Megan told Mark that, what happened?
He said he was going to call Kylie.
Why did he want to call Kylie? Thank you. I'll rephrase. Did she say why he wanted to call Kylie?
He just said he wanted to talk to Kylie.
All right. And did he, as far as you know?
Yes.
Was that in your presence
Yes.
hours since? Did he call on his phone or someone else's?
His phone.
His phone. He had that with him?
Mhm.
All right.
That's a yes.
Yes.
Thank you. What happened when Mark called Kylie?
He told her that Casey was breathing very deeply and that he was not going to let her die in his house. And Kylie told him to get us out and to call 911.
Could you hear that, or was that something you were told later?
No, I could hear it.
All right. When Mark first came in, did he mention calling 911 or calling for an ambulance?
No.
All right. So the first thing he did was call Kylie, and Kylie told Mark, from what you could hear, to get you out of the house.
Yes.
What happened after that?
He left the room.
Mark
Yes.
left the room.
And
Do you know why he left the room?
I don't.
Okay. He left the room, and what happened?
And then Megan called Kylie and asked her if she knew that Casey had a DNR. And that was when Kylie told Megan that she was going to destroy her and to get out of the house.
And again, that was something that you heard from where you were standing? Is that a yes?
Yes.
Sorry, I was talking over you. I apologize. Had Megan said anything to you earlier that evening about a DNR?
No.
Had you discussed a DNR with Megan before that point?
I had discussed it with Casey.
Okay. What is a DNR in your mind?
Do not resuscitate.
And when had you talked about that with Casey?
She had mentioned it several times that she had one
When?
in our conversations
Okay,
through
but
the years.
over the years?
Yes.
Had you ever seen one?
No.
All right, so Megan told Kylie she had a DNR, and Kylie said to get out of the house.
Yes.
All right. What did you do at that point?
When we could hear the ambulance coming, we left because we didn't want to have a scene or cause any problems.
Okay. You didn't leave as soon as Kylie said to leave?
Well, it was shortly after that we heard the sirens.
Okay, so the times all kind of merged together, I guess?
Yes.
All right. How did you leave?
Out the back entrance.
Okay, the same door you came in?
Yes.
What did you take with you?
I might have taken I don't remember if I took my purse in. I don't think I did, but we didn't take anything.
Okay, there's nothing in your hands?
No.
Anything in Lee's hands?
No.
What about Megan's?
I don't believe so, but she probably had her purse.
What about the treat box?
I don't recall.
Did you see anybody coming in as you were going out?
No.
And so you walked around the side of the house and you said you had heard the ambulance arriving. Was the ambulance then in the driveway when you got up up to the driveway area?
Not yet.
Did you see it approaching?
No.
Okay, you just could hear it.
Mhm. Yes.
What did you do? Thank you.
I got in Megan's truck with her because I didn't want her to drive home alone. And my husband left, and Megan and I pulled around the corner, and the ambulance came.
Did you stay and wait for the ambulance to let them know what was happening with Casey?
Who to let us know? Sorry, I don't know what you're asking.
Sorry, let me rephrase that. Did you and Megan, or you and Megan and Lee, stay in the driveway until the ambulance arrived to let them know what was happening with Casey?
No.
You said Lee left and you and Megan drove up around the corner. And what did you do then?
We just watched what was happening.
Why was that?
Why was that?
Yeah.
Just to see if the ambulance did come and if they took Casey or if Casey was okay, or we couldn't really tell.
How long did you watch?
No, maybe 20 minutes.
What did you do next?
Then we left
Where did you go?
home.
And you rode home or drove home with Megan?
I rode home with Megan.
Okay.
She was driving.
She drove, and Lee had already left in the vehicle that you arrived in, correct?
Correct.
So both vehicles, Megan's and your and Lee's car, were no longer at the house when the ambulance arrived. Is that
Correct.
accurate? Okay. Did Megan express anything to you about why she wanted to wait and watch what happened with the ambulance?
We were both concerned.
Concerned about what?
Casey,
What was your concern specifically?
that she was going to be okay.
Is that what Megan said?
We both discussed it and talked about it.
What was, you said you were close to Megan, discussed things like moms and daughters do. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Were you aware of any concerns that Megan had as far as her financial stability at that time?
I know that everyone struggles at some point in their life. I don't know anyone that doesn't. I know that Mitch had been out of work, and they just were worried about making all of their obligations, not in a desperate way or not in just a concern. Just like I am every day with mine.
Had you had conversations with Megan about that?
Yeah, life can be very challenging sometimes.
And when was the last time you had a discussion with her about financial concerns? Before August 12th, 2024?
I don't remember.
Would it have been close in time or months and months before that? Do you have any gauge?
No, it's just things you talk about.
Okay. Let me ask you about your understandings of how Casey was doing over the years. And you said that she had been doing poorly. Who showed you those texts that indicated she was not doing well?
Casey texts me all the time.
Right. And how else were there other means that supported that conclusion?
Well, when we would go and visit her, and when we would go visit her at Megan's house, when we would just be together, she was always talking about how sick she was.
Did you understand Casey to be in the hospice care at some point?
Yes,
How did that information come to you?
text
From whom?
from Casey
All right. And what did she tell you about that?
that they had put her under hospice care and that we were not to visit because they didn't want Casey to be exposed to outside germs. And so we didn't go visit her for a while.
And what's a while? How long before August 12th did that happen?
Probably 9 months.
9 months? All right, so you had not seen Casey since at least December or January 2023 into 2024 then?
Probably. We dropped her Christmas off to her, but we didn't go visit her.
Did you see her at that time?
Did not.
Just dropped off?
Yes.
Okay. And as you were leaving the house, did you see Mark again
Leaving the house when?
on August 12th, 2024?
We did not.
Okay, you don't recall calling Mark despicable?
Oh, I'm sorry. I do remember walking by him and I didn't call him despicable. I just said something to the effect that he didn't realize what a special friendship they had and how Megan was probably the most important person to Casey.
Why was that important to you to say to Mark?
Because I didn't appreciate how he was speaking to Megan and just that whole interaction of his family with Megan, of what we had known or what Casey had told us about her family.
Up until that point?
Yes.
Did you understand her to have a pretty good relationship with Mark, or the entire family she didn't?
I know that she liked Mark. I know that, or I don't know, but she led us to believe that she had no relationship with her family, that her family's relationship was very toxic. They were very mentally and emotionally abusive. And they really did not have much to do with her.
And that's the information that Casey had conveyed to you over the course of years?
Exactly.
All right. So, bless you. So when you saw Mark that evening, you weren't commenting on his calling the ambulance?
No.
Were you concerned that he had called an ambulance?
No, if Casey needed it, she needed it.
Thank you for your time. I appreciate your being here.
Any estimate, Mr. Williams, of how long you spend on cross? Same amount of time you did with Mr. Randall?
Not probably, Judge, but I don't think we'll probably burden anybody to take right now and do it any more surgically afterward.
Mr. Randall, will you be able to come back after lunch?
Yes.
Okay, let's take our lunch break right now. Ladies and gentlemen, jury, if you could be back here at 1:15. 1:15. We'll get started again. You are aware by now that juror number 1 has been excused. Oftentimes in trial, things happen that make it so someone will not be able to continue to serve. It's part of the way it works. So juror number 1 will no longer be participating in this trial. Might I remind you that you are admonished by the court that it is your duty not to converse among yourselves or to converse with any other person on any subject of the trial. And it is your duty not to form or express an opinion thereon until the case is finally submitted to you. This includes no individual research on the parties, attorneys, or claims. Have a good lunch.
All rise, jury.
And I'm back. I'll get us. They don't do anything. They just go straight to lunch. So I'll get us there. Yeah, juror. So Google AI said juror number 10. So, but it was juror number 1 who was excused for not disclosing their prior criminal record. I think that'd be a pretty obvious question when their jury asking, like, why wouldn't you say? That's weird. I think they'd really ask them, like, do you have a criminal record, right? Like, why? They must have said no, because it's not as if they wouldn't have asked. Here they come. They take a nice long lunch. So she's up for, I think it's another 45 minutes. And then Kylie comes up for like an hour or something. I forget what I wrote. So here they come. It's so close. I'll just do the 2x speed. So don't trip. They're not tripping out. 2x speed. Here we go. Chipmunk speed. And here we go. 2x.
Right.
2x. Really fast. Oh, here it comes. They're rising. Now sit down for the jury. And I'll go until he starts talking about something important.
You can
Or I'll stop it right away.
You might as well use that chair. Everybody can see it. I was going to tell you that before the break. We don't have need for this extra chair anymore. And you guys figured it out on your own. So,
Oh, they had that
ladies and
extra chair for their
gentlemen,
uncle's
welcome
leg.
back. We're going to go on
Uncle
the record
raised
and
his
call
leg
case
up on
number
the chair.
251401132, state of Utah versus Sunwall. We have our witness here.
The mom's coming back
Please
up. I
come
saw her
forward.
blue dress.
Come on back up.
Mom, she's got to be super short because she looked like a little child sitting there. Let me see. I didn't even notice the face. She's tiny.
Mr. Randall, I appreciate your patience with this, with the lunch break and everything else. So thanks again for being here. Keep that mic in front of you. Believe we are about to start cross.
Also, it's the defense. Yeah. Scott Williams.
Hi, Renee.
He's,
How are you?
he's good. He's
Holding up okay?
Thank you.
Yeah. I'm really not going to take you back to August 12, 2024, with the exception of just one thing, okay?
Okay.
Because it was sort of towards the end of your testimony where this issue was brought up about a remark that you may or may not have made in some fashion to Mark as you guys were leaving the house on the 12th. Okay? You had explained it a bit, but I'm not sure it was fully understood, at least by me, so I'm going to go back there. You agree that when you and Lee and Megan, after having been told in no uncertain terms to get out, made some comment about the circumstance to Mark, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yes.
And so when you were reminded of that, it sounds like you sort of disagreed with some of the wording that was assessed to it, but that you did make a remark to Mark Farnsworth that you were upset with how things were being handled, I think. Is that a fair characterization?
Yes.
And you were upset about it, you said, because, strike that you said, you were upset about it because they were intervening in what you thought was Casey's desires, right?
In a way, but I was upset with the way the family had treated Megan.
And I'm gonna get to that. You were of the belief that if she was going to pass, I'm gonna talk about this a little bit more later, I guess in a broader way, but that if Casey was going to pass, Casey did not want to be medically resuscitated. She wanted to pass into the realm of her Heavenly Father, right?
That is exactly correct.
And then you made a comment to Mark did you feel like they were interrupting that desire that you understood that Casey had by getting in and intervening in the process as the family?
No, I was
Okay.
upset with, they didn't know what a good friend Megan was to Casey.
So
Many, many years.
at the point that, I get it now, I think maybe, at the point that you're making the comment and walking out past Mark, this drastic phone call between Kylie and Megan had already occurred.
Yes,
All right, and the caustic inflammatory nature and the reaction you saw in Megan caused you to be upset that that was being done by the family.
yes,
All right, and you had started at least on this, explaining it then, that the reason then, what you knew then, what you thought you knew then, was that Casey's family was very abusive to her, right?
yes,
You then thought that, I think you said it was emotional and emotionally abusive, right?
mentally,
Mentally abusive, is that right?
yes,
That they had refused to welcome her into their home for a period of time,
yes,
that they were mean to Casey,
yes,
that the grandparents didn't want her around, those sort of things, right? Okay, so when you left the room that day, that's what you understood about how that family was and how they treated Casey, right?
yes,
And the reason you believe that on that day is because for years, that's what Casey had been telling you, right?
yes,
We'll move to the subject again of things you learned and things you were told by Casey about herself and her situation. You haven't been able to sit in here because you're a witness, and until someone testifies, they don't get to sit in and watch their trial, right?
Right.
So I'm gonna have to help you a little bit along, but the jury's gonna already know some of the stuff we're talking about. And it is this subject. From as early as the time of your 60th birthday, getting to know Casey was getting to know a person who told you directly that she had terminal cancer, right?
yes,
Told you directly about suffering from that, right?
yes,
She told you in connection with that she wanted to pass away, right?
yes, many times,
Many times over years, right?
yes,
She was very specific and graphic in discussing her suffering and pain to you, right?
yes,
And that was associated, among other things, with the terminal cancer, right?
yes,
Now, I know that you know now that that was all a lie, but at the time, did you believe her?
yes. I didn't have a reason to question her.
Did you have empathy for her?
Yes,
Did you feel like she accepted and encouraged your empathy for her?
yes,
In particular on the subject of this, whether she would ever want to be resuscitated, whether she wanted to pass to relieve her suffering, the subject of a DNR was brought up today to you. And you had said, Casey repeatedly over the years told you she did not want to be resuscitated. We just covered that, right?
right,
And in fact, also said with regard to her medical situation, hospital and such, that she had a DNR, an actual DNR, right?
yes,
And you believe that and took it to heart, just like the other things that she said?
Yes, I didn't have any reason to question her.
So over these years, did you strike that? There was a discussion about this direct communication and the relationship in which it was presented by Casey to you as a mother to Casey, right?
Yes.
Can you pull up? I want to, just for the witness, show you a text string and ask you to look at it. And we're gonna work together to make sure that you think you know what it is. You see on this screen that is in front of you a text that is from Casey Girl to someone named Meg's mom. And there's a number by Meg's mom. Did you know that she had you in her phone as Meg's mom?
Yes.
You see down in the bottom right-hand corner, the date was, on this particular text, was May 14th, 2023. You see that?
Yes.
I'm gonna move. Let's scroll through it a little bit to lay the full foundation.
Sorry, Scott, it's 2023.
I'm sorry, did I misstate the date? I thought I said May 14th, 2023. Can you see in the bottom right?
Yes.
All right, if I said a different date, I'm sorry. You see that this next one down is you back to her.
Yes.
Scroll down again. The next one down is her back to you.
Yes.
Scroll down. And that is the end. That was just right after. These are a string within, all on the same day.
Yes.
I'm going to move for admission of this as defendants E.
Ms. Thomas,
No objection, Judge. Thank you.
I'm going to request to publish it.
court will receive defendant's exhibit E.
Apologize for that.
It can be published.
Again. Now, one of the things that you had talked about her telling you, we've already covered about the cancer, misery, the wanting to pass. And also you had testified about on the subject of hospice, right?
Yes.
That came and went. So for years she would talk about that occurred, right?
Yes.
It occurred with various providers coming and going, being available and such, right?
Yes.
And that was directly from Casey to you at times, right?
Yes.
You also had communications, I think you said, with Megan about it sometimes too.
Yes.
But I want to use this to help clarify the sorts of things as far back as May of 2023 that Casey would say to you and how. So we'll go back to the top here, the first of defendants E. Mother's Day. She sent you a text on Mother's Day, right?
Yes.
Or at least about Mother's Day.
Yes.
I didn't double check whether this is the actual Mother's Day. Happy Mother's Day, Mom. Your kids are sure lucky to have you as their mom, and I'm incredibly grateful to have you as a mom figure to me as well. Thanks for being a part of my life and treating me like I am one of your kids. You have no idea how much it has meant to me. I shall miss you. I hope you are having a wonderful day and get to do something fun with the family. Love you lots. That's what she sent to you, right?
Right.
I'm scrolling to what you sent back. Thank you, my sweetheart. We are actually just driving back from our week in Jackson Hole. Let me just stop there. You had mentioned Jackson Hole in connection with the time that Casey actually moved out. Remember that?
Yes,
Was this an annual trip that you would take?
yes. We've had a week timeshare for 45 years out there.
So this is 2023. I won't ask you if you remember Mother's Day you went there, but it sounds like, does this refresh your recollection that that's one of the timeshare trips you were able to take?
Yes. It's always the same week.
She said, I miss you. You interpret that as she knew you were in Jackson Hole.
Yes.
We usually go this week, but every once in a while, the calendar puts us a week ahead of Meg's. She is going this week. I think about you and wonder how my girl is so much. I hope you're doing okay. I love you, Casey. That's what you said, right?
Yes.
And scroll to what Casey said back to you in relation to mom, Meg's mom, on or about Mother's Day. Long, right? Yes, I'm going to read it anyway. From Casey. Lucky, that sounds fun. I hope you guys had a good time. Be careful coming home. Honestly, I haven't been doing well at all. A couple of weeks ago, I ended up losing a ton of blood because the stents that I had in my spleen ripped out. So I had to get a whole bunch of blood transfusions and then surgery to have new stents put back in. After that, I started getting really sick and having fevers, like 104, 105. It was just so sick I couldn't even stand up to walk. So my hospice nurse talked with my doctor, and he came over to my house to see me, and he talked me into going to the emergency room so they could run some tests, because we had talked about having me get admitted to the hospital to be put into an induced coma and get medications to help me pass away, because they've been giving me those medications at my home on hospice, and I still haven't passed away. And honestly, I think it's because my anxiety is so high and I'm afraid to die. I don't want to die alone, and I'm alone here at my grandparents' house. Like I'm downstairs in my room by myself, and they don't ever come down and check on me. And so I've just had really bad anxiety and depression. Like it's so bad, all I do is cry and can barely even bring myself to come out of my bedroom. Anyway, I went to the hospital because I had to get testing done to prove to my insurance company doctors how sick I really am so that they would admit me. Anyway, they did a bunch of tests and some blood work and found out that I had a really bad kidney infection, and it had spread into my bloodstream. And I went septic, which made my kidney function go from stage 4 kidney failure to stage 5. And they wanted to do emergency dialysis because my kidney was basically done. And they also needed to give me IV antibiotics to help my sepsis go away because the infection had moved to my chest port. And so they had to remove my port and then put it in a PICC line so that I could have my medications. And then as soon as the infection was gone, then they were able to go back and put a new chest port back in on the other side so that I can get my medications. But because of my bleeding disorder, they had to give me shots to thicken my blood, which caused me to get blood clots in my lungs. Septic is scary. It causes your organs to shut down. So along with everything else, it also put me into liver failure. Anyway, the whole purpose of me doing all those tests was so that I could pass away. So there was no point in doing the emergency dialysis, but I had to do the antibiotics if I wanted to have the new chemo port put it back in so I could have the medication that I need to help me pass away peacefully. So I declined the dialysis, but I had to stay and do that IV antibiotics, and that worked. My infection is finally gone, and I was able to get my port replaced. So after about 14 days of being in and out of the hospital, I finally got to come back home on hospice. And then they were going to admit me up at Huntsman. to put me in an induced coma so they could start the medications. And then for some reason, my primary insurance, Select Health, changed. And so they wouldn't pay anything. And because they wouldn't cover anything, Medicaid wouldn't cover anything either. So right now I'm back at home, I'm on hospice. We're just working with my insurance, trying to get them to change my insurance plan so that they will cover everything. And then I can be admitted into the hospital. So I've had to do a whole bunch of paperwork. And they are taking their sweet time on getting things figured out. So as right now, I'm just back at home super sick because I got a new hospice company and my nurse ended up stealing my medications and not coming to my house to give them to me for days. And I only found that out because I finally called the pharmacy to see if maybe I just didn't have prescriptions ordered. And that's why my nurse was never showing up. And she said everything was ordered, so come and find out she'd been stealing them. And so my charge nurse came out the other day and she called the cops and had me file a police report. And she finally gave me my meds. They ended up firing that nurse, but the last 3 or 4 days they've been short-staffed, so they haven't really even been coming out. They're supposed to come out every morning and at night. In the last 2 days, I've only been able to get them to come out at nighttime. So then I'm just super sick all day long. I finally talked to my hospice doctor this morning, and he's going to call me in the morning on FaceTime. And we're going to figure out a new hospice company to go through until we can figure out if my insurance will approve me to be able to go into the hospital to be put in an induced coma. But anyway, my doctor said that we'll talk about everything tomorrow, that he is just going to have one of his nurses come out and give me my medications that I need every morning and night until we can get a new hospice company. That way I can be comfortable and I won't be in any pain. So anyway, yeah, I've just been really sick and I haven't had any medication to help me feel better. It's been a rough couple of weeks, but hopefully things will work out soon. Honestly though, I've been so sick that I really thought I was going to pass away. And I had prayed all day long for days at a time, asking Heavenly Father to please let me come home. I am so confused on why I'm still here. I don't understand why it's taking so long, and it's been really hard on my mental health. I'm super depressed. All I do is cry. I'm just so sad and scared and feel so alone. I'm just having a hard time. Anyway, there's an update on what's been going on with me. I hope you're doing okay. I hope you know I think about you guys all the time, and I really miss you. I sure love you. Did I appear to read that?
Yes.
That fairly characterized the way Casey Terry would communicate her hospice, her desire to die, her pain, her suffering. Is that consistent with the way she did it over these years?
Very consistent.
And except towards these last months before the 12th, she actually told you because of this hospice, she didn't deny that she was having it. She said, don't come by. They don't want anybody in contact with me. Don't come by the house, right?
Right.
So she was communicating all the same things, but trying to keep you away from whether a place where they were happening, supposedly happening. It's been a while since that day, you know now that all of that, all those years was a lie to you, including Mother's Day.
Yes.
Meg and Mitch got married. Yeah,
Yes.
Mitch had 3 kids from a prior marriage, right?
Yes.
They both tried to work as much as they could. Do you agree?
Yes.
You were asking a question about finances. And I think your answer was life can be pretty challenging at times, right?
Yes.
And that can mean financially challenging too, right?
Yes.
Yeah, there are ups. Sometimes things were going better than others financially, right?
Yes.
Mitch did tax preparations, can be seasonal, right?
Yes.
Megan worked various jobs, right?
Yes.
Did you understand her to always work full-time?
Yes.
And Mitch to do everything he could to work full-time?
Yes.
Sometimes times were hard,
Yes.
sometimes times were better,
Yes.
but overall, as these ebbs and flows happened over the course of their life together, was it pretty much a constant that it was never too high or too low?
Yes.
You always had your family support.
Perfectly.
You know where to have a lot of friends that also agreed to be in a supportive position for them.
Yes.
Thanks, Renee. You correct?
Very brief, Judge. Sorry, trying to gather my thoughts. The long text that Mr. Williams just read that Casey sent to you, and you said that was a sort of standard how she communicated with you, is that fair to say?
Yes.
All right. She frequently sent long, boy, that was long. I can imagine typing all that, but she sent text to you like that on a regular basis
Yes.
that complained of her medical condition.
Yes.
And knowing all that, was that consistent in your mind with her having the DNR that you said she had?
Yes.
So if she had a DNR, did you wonder why she was having surgery for a spleen splint or having sepsis treated or going to the hospital or having a coma induced or any of those things she described in that text?
Well, it really wasn't for me to question. It was her story, not mine.
Right, but you thought she had a DNR at the time?
At that time of the text, it was later that we talked about the DNR.
Okay, this was in 2023.
Right.
All right, so it was sometime after that that you believe she had a DNR?
Yes.
All right. But again, you never saw that DNR.
No.
During that text, she expressed that she wanted to be comfortable,
Yes.
that she didn't want to be suffering,
Yes.
and that she wished she had medications to help her feel better.
Yes.
You talked about financial ups and downs. You understood that Megan had lost her job in January 2024.
Yes.
And did she have some concerns about finding a new job?
No, she was very well trained.
All right. She also had some concerns about her husband's child support increasing
Yes.
and some concerns about owing taxes that year
Yes.
and having her car being involved in an incident that ended up totaling her car.
Yes.
And that was quite expensive, right?
Yes.
Okay. And that was all in 2024,
Yes.
before August 2024.
Yes.
All right. In all of these times that Casey expressed to you, you said just wanted to pass away, that she wished for death. And you told Mr. Williams that that was all associated with her terminal cancer. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Did she ever tell you that she wanted to commit suicide?
Yes.
And how did you respond to that?
We listened. We suggested that she get some help, counseling, to go see her bishop, just speak with someone who is a professional because I wasn't.
Okay. You didn't ever suggest a means of doing it, right?
No.
Did you ever suggest that you would help her do so?
No.
That's all I have. Thank you for being here.
Can this witness step down and be released?
No objection.
No objection from the state.
Thanks for being here.
Thank you.
Step down. Stay ready with your next witness.
Yes, Judge, the state would call Kylie Clark.
Come forward, we'll get you sworn in.
So this is Kylie Clark.
Please raise your right hand. You do solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give in the case now before the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help you God.
Casey's sister.
Come on up and have a seat.
Oh,
That was quick.
Thank you for being here. If you can keep that mic in front of you at all times, it's gonna help everybody.
Okay.
Counsel.
good afternoon. Would you tell us your name and spell both names for the record, please?
Kylie Clark, Kyleeclark.
And what city do you currently live in?
American Fork.
Have you lived in American Fork for a length of time?
We've been there about 6 years.
Were you in Utah County before that?
Yeah.
How long?
Born and raised in Alpine my whole life.
Okay. And you said your whole life. Do you have family also in the area?
We do. My husband's family lives in Utah County, some of them. My grandparents live in Highland. Casey was in Highland. I've got an aunt in Saratoga. We've got some cousins around that live in Utah County as well.
All right. And you mentioned Casey. Who was Casey to you?
My sister.
Do you have any other siblings?
I do not.
Can I show you Exhibit 9? It always blinks on and off for a minute while it's trying to wake up. Okay. Do you recognize who is depicted in that exhibit?
Yeah.
Who is that?
Casey and Bella.
Do you recall when that photograph was taken?
It's probably 5 years, maybe. I don't know.
Is that a photo that you had of Casey?
Yes.
The state moves to admit Exhibit 9.
No objection.
Court will receive states exhibit 9. You wish to publish?
Please, Judge. All right, you had mentioned that this is Casey with Bella. Who's Bella?
Her baby.
That would be the dog.
The dog. Mhm.
And you say her baby. Why do you say it that way?
Because that dog meant more to Casey than anybody.
How did that attachment express itself to you?
Oh, there would be times that I'd ask her if she wanted to go to lunch or to a movie or something, and she didn't want to leave Bella home alone. So she did not. She loved that dog. And that dog was the first thing, top priority to her.
When you listed the family that you had in the area, you didn't mention parents. Did you, what happened to your parents?
They both passed away.
When did you lose your mom?
August 1989.
1989. How old were you at the time?
I had just turned 5.
How old was Casey?
3.
What was your mom's cause of death? Do you recall that?
Complications from a kidney transplant.
Was that a long, sort of stressful end of life for your mom?
Yeah, we were both young, but that's all I remember is the hospital.
And what about your father? You said he had passed away also.
Yeah.
When did he go?
He passed away February 15th, 2011.
All right. So at that time, if I can do math, which is always questionable. No, if I can't. How old would you have been?
How old would I have been? Mid-20s.
And what about Casey?
She's 15 months younger than me, so.
So early 20s for her. And what was his cause of death?
He had congestive heart failure, and it was acute liver failure that was rapid within a few days. There wasn't anything that they could do. It was just onset. And by the time we got into the hospital, it was too late to do anything.
Who took over for your mom once she died when you were little?
I always tell everybody we were like Full House. We didn't have we had a Jesse and Danny and everybody, but we had aunts and uncles that stepped in. My grandparents helped us a lot. My dad was a single dad. He never remarried, and he just raised me and Casey by himself. And so we had aunts and uncles. We were lucky enough to have our cousins that lived a few doors down that, were like extra siblings to us. And we had people in our ward that stepped up, and we had people in our ward that stepped up, and we didn't have a mom, but we had family that stepped in for sure.
How would you describe your relationship with this extended family? Well, your and Casey's relationship with this extended family.
We were all really, really close.
Okay. And how did that express itself?
There was always an ongoing thing. My dad would say randomly, like once or twice a month, hey, somebody get a cake. It's somebody's birthday in the world today, so stop at the store and grab a cake. And we'd meet at our house, and cousins would all filter in, and we'd have cake. And that was just our way of always like getting everybody together. We were,
Having a reason to gather.
Yeah, it was somebody's birthday in the world, so we had cake.
You have been present through this trial so far. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And Mr. Williams had mentioned that typically witnesses are kept outside until they testify. You
Correct.
have not stayed outside.
No.
Why?
Because I am the only left living in our family.
Okay, you are the representative for Casey.
Yes.
Right. And so you just recently now have heard your family dynamic described as being abusive to Casey?
Yeah.
Is that accurate?
No.
Were your grandparents abusive to her?
No.
Were you?
No.
Any other family members mean or abusive to Casey?
No.
Okay. Up until 2024, up and through 2024, what was your relationship like with Casey?
She was my little sister. I mean, my whole life I've grown up with her. We shared the same clothes. We shared the same friends. She was a daily part of my life.
Did you communicate frequently?
Yeah, almost daily.
I'm sorry to be upsetting to you. If you need a minute, just let me know.
I'm
Okay?
good, thanks.
How did you communicate with Casey?
She would call throughout the day, but every day when I would drive home, I would have the 40-minute commute or so, and I would talk to her on my way home.
Did you share personal information and hopes and wants and dreams and all that kind of stuff?
We just, sure, yeah. I mean, we talked about everything.
How often were you able to see each other in person?
Not as much as I would have liked
Where was that?
because she was sick, and I have 4 kids and I work full time.
And when you say she was sick, what do you mean by that?
For cancer,
So she told you she had cancer?
yes.
When did she tell you that?
Maybe around 2015-ish.
2015? What did she tell you about it?
She had leukemia.
And how did you respond?
I asked her how I could help, what we needed to do.
Did you see any evidence of receiving treatment for cancer?
Yeah, she had a port, she had a bunch of medical supplies. I took her to doctor's appointments, fixed up prescriptions for her.
And you understood all of those to be related to treatment for cancer?
Yes,
Were you aware of her kidney issues?
yes.
What did you know about that?
When Casey was 3 weeks old, she had a bowel blockage and her bowel perforated. And so they had to do emergency surgery on her. And at that time, they found that she only had 1 kidney, 1 fallopian tube, and 1 ovary.
Okay. Did that cause her any health considerations as she was growing up?
No. With diabetes running in our family and her only having 1 kidney, it was common that my grandma would check our blood often, just to make sure that, we were in line.
So you had family members that were engaged and concerned about your and Casey's medical conditions?
Oh, yes.
Did you have any other awareness of any other medical conditions that Casey had besides the kidney and the cancer?
I know that she had always complained about endometriosis and heavy bleeding. Her knees bothered her a lot.
Okay, what type of symptomology did she, other than the heavy bleeding, did she experience or did she express to you about the endometriosis? Was that a painful condition to her?
Yeah,
And what about the knees?
Yeah.
Also painful?
yes.
What did she do about those issues?
She had surgeries for both of them.
When was the surgery for her knees?
A couple weeks prior to her death, she had surgery on 1 knee and plans to have surgery on the other knee after she healed.
What was your understanding of what the surgery was for, other than just it was for her knees? What did you understand that surgery to do for her?
Improve her quality of life.
Was it just to fix a problem, or did she have a knee replacement, or what was your understanding of the surgery?
It was bone on bone and very painful for her. It limited her even going up the stairs at my grandparents' house, she had a hard time walking. She had a hard time taking Bella out to the point where she would just go out on the patio with Bella instead of being able to take her up and to the yard. They bought her a little leash that was in the ground by the stairs, so at least Bella could run up the stairs and go potty and then come back down. So it did limit.
And you saw that yourself, that her
Yes.
movement was difficult and painful.
Yeah.
Were you aware of any mental health issues with Casey?
No.
What about anxiety or depression?
Yes.
You knew her to have those. What did she do about those situations?
She'd call me. I mean, it could even be 2 o'clock in the morning, and she would call in a panic attack, and I took many phone calls out on my living room couch in the middle of the night, so I didn't wake my husband up, or in our closet. I'd just get up and go, and sometimes it would be an hour that we just sit and talk.
Did that anxiety or panic attack situation continue throughout her adult life?
Yes.
So she still suffered that at the time she died?
Yes.
And what about depression?
Off and on, yes.
Did she ever, how did depression, how did you see that affecting her?
It would come in phases. When her health was bad and she couldn't do the things that she was wanting to do. There was a time where she didn't have a job, she didn't have a car. And when you're stuck at home and you don't feel good and you don't have the energy to go out with friends, you don't have a car to go to the gas station to get a drink, and you're just home, it can take a toll on you.
And what would she say to you about that?
Not really anything other than she was gonna get her knee fixed, and then Mark ended up getting her a job, and then things just turned around for her. Me and her ex-husband were able to get her a car, and she just had her life turned back around, and she had her car, she had her freedom. She was feeling a lot better after her surgery.
Okay, let me come back to that. Did she ever express to you in the times that she had down times that you mentioned, any intent or desire to die by suicide?
No.
Did she ever express any plan to die by suicide?
No.
Did she ever ask for your help in dying by suicide?
No.
You said that she had her life back. She'd gotten a car, she'd gotten her knee fixed, she had a job. How soon before her death did all of that happen?
Within a year.
All right, and so on or before August 12th, 2024, what did you perceive Casey's attitude about life to be?
Happy. She was a lot more upbeat than I had seen her in a long time.
And how long had that been the case?
Been
happier?
For a year or two before she passed.
All right. Was your relationship with Casey close enough that you feel she would have confided in you if suicide is an issue?
Yes.
Were you familiar with her friends?
Yes.
Who were they?
Her best friend is Michelle Taney, who is, there were a couple other girls from work, but I don't remember their names. It might have been, they went to dinner or something, but those weren't her, close friends. They were more work friends.
You've heard Megan being described as Casey's best friend. Was that your perception of their relationship?
No.
What was your perception?
they started off as good friends, but their relationship throughout the years changed a lot.
Okay, let me ask you when they met. Do you know that? Do you recall?
I believe it was a couple of years after my dad died, so maybe around 2013 or 14.
Okay. And you said they were close at first. How did Casey express that to you?
They were roommates. Casey had an apartment in Lehigh, and for a little while she lived there alone, and then she told me that she was going to have a girl come that she works with move in with her.
Was that the first time you heard about Megan?
Yes.
Was when she said Megan was gonna move in with her?
Mm-hmm.
All right, that's a yes?
Yes.
And how did things develop from there as far as you could perceive?
I mean, they were friends, they worked together. At that time, things were good for about a year, and then Casey started questioning things a little bit, whether she trusted Megan or not about the procedure she had done. I guess that was closer to when she was about ready to get married, is when things kind of started getting, Casey was questioning their real friendship. She felt like Megan was lying to her.
All right. And so you said that Megan moved out. Do you recall roughly when that was?
I don't.
After Megan moved out, did that seem to improve their relationship?
Maybe I don't know. At that point, they just worked together is all I knew of. I didn't know, like, how often they hung out or did anything.
All right. Were you aware of Casey moving back in with Megan and her husband at some point?
Yes.
Do you recall when that happened?
So after she lived in Lehigh in the apartments, Megan and Mitch got married. Casey couldn't afford to live there by herself, so I helped her get a place with another friend, Liz, in Provo. She lived there for a couple of years with Liz and then moved to Megan, so it would have been maybe around 2015, I don't know, maybe 18.
Okay, I know it's hard to remember years.
Maybe 18, yeah.
Okay. Why did she discontinue living with Liz, do you know?
The renters so Casey lived in the upstairs of the house and Liz lived in the bottom. And the renters, I think, were trying to up their rent cost or something, and they just couldn't afford to live there anymore.
All right. So she went from living with Liz then to moving into Megan and Mitch's home. How did you perceive their relationship during that time?
Casey moved in, from what she told me, she moved in to help babysit Porter. That it was kind of a win-win for both of them. It was a place for her to stay and also the babysitter for Megan's son.
All right. If, and I may be wrong on the year, it sounds to me from previous testimony that Porter was 5 in 2024, which would make his birth date somewhere in 2019. Does that help you pin down when Casey moved in with Megan and her husband?
Yeah, right. I don't know if it's purposeful, but it's not for sure. The exhibit of.
Oh, I'm sorry, we can take that down.
Probably not. I did show up on my screen, so I didn't realize. I don't think it's
Is your monitor not working?
I don't know, we'll jog it again, it wasn't on. That's why I didn't realize that the picture, to make a record of it, what exhibit is it?
9.
Exhibit 9 has been shown.
It's off now.
I don't think, I'm just trying to everyone's attention to it, it's been remedied, thank you.
Apologies. Do you remember the question I just asked? Oh, too bad.
I'm sorry.
So I asked if that reminded you about when you moved in with Mitch and Megan.
Yeah, Porter was little within probably the first year.
Okay, so probably 2019 to 2020-ish.
Yeah,
Did you ever discuss a DNR or a power of attorney with Casey?
yes, she didn't have one
How do you know that?
because she told me.
Why did you discuss it?
Because she told me that her cancer was getting worse, and so I told her we needed to get some things lined up, knowing that I am her only person. I would probably be the one that would have to pay for all the finances, and things like that. So I asked her if we could go to lunch one day and sit down and her tell me what her wishes were.
Did you have that lunch?
We did.
Do you
Yes.
recall when that happened?
Around 2020.
All right. And during that conversation, that is when she told you she did not have a DNR?
Correct.
Did she intend to have one ordered, entered?
Not that I was ever aware of.
Did she indicate to you whether you or somebody else would be a power of attorney?
No.
What else did you discuss at that? Well, never mind. Let me just try to cut some time here. And that was about in 2020. Did you ever discuss it again after that point in time?
A few little things here and there, like I could never get an answer out of her about what kind of treats she wanted, if there was an outfit that she wanted to, wear, or little things like that. But the main things that we talked about, not really.
All right. And you're talking about funeral plans right now?
Correct.
Having known her for her entire life and most of your life, who would you have expected that she would appoint for either a power of attorney or a DNR?
Me.
You just described yourself as her only person.
Yes.
From your communications with her, did you understand there to be anybody else in her life that would have fit that role?
No.
How would you describe her interactions with Megan from 2020 on, as far as you observed?
From 2020 on? A lot of fear from Casey
Fear in what way?
that she would make Megan mad.
Why did that make her afraid?
I'm not sure. She was always worried that anything she would do would make Megan mad. And that was her biggest fear, of Megan being mad at her, letting Megan down.
And Quest Foundation.
Sure. Did you and Casey have any discussions about her relationship with Megan from 2020 on?
We've had multiple talks, yeah.
Would that be on the phone or in person or by text or Facebook or some other means?
All of the above.
Okay. And during those conversations, did she express to you her feelings about Megan?
Yes.
And what kinds of expressions did she convey to you?
Megan and Casey were close, and then their relationship changed. Casey felt like she lost her friend. She would tell me that she felt like she just couldn't die fast enough for Megan's liking, and that their relationship changed from being a friend that used to call to check on her with sincere reason or take her to lunch. All it was, how's your health? It always went back. She told me multiple times, I wish I just had my friend back. Everything isn't just health.
Did you and Casey ever have any conversations about life insurance?
No.
Let me show you, it has not been admitted yet, so just for the witness, Exhibit 30, please.
Did you say 30?
30, yes. Okay, is that up in front of you now?
Yes,
Do you recognize this document?
I do.
Have you seen this specific document before?
I have one like it with my name on it.
Okay. And so other than, well, let me ask you, and on your document that's like it, is it there the same date up in the upper left-hand corner?
Yes,
And the same caption at the top or title with a policy number?
yes,
Is your policy number the same or different?
I am not sure.
Okay. Below that is a line that says benefits provided, and then going across amount and benefits. Is that the same on your document?
Yes,
And then what is listed underneath there, is yours the same other than the name?
Judge, I'm really sorry.
Yeah,
And
is
I
your-
apologize to counsel.
Is the
We're
monitor
having a
still on?
problem with the screen, and I don't want to be fidgeting and distracting the jury while counsel's doing her examination. And so I'm stopping doing that instead. It's going to a yellow, seems to maybe be going into a sleep mode or something. The light turns yellow and won't stay on green.
Exactly. You got it in power saving mode, you guys.
Then I'll
I told you last time, it's in power save mode. Every time the screen flicked off, it said power saver mode. There's a mode on that screen. You got to switch the power save off, guys. 2 weeks ago, I should have told you that.
stop fidgeting around and trying to fix it.
Because one of the, it keeps sleeping in between the pictures.
Let's take a break right now.
You sure?
Yeah, and
It's simple.
let's get it done.
All right, I'm sorry about that.
Dude, every time it goes off, it says energy saving power save mode on the screen. So they got to switch that off because it goes to sleep after a certain amount of time or when it senses no input.
If anybody can fix it, it will be a bailiff.
It won't
Yeah,
be
it's
me.
a simple setting. Well, look at you idiots. You guys all went to fucking university for 10 years each. You asswipes can't change your spare tire too, I bet.
Ladies and gentlemen, jury, we're gonna
That's
take
why
a
we're in trouble nowadays,
break
guys.
right now.
This is why we're in trouble. Everyone here has got a fucking $300,000 a year job, $200,000 a year. They all 10 years of higher education, and they can't change a spare tire or fix a setting on a TV. That's why the world's in trouble.
Might I remind you, you are admonished by the court that it is your duty to not converse among yourselves or to converse with any other person on any subject of the trial, and it is your duty not to form or express an opinion thereon until the case is finally submitted to you. This includes no individual research on the parties, attorneys, or claims.
All rise for the jury.
I wonder if they could fix this technical problem. Oh my God. I'll scan ahead. Because she comes back. The sister comes back. I'll scan ahead. Oh, she's back already. All of them are putting their $1 million university degrees together to fix this TV. I want to listen to it, but I'm going to pull my hair out. I've got hardly any left. I'll go fast speed here. 2x chipmunk. Don't be alarmed.
Please be seated.
Oh, maybe I won't. Yeah. Let's see if we got the energy
Go back
saving,
on the
power
record
saving
on case number
setting.
251-401-132, State of Utah versus Sundwall. Have we got at least a temporary fix on the monitor?
Here's the duct tape holding.
Okay. If it doesn't, let us know and we'll try and figure out something over the weekend.
What fucking
or
idiots.
early Monday.
Look at that. They spent a half an hour and they got all these people there, tech, everybody, and they can't figure out that the thing's in energy saving mode and shutting down every time it goes into a sleep mode, either at a determined amount of time or when it senses they're not using it, it goes to sleep and you have to turn it back on. So somebody have to get up and push the button again or hit the remote or just turn the damn energy saving settings off. That's all it is. I swear I saw it every time. It was driving me nuts. When that screen went off, it said power saver or energy saving mode. And that's what happens. If you have your TV in energy saving mode, yeah. If nothing's on the screen, it shuts off.
Morning or Monday night. We'll figure something
Fucking
out.
guys.
All right.
This is why we're doomed, guys. We're doomed. These people all have the fucking 10 years of higher education. Not one of them can fucking suggest that. Jesus Christ. We're doomed.
Ms. Clark, I'll remind you, you're
Fucking
still under
doomed.
oath. Thank you for your patience through this process. Counsel.
Thank you, Judge. Yeah, okay, we were talking about Exhibit 30 just for the witness still, if we can bring that back up. If you guys can't see it, throw a mint at me or something, okay? Or just say
I
so.
need my minute.
Okay, then just let me know.
It's up. Oh, it's up.
It takes about 4 times in learning.
Thank you.
Okay, let me
No,
know if
they-
you lose it again, all right?
They don't understand the
Okay.
settings. Like it
Can you
sounds
see
like.
that document now
Yes.
also? All right, and we talked about the top parts. Do you recognize the writing, the handwriting on the bottom part of that document?
I do. It's Casey's.
All right, the state would move to admit Exhibit 30.
No objection.
Court receives States Exhibit 30. Wish to publish?
Yes, please. All right, you mentioned, Kylie, that you had the same document at home. What does this document represent that you and Casey both had, each in your own names?
So this is an insurance policy that my dad had started for me and Casey in 1996.
And sorry, that's the date up at the top, 3/19/96?
Yes.
Okay, and what happened with that policy?
I would say in about 2007 or 2008, he asked if we wanted to take over payments on. It was a policy that he had for one for me and one for Casey, but he no longer wanted to pay the premium on it, and he offered, we could cash it out early or continue to make a monthly payment on it if we wanted to keep that policy going. And both me and Casey chose to cash out on those.
How do you know that Casey decided to do that?
We were both together.
All right. And you believe that was in 2008-ish?
I got married in 2006, and so it was around 2007, 2008.
And you said you and Casey cashed out at the same time?
Correct.
All right. Okay, we can take that document down. Thank you.
Watch. Oh, it's this TV because they're using Windows computer plugged into it. So this TV, they got the brightness jacked up and it's in like power saver mode. So the thing's confused.
We had
And then
talked
it shuts
about.
off. Once you take it off the
Casey
screen,
living
it powers
at
itself down
Megan's
for you
house
for 30
Where
seconds.
she lived with her husband. When did Casey, as far as you're aware, move out of that house?
Me and my husband moved her out around 2020
Why did you and your husband move her out?
because Casey no longer felt safe living there.
How did she express that to you?
There were multiple phone calls that she felt like Megan was trying to poison her. She just didn't feel comfortable being in that house anymore.
Did she indicate to you why it was she thought Megan was trying to poison her?
She said that she felt like she had had a stroke one time, that she was having a hard time talking, coming up with words. And she's like, either I've been drugged or I've had a stroke.
Did she express to you anything that she believed she had been poisoned with?
Insulin.
When you moved her out, was Megan present at that time?
No,
Where was Megan?
on a vacation.
Right. What, as far as you know, was Megan aware that Casey was going to be moving out that day?
No,
Why is that?
because Casey didn't want to make Megan mad.
Okay.
And so for a few days, I gathered up boxes and totes, and then she packed things up. And then once Megan and Mitch went to their family cabin, me and my husband took our trailer over there and moved her
Where did you move her to?
to my grandparents' basement in Highland.
When you were at Megan's home moving Casey out, did you personally see any indications that supported Casey's fears that she had expressed to you?
Yes, Casey showed me a bottle of insulin in Megan's fridge.
Did anybody else besides you see that?
I was the one there. I've been told that she has also shown.
If anything she was told is hearsay.
That's fine. Sustained. All right. So you saw that and nobody else was with you at the time?
Correct.
Okay. Let us turn to August 12th. What was your first indication that day that there was something wrong with Casey?
From the phone call or just in general?
What was your first indication that there was a problem with Casey?
I did not get any phone calls or anything leading up for the whole day. I was not aware of anything that happened until later that night when I received a phone call from my Uncle Mark.
What time of day did you receive that phone call?
Around 9:30 at night.
What did Mark express to you in that phone call?
That he had gone downstairs to check on Casey. It was, he was wrapping up for the night. He went downstairs and found Casey. She was making some weird noises and kind of having a hard time breathing.
What did you think at that point?
She hadn't been real mobile from her knees, and so, I knew that after surgery you run the risk of blood clots, or if you don't get up and move around, that you can get fluid in your lungs and get pneumonia. And so I told him, well, let's call the ambulance and let's have her taken to the hospital and get her checked out. He held the phone down so I could hear, and it sounded like she was
Take your time.
it was sing noises. That I heard when I watched my dad die. He was struggling to breathe. She sounded like she was drowning.
When you heard that, what did you do?
I told Mark to call 911 and get her to the hospital.
What happened after that?
He told me that he told me that her friend was there.
How'd you respond to that?
I said, who? And he had to ask. And then he said, Megan and her parents.
What did you say?
Get them out of there.
Why did you say that?
Because I knew that she was killing Casey.
What happened after you said that to Mark?
Mark hung up with me and went to call 911. I got my kids to bed and I was in my pajamas, so I was getting my clothes on and told my husband, who was sitting on the bed by me, and we were both just getting our shoes on, getting ready to leave, and then Megan called me.
How did her number come up to you? Did you have her in your phone as Megan? Did you know who was calling when the phone rang?
Yes,
All right, what did you do?
I answered it.
Tell us about that conversation.
She said, "This is Megan. I don't know if you know this or not, but Casey's not doing well." And I said, "Yeah, I'm sure she's not." And she said, "I don't know if she's not doing well." And I told her that I knew exactly what she was doing. When I got Casey to the hospital, the very first thing that I was going to have checked was her blood sugar level. And if it wasn't anything but normal, of a normal range, then I knew what she had done.
After you told Megan that you knew what she had done, what else happened in that conversation?
I told her she should probably not be there when the cops get there, and that she needed to leave.
Was that the end of the conversation?
Yeah, she gasped and then hung up.
Did you at some point get to the hospital where Casey was?
Yeah, so me and my husband drove to American Fork Hospital. And we waited for 10 or 15 minutes for the ambulance to show up. And then we got a phone call saying that her needs would be better taken care of if she was transferred to the one at the point of the mountain, Holy Cross. So we ended up driving up to that hospital.
Okay. And was Casey there when you got there?
She was, but we weren't allowed back there.
Were you able to see Casey at some point?
When she got more stable, they let me back there.
Was she conscious?
No.
Were you ever able to talk to Casey?
No,
How long was she in the hospital?
3 days.
What happened at the end of those 3 days?
They took her off life support and she died.
Kylie, had you ever spoken to Megan before August 12th, 2024?
Yeah,
Had Megan ever told you that Casey had a DNR?
yes.
Did she tell you that on August 12th, 2024?
Not that I recall.
How did you strike that. At some point, did you find out that, that Casey did not have cancer?
Yes.
When did you find that out?
The next morning after she was admitted, so the 13th.
Was that surprising to you?
Yes.
Good afternoon. Is it okay if I call you Kylie?
Yes.
Okay. As Ms. Thomas said, you're able to stay in this trial and watch the testimony of everybody who's testified before, right?
Correct.
And you've been here for every minute of the trial so far, right?
Correct.
So you know, for instance, that your sister for years told people, multiple people, that you were abusive to her, right?
I was not aware of that, no.
Until the trial?
Yes.
That's what I mean. I'm gonna kind of point to that, 'cause- and it's just so far, but it gives a possibility to talk about things that have happened and you learned recently, which I'm gonna focus on a little bit because that gives you the benefit of being able to remember.
Okay.
So as you sat in this trial, you know that she told lots of people that you abused her and that you didn't like her and treated her poorly, right? You learned that she said that.
Just now.
That's not true, right?
We were very close.
And I appreciate that. I'm only gonna talk about what you know about what Casey told others right now for this part, okay? You know that she communicated to various people that your grandparents were mean to her. You remember that?
Yes.
That's not true, is it?
No.
You know that she told a lot of people, just like she told you, that she had cancer, right?
Correct.
Now you know that that's not true.
Yes.
And on that particular point, I mean, just describe your relationship with her, best friends, close, you've had a lot of family struggles, tragedies. And even though that's the case for years, she just flat out lied to you about being terminally ill with cancer, right?
Yes.
But you're close with your sister, you believed her, right?
Correct.
Told you things about her treatments and even had you take her to treatments that you now know weren't real, right?
The treatments I took her to were for whatever issue that she was having.
But she told you the issue was cancer.
There were other reasons I took her to the doctor.
Sure. But some of them were cancer. You thought she was doing chemo, right?
Correct.
To be clear, I'm not asking you this to challenge you. Okay, I'm just asking what you were told and what you learned that was false. Because given the relationship you had with her, it's fair to say, don't you think that she would think she could fool you by lying to you?
I don't think she was trying to fool me. I guess I don't understand your question.
You would trust her enough because of your close relationship that her lies to you would work and you would believe them.
Okay.
You agree? That's what the relationship that she at least tried to foster with you would be, the idea that you're close enough, that you should believe her when she says extraordinary things like, I'm dying of cancer. Do you think that fairly describes the relationship that you saw, that you're testifying about here?
Our relationship was a lot more than that, but yes.
It was. I'm just talking about the trust, because we're back to this dynamic of why you would believe her. You believed her because of the closeness and the tightness of the relationship that you at least believe you had with her, right?
Yes.
And she led you to believe that she felt the same as you about the relationship, right?
Yes.
So while she led you, her sister, and that's the person who'd been through all this with her, led you to believe that she had this relationship of trust and everything. While she did that, as we just learned, you learned apparently in the trial, at least somewhat in the trial, even while she did that with and to you and succeeded, she was lying to others about your relationship. The relationship between you and her, right? That's what we just established.
Right.
Okay. And that applied, strike that. So that lie, let's just focus on the cancer lie. That cancer lie persisted over years, right?
Yes.
And you heard Mark testify about how he believed it, right?
Yes.
And you as a family believed it when she did it to you, right? And things, she was able to use things like the fact that packaging was coming regularly, for instance, to the home to help perpetuate the lie that was about cancer and things she didn't actually suffer from, right?
Yes.
I mean, you heard, she convinced you and Mark about having hospice in a house that Mark lived in, right?
Yes.
So can we agree? And I'm sorry for this kind of, by the way, I really am. Looking back, understanding that you believed him and believed her when she did and said things, that when she told you that she'd like you to come over and move her out of Megan's house because Megan was trying to kill her, that Casey could be somebody lying to you to get what she wanted. I mean, isn't that fair?
I'm not sure what the benefit of her moving out of that house would have been other than her fearing for her life.
Let's talk a little bit about that. And that wasn't, I don't want to sort of veer off. I understand your answer, understanding why you made it. The question was more about, in hindsight, if you could agree with me that she very well could have been lying. She was a liar, and all you knew about what she wanted to get out of, that she wanted you to move away when you guys went over there. When Mitch and Megan were there, only reason you think it was because of Megan, her fear of Megan is because Casey told you it was her fear of Megan, right?
I don't think Casey would have moved out that day.
And I'm gonna stop you.
Okay.
I'm not asking what you think about it. I just want to ask you, isn't your only source of knowledge? The only reason that you moved her out of Megan's house, the only reason you did what you did, you did it because to get her away from somebody that she feared, right?
Correct.
According to her, is all I'm saying. You never saw Megan act in any way against Casey that was harmful. You never personally saw it, right?
Physically, or what do you mean?
Harmful that would cause her fear. Casey told you, I fear her, right? I think that you said that. Do you agree that that's what Casey told you?
Yes.
And that she was afraid of Megan, right? Yes?
Yes.
And that was I'm just talking about this incident of moving out. You acted on that because Casey told you and you believed her, right?
Yes, but I had reason to.
Well, you talked about the bottle of insulin?
No, about all the text messages that I had got from Megan throughout the years, prying on insurance policies and things like that
To you.
to me.
Okay, we can address that. You're aware that the government sees, possesses, and has all of the information out of Megan Sunwall's phone, right?
Yes,
Have they shared that with you?
I've shared it with them.
Have the communications between you and Megan?
Yes,
Okay, so certainly when you move Casey out of Megan's home, it could only be based on communications you'd gotten up until that point in 2020. Can we agree on that? Certainly couldn't have moved her out of that house on the basis of text that you received after 2020. So it's everything before then that you would have known that would have caused you to believe. Casey, is that what we're talking about?
throughout the years, even after 2020, I would receive text messages or messages on Facebook from Megan asking about.
We can just focus on the moving end. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but
The only reason I felt justified of moving Casey out was because of the constant checking that justified the fear that Casey had.
Casey claimed to you of fear of being poisoned once, right? She once told you that she thought Megan had poisoned her.
Yes,
She told you once that she said, she thinks she's trying to kill me. You said, I feel like I have a stroke or something.
yes.
Now, with all these things, no one ever, you especially, ever suggested she call the police, right?
No, she didn't want us to. She didn't want to make Megan mad.
That's right. So while she would tell you all these things that would be crimes, she would also tell you, don't tell anyone else. Don't tell the police. Don't let it go any further. That's how Casey dealt with you, right?
Yes, getting Casey out of that house was enough comfort for her. That was her issue. She didn't feel that she needed to get police involved.
So you didn't know until this trial, I take it, that she just constantly and continuously still talked to Megan, talked about her health issues, talked to her about wanting Megan to be with her, talked about suicide, all these things. You didn't know that until after Casey had passed, fair?
They talked all the time about Casey being sick and passing.
Did you know how close Casey was with Megan's family?
Yeah.
So you knew that Casey felt like Megan's family were her family?
Yes. Casey had a lot of those people that she called mom and dad. We didn't have
Who else?
We had a close family friend, Barbara, that we called Barbara Mom. Her mother-in-law, she
By the
called
way-
Mama Joe.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. By the way, have you ever told the police any of the things we're hearing right now?
What do you mean?
You've done interviews with the police officers, right?
I've had one interview with a police officer.
Okay, the police officers talked to you the 13th after, the day after, technically, Casey went to the hospital, right?
It was around the 13th, yes.
And I want to walk through that process a little later, but I just want to establish, then there was a time you had communications on the phone with Detective Barney anytime you wanted, right?
Right.
Certainly you were available for the police to be interviewed on any and all subjects. You would have answered all their questions, right?
Yes.
And anytime they did reach out to you, you answered anything that they thought they wanted to ask you. Is that fair?
Yes.
Were you in court, for instance, when I think you said you were here the whole time, so you heard what she said and how she talked in the Mother's Day text she said to Megan's mother, right?
Yes.
Is that all stuff she told you too? Did she tell you all those things about how alone she felt and how abused she felt by your family and no one would come downstairs and help her, even when she was dying and the hospice nurses were coming in and out, that they were stealing her pills? All that stuff, a long text, I agree was laborious to read.
No.
But based on all the things she had told you and any other beliefs that you had in relation to those things she had told you about Megan, that's why when Mark called on the 12th, you immediately said to Mark, when you learned Megan was there, Megan is killing Casey. You told Mark right off the bat that was happening, right?
Yes.
And it's because of all those things that Casey told you, and the things that she showed you, and the things you talked about, and the opinion that you had about them, that you also said that to Megan, right? You said when Megan called, calmly, I think you said telling you about your sister not doing well, I think was the words we heard, that you lit into her heart, right?
You did.
Because based on the things that your sister had told you, and the beliefs that you had built up because of those, she had made you think that. Casey had made you think that would happen, right? That's why you said it.
That and also the interactions that I've had with Megan throughout the years.
Okay, so based on your belief, though, is the point is that, and I'm not challenging the feelings you had. I just want to make clear that those feelings were strong, right?
Yeah.
And you lit in to Megan. I'm not challenging whether you should have. I just want to establish what facts you. Fair enough?
There was raised voice and some choice language, but it was not as big of a deal. If your sister was dying, I'm sure you would act the same way.
If you thought what you thought was true, right? You would act the same way.
Yeah, and all of the pieces added together in my head. I had fear.
And now all the pieces have fallen apart, given what we know, how Casey truly lived on the other side of her life, right?
In some aspects, yes.
But just back to this point, just factually, I'm not challenging your emotions that night. I'm not challenging whether they were legit at all. Okay, I'm not. I just want the jury to understand that because of those, what Megan heard was a really angry sister named Kylie, right?
Yes.
Who was, like you said, choice words. You were letting her know that you were going to cause her trouble.
No.
Told her to get out, never set foot on the property again. She'd be arrested.
No.
You didn't tell her that?
No.
Do you recall, very close in time to this event, as a matter of fact, on August 22nd, 2024, that you were asked to excuse me one moment. You were asked to fill out and type up a witness statement form that would be essentially under oath,
Yes.
trying to say what you remembered then. Agreed?
Yes.
And you did that, right?
Yes.
And submitted it. And that was very close in time to the events, right?
Yes.
So is it fair to say that that's probably you had a better recollection then than you would now, almost a couple years later, right?
Yes.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Amen.
I'm going to show you a document. It's just a document about, I just want you to look at it, and I'm just going to ask you if you recognize it. You recognize just what it is. There's some redactions up in the personal information. It says Kylie Michelle Terry Clark. That's you, right?
Yes.
It's Lone Peak Public Safety District Police Department statement form, right?
Yes.
And then there's this, what I was referring to as a warning in italics that you can't make a false statement or it would be a crime, right?
Yes.
All right. I want you to look at that. Does that look like the statement that you submitted back days after your sister died?
Yes.
Okay. Now, as you look at that, go down. It's in sort of line format, right? It's in. I don't know how to even describe it. There's boxes for each sentence. Is that right?
Yes.
You will walk through that and read down through it. First of all, it refresh your recollection about what you told Mark when he called you.
Yes.
And now that was, you understood that Mark was calling you before he was calling the police, right?
Yes, because he wasn't sure what was going on.
Well, we're not allowed to testify what other people knew or were sure of. I'm just asking you what your understanding was. That Mark called you first, right?
Yes.
And then you told him to call 911 because you told him Megan is killing Casey, right?
Yes.
So Mark is there, present in that house, and then he hears you say the accusation that Megan is killing Casey, right?
Yes.
Okay. And then you characterize him as confused about, sounding confused apparently, and then he hung up, right?
What do you mean?
Then Mark hung up on that call.
He hung up to call the cops, yes.
Again, we can't testify why other people did things, but you knew that he sounded confused in response to your statement about Megan killing Casey, but he hung up the phone after he sounded confused, right?
He didn't sound confused. He didn't question anything. He hung up the phone and called the cops.
Okay, in fairness, I don't want anyone to think I'm being misleading or anything. Look at your statement where it says, he said, what? Confused. And I said, hang up now and call. That's what you wrote in your statement, right?
Yes.
Okay, I just want to make sure no one thinks I'm putting words in your mouth. I'm just reading off of your statement. And it's here to refresh your recollection. Because we want to move to the next section, your statement, which is about, like you said, you're describing how you were going to the bathroom, getting dressed, and getting ready to go to the hospital, right?
Mm-hmm.
As you said, that's consistent. And then you described in your statement, turning the bottom of that and on to the next page, you made a description in your statement about what you did and said to Megan. Right?
Yes.
So I just want to be fair. I want to let you read through that because we were on that subject before I handed you this document. Subject of what and how you said to Megan and how you thought she responded, right?
Right.
And tell me when you've read through that part.
Okay.
And then I will ask you, or just tell me when you're finished. I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Okay. Then does that help refresh your recollection about what really and actually occurred on that night?
Yes.
Okay. And then what happened was you were very, very angry in your expression towards Megan, right?
I wasn't very angry. I said a word that I don't care to say out of anger. And still, I don't want to say it in court.
I'm not asking you to say the words.
And so I wrote colorful language.
I don't want you to say anything you don't want to say. I just want to establish that. And we understand why you were, I think. I think your testimony, you've explained your emotions at the time. Just trying to factually get the jury to know what Megan heard. And what Megan heard was you being angry, agreed?
Yes.
Including with, as you say, colorful language. We all know what I
One
mean.
choice word.
Telling her to get out,
I told her she needed to leave, yes.
never set foot in again,
That she was not welcome at the house, yes.
never set foot on the property again, or you'd have her arrested, right? Addressed to her that you thought you knew what she had tried to do in the past, right?
Yes.
Specifically about insulin and KC, right?
Yes.
You addressed to Megan that you knew everything, including you told Megan, I know you tried to kill my sister.
Yes.
Okay, so I'm just establishing what Megan heard. And then what you heard, and again, further, the expression that you were giving to her, your own characterization of what you were expressing to Megan was expressing things that would cause her fear.
Okay.
Right? That's what you said in the statement. Is that fair? I only want to be fair with what this helps you remember. That's what you wrote, right? Fear, the word fear.
Yes, and I don't think I meant put fear into Megan. It was out of fear. A lot was going on. There was a lot of uncertainty and just a lot going on right then. And all I wanted was for her to get away from my sister.
I appreciate what you felt. Just establishing what she heard and what your own words in describing what she would hear was fear and choice words were also included. That's what you remembered, right?
That's the one.
Right?
Yes.
And you also remember how you recall Megan, you characterized how you felt she responded, right?
Yes.
That she was gasping like she was stunned. That's how you thought she heard you and responded when you made those accusations and said what you were going to do, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you specifically were referring to that insulin situation and the use of insulin when you were exclaiming these things to her, right?
Yes.
Specifically talking about getting things tested at the hospital and going back to the notion that you knew she'd killed her. right? Now, at that time, when you felt that way, and that's what Megan heard, and how she reacted, you didn't know, like you know now, that for years and years, Casey had been repeatedly recruiting Megan to be, telling Megan about her desire to use insulin to commit suicide, right? You didn't know that on this day when you yelled those things.
Insulin had been a talk for years between the two of them.
You and Casey, right? Had been talk, you didn't know, let's talk about suicide. And in fairness, you didn't know what you know now about the fact that for years, Casey had been talking about actually trying to commit suicide by use of insulin. You didn't know that when you had this phone call. You didn't know that, right?
No.
You didn't know that had been going on all the way up till August 12th. You didn't know that by this day, right?
The only thing I knew of was the one instance where she thought Megan had given her insulin.
According to her, and that was in 2020, 4 years before, right?
I'm not aware of the time. It was when she lived at Megan's house in Lehigh,
When you moved her out.
before I moved her out. And that was what jump-started it.
So 4 years ago, you had known that, but you didn't know what you know now, that even on the 12th, it was your sister talking about and planning and scripting out using insulin at your grandparents' house to cause her life today. When you made this call and had these words for Megan, you didn't know that, right? In fairness, you didn't know.
I don't understand what your comment.
You didn't know what you know now about all of the years-long discussions that Casey was having with Megan about Casey trying to use insulin to end her own life. You never knew that, did you?
We had many conversations about insulin and Megan.
I'm sorry, I'm not trying to be difficult, and if I'm doing this in a poor way, I'm sorry. But I'm only addressing whether you knew that for years your sister had been talking to Megan about how your sister could end her life by using insulin, end her own life. You didn't know that.
No.
That was all left out when you had your reaction that you had and had this call with Megan. That's all I'm trying to establish. We're in agreement now?
Okay.
Okay. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for constantly, to everyone in the room, I need to always clear my throat. Dr. Masto gave me some ideas. In the relationships that you were talking about, other friends that Casey had, did she talk to you about her other friend set?
Not really.
You had mentioned some names. I think one name that you had mentioned was Michelle.
Yes.
Michelle Tingy.
Yes, that was her best friend.
You said you thought that was her best friend?
That was her best friend.
Well, you know what you know by sources, right? Is that what she told you, that was her best friend?
No.
So she never told you, I'm just trying to understand how you came.
Michelle and Casey had been best friends since 6th grade.
Okay. So that's what why you say that she was her best friend?
Other than she proved it, yes.
Other than what?
Then she proved it, yes. She was always there for Casey.
Now, did you know about, I think that you knew about Casey's opiate addiction problem?
I didn't know the extent of it,
Oh, you didn't know until this case started?
yes.
Wasn't there a time that she addressed that in therapy? That she went to treatment?
It was a long, long time ago.
So what you mean is you didn't know that she had relapsed and you didn't know how bad it had gotten, right?
Yes.
And did you know at the time that she and Michelle were used together?
Objection. That would be hearsay, Judge.
Mr. Williams,
Let me rephrase the question.
thank you.
Did Casey ever tell you about the fact that she and Michelle used drugs together?
No.
Thank you. I think there's been a subject that came up that you're aware of that had to do with your sister stealing money from your grandparents. You learned that, right?
Yes.
Casey never told you that she was doing that, of course, right?
No.
On the subject of having to trade drugs that she had for Xanax from other people so she could use drugs that she wasn't prescribed. She didn't tell you that, right?
No.
You were asked about the subject of suicide, and I think you said that she didn't talk to you about suicide.
No.
But now you know that she talked to others about it, right? If you need a break or if this is tiring, Kelly, that is absolutely okay. And you'll get it from the court and from me. And there's, I think, tissues and things and water.
I'm okay.
Ms. Clark, we can break for a few minutes. If that would be easier for you. I don't think that's a problem at all.
Not at all.
Let's go and take a few minute break. Ladies and gentlemen, jury, you are admonished by the court that it is your duty not to converse among yourselves or to converse with any other person on any subject of the trial, and it is your duty not to form or express an opinion thereon until the case is finally submitted to you. This includes no individual research on the parties, attorneys, or claims.
So I'll skip ahead here because they just take a break. And now the jury's going out. So they're just going to stare at each other here. So I'll just skip ahead. Nothing happens. I could see it. Actually, I'll wait to see if he says it. As soon as he says they're going to break, which I'm sure he's going to sit down and say, he's not even going to sit down.
If we had about, I know
Oh,
we're
I'm
getting
glad I stayed.
close to 5, but if we had about 10 minutes, I would endeavor to streamline.
That's fine.
And we might say more than 10.
We're going to be able to finish this witness tonight?
Yes.
Okay.
Absolutely. I'm committed to that.
Well, no, I think it's been a long week for the jury.
And for
And I
everyone
think
here.
that goes without saying. I think they're getting tired too. So let's work through this witness and then we'll talk
spend the
about what
next-
we're going to do.
Whatever time you give me now, making that time reduce the rest of my examination by equal measure.
That's okay. And then we'll have redirect from the state. And that may be it for this week then.
I'll get to work.
Depending where we're at. I know we're under the gun. Let's reconvene in 10, 15 minutes.
Thank you.
All rise.
Here we go. Actually, I'm glad I didn't skip ahead because that was, I guess, interesting. Here we go. I'll just jump ahead. Oh, maybe no. There they come. They come back and they're here. And I guess I'll put this back up. She's coming back out. It is going to be.
Thank you. Please be seated.
And I will mute my mic.
We're going to go back on the record on case 251-401-132, State of Utah versus Sunwall. We are in the middle of cross-examination with Mr. Williams. Ms. Clark, hopefully that was a good break for you.
Thank you.
For coming back up. Let's get finished with this witness, and I think then we're going to be done for the week. Go ahead, counsel.
I don't have any further questions.
No. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
Redirect.
Oh,
Okay,
Yes.
all right. Mr. Williams, when your sister was alive and you were interacting, you didn't have any reason to disbelieve her, did you?
No.
All right. But you have since learned that some of what she told you about herself was not true,
Correct.
right? She told you that she had cancer, and that's not true, right?
Correct.
Did you have reason to believe that supported what she was telling you?
Yeah. I mean, I took her to doctors. I picked up prescriptions. I watched her body deteriorate. She I watched her violently throw up when I would go to visit. And there was no reason that what she was telling me would not be the truth.
You didn't have any reason to question her.
No.
And there were things that you knew that were accurate, right, about her health condition?
Correct.
Like what, for example?
Her endometriosis, her knee replacement,
Her kidney?
her kidney, yes.
Even when you believed her to be suffering from terminal cancer, had she ever expressed to you a plan to end her life?
Not to me, no.
And you talked with Mr. Williams some about why you feared on August 12th that Megan had done something to Casey.
Correct.
Do you recall those questions?
Yes.
And your fear was specifically that Megan was killing Casey with insulin,
Correct.
right? And as far as you know, what did Casey die from?
An insulin overdose.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Any other questions, Mr. Williams?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
Ms. Clark, you can step down.
What would you-
You can leave that there. Counsel, please approach.
and they've muted their mics. I'm going to hit 2x speed and jump ahead. Good morning, Becky B. What's up? Yes, you should have got here earlier. I've been here almost 6 hours and you're just showing up. Now you got something to do all day. You can catch up on my replays. So I'm going to go 2x speed because they're having a huddle. And obviously talking, maybe the jurors have questions for her. I haven't seen much of that. The jurors asking to question the people on the stand. So here we go. Huddle's over. Here comes, there, we're back up.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, thanks again for your attention to this case. We're going to break for the day. That means we're breaking for the weekend. Just to go over the schedule, you're going to have 3 days off. So you're going to have Saturday, Sunday, and Monday off. We're going to start back up on Tuesday, the 17th. If you can be here at 8:30. We will go from Tuesday through Friday of next week. And then we'll break for the weekend. And then we're going to come back on Monday, the 23rd. It's my understanding that everybody's okay to come back that Monday, the 23rd. And the clerk will get you any letter that you need for any employer or any other issue you need to deal with. So next week, Tuesday through Friday, and then the following week, Monday and Tuesday. We're going to have this done on Tuesday either way. Your summons only calls for up until that time. So we appreciate your efforts. I'm going to read the admonishment in just a second, but I need to tell you, you are going to have a lot of people who know you're on a jury and know what the trial is about. You're going to have family, friends, maybe coworkers pepper you with questions. Hey, tell me a little bit about it. What's it like? What are the facts? What are this? What about this? What about that? The answer is, I cannot talk about it. You each took an oath. I know how important, we all know how important you're taking that oath. So when people want to talk to you about it, the simple answer is, I'm sorry, I can't talk about it. Once this case is over and a verdict has been reached, you can talk to anybody and everybody about anything you want to. But while you are serving as a juror, it is so important that you not discuss any of these things with anybody else. And that includes your spouse. It's hard. So we appreciate your efforts. Before you go, you are admonished by the court that it is your duty not to converse among yourselves or to converse with any other person on any subject of the trial, and it is your duty not to form or express an opinion thereon until the case is finally submitted to you. This includes no individual research on the parties, attorneys, or claims. Have a great weekend, and we'll see you on Tuesday.
Well, that was the nicest talk to the jury I've ever heard. I feel like I've just been watching Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood or something. Wow, that was really, they probably took that, and that was well said. And they're all going to think about that when people ask him. He's going to think, he's such a nice guy. I'm not going to say anything and ruin this. I honestly am saying that. I'm not being a jerk.
All rise for the jury.
Set of his face. There, just go. Oh, there you go. I got it. Take it down so we can see. Young man. Nice guy so far. And they're going to do something. There's more stuff here. So they talk for a bit.
Please be seated. Council, thanks for your efforts this week. Anything we need to talk about before we break and you guys spend the rest of the weekend working? So I know how it is.
Oh, yeah. Do you want to address these exhibit issues?
Have you guys reached an agreement?
No.
Okay, I have not listened. I haven't had a chance to listen to those yet, but I will. I would like to address those on Tuesday.
Sorry. Do
If
you
at
want
all
a sort
possible.
of little preamble?
Yes,
What our
please.
position, so when you listen, you'll
Yes,
be
please,
informed.
please.
Well, I guess I go first because I'll be objecting. As you listen, are they marked?
Yes.
Yes.
22 is the audio. And 126 is the text message.
Let's address the text message first, if we could, please, Your Honor. Again, I know you haven't seen them.
I've seen the text messages. I haven't heard the audio.
Okay, then we can address the text and I can address my concerns. The text, which is State's Proposed Exhibit 126, is on the subject, as you have seen, of losing the IHC job, which was the subject of some pretrial litigation, and the ruling, which you indicated, my understanding is, and I don't know if it got in the state's written order, but was that, and of course it's true, depending on the nature and state of the evidence in the case, when this is sought to be admitted, you would always, I would expect, entertain an objection. The state of this case, especially today, this is interesting because of what was addressed with Renee by the state in terms of losing the job, which is you or the state already got out of Renee that Megan lost her job at IHC. Now it's it. This, I understand the reason for this, the state's desires, because this text message goes on more about the impact, according to Megan, talking to Casey, that event had on her. And now she feels the sky is falling. And I submit that that it is not at this point, especially in the trial, very probative in terms of the fact that there's other evidence already in. That it happened. I get that the state's position is that it's in some form doesn't mean everything. This is stronger evidence. But this is not only, this text stream is not only about losing that IHC job. And what you did rule for sure is suggesting that she lost it by being fired or for fraudulent allegations would definitely be excluded. That's why they redacted the portion and put the word lost in. I lost my job. I submit that's when if you let them, if their jury's allowed to see the rest of it, it was a whole scene where and nasty, and I told her, and she had that reputation that was absolutely true. It makes it clear that she got fired. Now,
So let's just back up a little bit. I don't, and I'm not making a ruling right now.
I get it.
I don't have a problem necessarily with I lost my job this
Okay.
morning. I do have somewhat of a problem with the next sentence. It was a whole scene where my blank is mean and nasty, and I told her she had that reputation. It was absolutely true. I'm sick about it. I don't have a problem with the term I'm sick about it. I do have a problem with the next sentence. I think that could be a problem. I'll never be able to get hired on at IHC again. I'm not ruling on it, but those are the issues I have with that.
and then further in that very text, it gets real bad. I understand why the state would argue, and your Honor would see some probative value in the next sentence. We're going to lose everything. Case, our house, Mitch's stupid truck, our lives here are feeling so hopeless and so discouraged. I understand why they would say that with a state of mind, right? Which they have a motive aggravator, money. I guess the inference could be made, even though now there's been testimony that she continued to work full time. Then it gets just personal and outside of the IHC job, in my opinion, or at least possibly. It gets general. I'm so tired of giving my heart and soul and always being hurt so deeply I can't keep doing it. I submit that is just too possibly a generalized statement that does not have to do with being fired, even though it's in the same run-on text. I know you'll think about it. That's my position on that. The next paragraph is brutal. It is about her self-reflection and being extraordinarily hard on herself, including, I'm so ashamed I keep losing jobs, which actually turns out we would be forced to try to put on evidence that that's not the case. I don't know why she said it. And people keep hurting me. Wow, that's getting pretty character-ish. There must be something terribly wrong with me. We're going to let the jury say she said that about herself. I just can't keep doing it. I don't want to help people anymore. To let this frustrated outburst in, and it's just in one text, right? It has gone way beyond the fact that she lost a job, the fact that the state wants in. I say it's under 403. I ask Your Honor to consider these sentences and redaction potentials under what probative value they have here. There's no evidence the defense is proposing to the contrary yet, and I will tell you there never will be, that she somehow had other means. Then, and of course, that she lost her job could be entered into evidence in 100 ways, including just asking the officer in the course of your investigation, you learned she lost a job at IHC. Yes, what date was that? So that fact can get in. Then talking about being blackballed from working at IHC goes back to a clear inference that there was wrongdoing involved in her firing. In my opinion, that's my position to the court and to the state. And I know the state doesn't agree. We worked hard on seeing where our positions are, Judge. I'm going to lose everything. I'm going to be cause of us losing everything is more prejudicial than probative in terms of the evidence that is already available to the state. Then there's the response from Casey. I don't know that has, we have any objections. As a matter of fact, if this is coming in and even in the amended form, that was probably necessary for the jury to know. And maybe the rest isn't. So the rest is triggered by what I submit is some pretty troubling 403 analysis, and I'll just leave it at that. Your Honor knows the case, and I ask you to apply a 403 analysis to these various sentences in terms of editing.
Ms. Hunt, as to this text message or this text chain?
Yes, Judge, we've already, Your Honor has what the state proposed as the redacted version. This issue has already been, well, partially argued. Originally, the defense moved to exclude the issue, or maybe, sorry, it was probably the state that moved to include it under 404B, the issue that she was fired from IHC for time card fraud. So the original issue was whether the reason that she was fired, which was for time card fraud, could be included. The court did exclude that and said, and now I'm reading from the order that the court signed, evidence that defendant lost her employment with IHC on or about February 1st, 24 is admissible as relevant to defendant's financial circumstances and alleged motive. Evidence that defendant was terminated for time card fraud or for intentional misrepresentation of time worked is excluded pursuant to 403. And then the court engages in an analysis of why that is the case, because the jury might improperly infer propensity that she would do anything for money. But that the court would provide a limiting instruction regarding the permissible use. This text, Mr. Williams is, I believe, just asserted that the state just needs it to show that she lost her job. That is far from true. A lot of the state's theory and evidence here is that Ms. Sunwall, her desperation was increasing, and the fact that she was representing that to Casey, whether true or not. I know that Mr. Williams is asserting that what she says here is that she keeps losing jobs is not true. That may be the case. Maybe she did not keep losing jobs, but she's telling that to Casey. And she's telling that to Casey, the state's theory is, because she's wanting Casey to do something about it. She believes that she's the beneficiary of Casey's life insurance policy. State's theory is for a while, and I think the text will bear this out, and we'll get to this with Detective Farney. But for a long time, she's encouraging Casey to try suicide herself. Yeah, I'm desperate. If you getting out of this life would get, this is not verbatim, but Ms. Thomas quoted this in opening, something to the effect of, if you dying would get me out of this mess, I would take it. For a long time, I think the evidence will show that, yeah, she preferred that Casey probably committed suicide herself, so she didn't have to get involved. And she communicated a lot of desperation about that, financially and otherwise. This text is just one of those, but I think encapsulates a lot of it perfectly. What am I going to do? I'm ashamed. I'm going to be the reason I lose everything. This desperation is being communicated to Casey. Casey is not taking action. Over years and years, Casey is not killing herself. And the state's theory is at some point, this financial desperation and Ms. Sunwall's overall desperation, and frankly, Mr. Williams highlighted it in opening, being bombarded by Casey so frequently with all of her health issues and having to respond to it, she got fed up with it. And that's when she took issues into her own hands And that's the state's theory, and I think what the evidence will demonstrate is that she recognized that Casey was not going to do it herself. That Casey had been lying this whole time about her suicidality and all of these attempts and all of this stuff, and that Megan had to do it herself. But this, especially how close in time it is, this is what, January of 2024. She's communicating this desperation and this escalation. And the state agrees that the court's limited that the particular reason that she lost the job for time card fraud, yeah, we'll exclude that. But all of this other desperation.
Time card fraud and misconduct.
And misconduct. And if we need to make further redactions about, the supervisor being mean and nasty and it being a scene when she got thrown out, then we're happy to do that. But all of this, what am I going to do? Our house, Mitch's stupid truck, our lives here, I'm feeling so hopeless and so discouraged. All of that is highly probative to the state's theory here and the financial motive that we need to demonstrate as the aggravator of murder here. And sorry, the blackball comment, I didn't include it in my proposed order that the court ended up signing, but I believe that in our previous discussion on this issue, I thought that the court had allowed the notion that her finding work again might be difficult, that the state could present that. So that's why we included that. And if I misunderstood the court's ruling on that, then I apologize, and we can make further redactions. But her not being able to find, or her asserting, at least to Casey, that she would not be able to find a meaningful replacement for that job is highly probative of her financial desperation and what she's going to do about it at that time.
Let me tell you about the I will be blackballed comment. I think that goes to misconduct. At least that portion does. I'll come back with a ruling on that. Ms. Hunt, sorry, I probably cut you off.
No, unless you have further questions, we're happy to. We didn't want to make obviously too many edits or changes to what otherwise the text thread. We tried to keep it in line with what the court ordered or what we understood the court to order. But yeah, I just have to very fervently argue that this is not just about getting in that Megan lost her job in early 2024, that her mental state, her desperation, and what she was trying to do, at least in the state's theory and what we believe the evidence will show with Casey, this all goes directly to that.
Thank you. I think I have a pretty good understanding where both parties are coming from. I'll have something on, I want to say Monday, but it's not Monday. I'll have something on Tuesday for you. As to the audio, do we have a stipulation on that?
No.
And I haven't listened to it yet, so briefly, what would you like me to know?
Judge, when you listen to it, well, we do have an agreement in part that the state would add a portion of it to their clip. The clip right now that you have is 7 seconds long. In it, I think this is verbatim, but she's speaking on the phone with her husband Mitch at the jail. I think that's relevant even to what I'm going to say about asking you to consider as you listen. And then there's a follow-up, a couple 10 seconds later, where she repeats essentially the same thing. I was there, but I didn't help. So the clip you have now is, I should have told Scott, except for the name Scott's clipped out. I should have told that I was there, but didn't do anything. And then they'll add the piece that came a few seconds later that says that I was there, but I didn't help. Something along those lines. You'll hear them.
Which part are you objecting to?
The whole thing, and here's the problem with introducing this. First of all, there is, in my opinion, no way to cleanse it of the notion that it's a post-arrest jail call. Even if this is all that comes in about it. You can hear in the background, timing-wise, we'll know that there was an arrest on March 20th. The date of the call is 5 days later. There's just nothing about this that is going to be able to be cleansed. Here's more importantly, this is about telling something. Should I have told, and now getting rid of my name doesn't do any good. Now it makes it worse. Who was she saying she should have told something to? It was Scott, it was me. We're going to put the notion of talking to an attorney and all the things that are fraught with that notion into evidence for the singular probative value that isn't really contested? I submit that that is extraordinarily fraught. What are we supposed to do with it? It's worse to have no name there. Who was she supposed to? And it fully suggests that maybe the jury's going to think, well, it sounds like she's saying, I talked to someone and told them something, and now I should have told them something else. In other words, changing her story. That's what it sounds like, right? Well, that inference would be terrible for a jury to make, let alone if it was a lawyer. And it's not true. What are we supposed to do? I can't testify. I had never met her yet. I had never talked to her. The call itself says that. It says that's why she's talking to her husband about what, if anything, she should be communicating to me. She just suddenly got arrested after 8 months and is in jail and has had a sudden hearing because, as you know, in this court, the first appearance calendar happens at 3:00, and oftentimes, the charging document and the attorney aren't really aware of. I was in trial in somewhere, but I was in trial when she was arrested, and she's talking to Mitch about in the general area of that call. Scott wasn't there. Judge said Scott's not even attached to the case, and then they're not going to seek to admit that. But the point is, carving that out just leaves it fraught with who's she talking about? Who is she saying she should have told? And I can't answer that. That puts the defense in the position of being witness, which all the parties I'm sure are aware that the law is pretty clear on that. That can't happen. So I just think it's so fraught with so many things when you listen to it. And and while I think it will be in evidence, I stated in opening that she was arrested. And we'll be talking about the fact that what the police knew when they decided to arrest her versus what they found out after. But that doesn't mean she was jailed and is still in jail. So it opens that fraught issue of, well, did she ever get out? Why is she making a call from jail 5 days later and everything else? I've spoken too long. I think when you listen to it, you can listen to whether you think that my concerns about what it might make a jury wonder or think or be distracted, and all the 403 factors balanced against its probative value, admitting it is a problem. Otherwise, I don't know that the nature of the edited portion is, if you think it is otherwise admissible, then I don't have a problem with the edit.
Ms. Hunt?
Yeah, importantly, and again, we listened to it over lunch, but, and so this might not be quite verbatim, but what she says is, I think I should tell Scott that I knew what she was doing and I didn't help. The I knew what she was doing is very important here, and I don't think he did it purposefully, but I think Scott did include that in what he represented the call to say. This is probative and highly probative and important for the state because Megan's story evolves. We've heard from both of her parents testify today that what she told them initially was going for movie day. I just hadn't seen her in a while, just doing a girls' day, coming to watch movies all day, and we watch movies. And at some point, or at least her dad testified, I don't believe that her mom testified to this, but at some point, Casey went to the bathroom, didn't come out. Megan had to knock on the door. She may have taken something for nausea. She doesn't know and has to go. And then suddenly Casey's getting loopy and she had to help her to the bed. And then she slowly, deteriorated to the state where she's now unconscious and hasn't woken up. And her parents believed that up until a few weeks ago, I believe they testified. In Megan's, one of her interviews with the police, I forget which one, I think she gave 3, but it's one of them. they ask her what did Casey take? Did she tell you about what she took or anything to cause her condition that day? Megan says she doesn't know what Casey took or what happened to her. So this is her story to both her parents and the police initially. She gets arrested. And we're not intending on, we cut out the fact that it's at the jail and all of that. We are intending on asking to get around the jail issue, even though Mr. Williams obviously will bring up the fact that she was arrested. Obviously, it's important that she knew the call was being recorded, and so we'll just ask Detective Farney to lay that foundation. Is this under a situation that Megan knew the call was being recorded, so we don't get into marital privilege issues or anything like that? But she then tells, because her story has to evolve now, because now she's aware that the police actually know more. They've seen her texts. They know about all of the suicide talk. So her story has to evolve. She's being backed into a corner here. And she says, I think I should tell Scott that I knew what she was doing and I didn't help her. Knew what she was doing in context. She knew that suicide was the goal here, or what they talked about the goal to be. So now it's changed from I have no idea what happened to I knew what she was doing and I didn't help her. And, you know, whether that remains her story, we don't know. Scott originally approached us with an issue at which we agreed to edit his name out, because obviously what she told her attorney or what she plans to tell her attorney, that obviously might make Scott a witness. So we agreed to redact the name there. So the version that I believe the court has does not have Scott's name in it. And it just is, I think I should tell, bleeped out, that I was there, I knew what she was doing, and I didn't help her. We thought that would get around the issues of attorney-client privilege or Scott having to be a witness. Whether the jury infers or not that who she's talking about or who else, I think that at that point the probative value to the state outweighs the prejudicial effect. And if we need to have some kind of instruction that tells the jury how they're to weigh this, then we can think about that. But completely excluding the fact that a defendant's story about how somebody died has absolutely evolved over time based on the audience that she's talking to and the circumstances she's in, would be deeply unfair to the state's case, and I don't think in line with the rules of evidence.
Thank you.
You're all right. I believe that, and it's not probably the time to find it, I guess. I believe she said the exact same thing in her last interview. Essentially, if I was there but didn't help. So I'll look for that, and if that's true, I'll email that portion of the transcript to the court. My point would be that now it's duplicative, they can still get it in with her making that claim, and by the way, it wouldn't be a changed story. Also keeping in mind, this is just a few words in a phone call. It's not a story. And it's about, and she says, should I tell? That's a big problem. It doesn't say I did tell. Now we got, well, should I tell him, and I told him something, and how should I tell him something different? That the evolving story is to a lawyer or to someone else, that's pretty fraught.
Thank you. Counsel, I appreciate your arguments on this. I will have a ruling on Tuesday of where we're going to go with this. What's the plan for Tuesday? We're going to start with Detective Farney.
No, Judge, and I apologize. The pacing is just not what we predicted, so we're having to pivot. I think we're planning on trying to cut down or cut out entirely a number of witnesses. We're working with Mr. Williams on that. So
That's all right.
We're hoping to start with Officer Robinson and then Special Agent Sightsinger. We're hoping those are quick witnesses, but again, our pacing is just not what we originally thought. So we're hoping that we'll get to Farney by 1 p.m. after lunch is our ideal plan. But we've been miscalculating that kind of this whole time, and I apologize.
We'll get there.
And Judge, I think we talked, just so you know, I expect that this bulk of text messages that the state provided us Tuesday, or maybe it was Monday, I don't know, but I haven't had time to go through their proposed exhibits. We could pre-admit them with no need to lay foundation. Let me show you what they're already admitted as.
That'll be helpful. I appreciate the communication between council. Anything else we need to cover?
I don't believe so.
All right, appreciate everybody's efforts this week. Ms. Sunwell, stay in contact with your attorney. We'll see everybody on Tuesday morning. Thank you. Have a good weekend.
Rise.
And away we go. I'm going to shut this down. I put a link in Ted's show tonight, and Peggy's on live right now. So go on and say hi to her. All right. I'm going to go over there to say goodnight to everyone. So take that link, go on to Peggy's right now. There's like 1,000 people in Peggy's chat right now. Okay. I'll see you guys there. I'll do show day 4, next show, whenever that is. All right. Bye. Go say hi to Peggy.
Dude, you just touched Christy Boris hoo-hoo. Shippy! Low 5. Yeah. Let's get out of here.